After traveling to the game world, you accidentally turned the protagonist into a Yandere. This Yandere, in order to completely possess herself, even killed all the important characters in the original work, and caused the ending to collapse? Linku really couldn't smile at all when faced with this situation, but fortunately, he got a chance to start over. They even gained the ability to simulate the future or history. I thought everything would go smoothly, but the protagonist of the game seemed to still retain memories of his previous life. In order to completely get rid of this relationship, Linku decided to go all out and turned into a stunningly beautiful girl with pink hair and pink eyes. This way, she won't bother me anymore, right? At the same time, Linku was secretly protecting the protagonist group without a protagonist. In the simulation, he blocked the fatal blows for the heroines, pushed them away from the attack range, and each time he took the attack alone, he ended up lying on the ground with wounds all over his body and bleeding gradually. Linku always felt that the gazes of the heroines around him were looking at him more and more gloomy and heavy. It should be just pure friendship, right? Chapter 1. In a world where the sun sets, open your mouth. Up the food that had been chewed by others, along with an unknown liquid, entered Linka's mouth. Linka forced himself to suppress the urge to vomit and swallowed it. The beautiful white-haired girl in front of him brushed her wet lips with her fingers and smiled slightly. Is it delicious, master? It's made with rare ingredients that are only found in this world since 2 years ago. As the master, all my meals have been fed like a baby. What is even more ironic is that as the master, everything is controlled by the slave he bought a long time ago. More specifically, he was imprisoned. Linku was a time traveler. 10 years ago, his soul traveled to a game world called Fantasy Beyond. Fantasy Beyond is an open-world 2D game independently developed by Tianmi Technology Company, Limited. The protagonist makes new friends, draw cards, while embarking on a journey to save the world. After discovering that he did not have the golden finger, Linka faced the reality and decisively chose another smooth path, raising the protagonist in advance. As long as you hold on to the thighs of the game protagonist, you will be invincible. 10 years ago, the protagonist was still a slave of a conquered country with a miserable life. He was starving to the point of being skin and bones, and his body was so dirty that no trace of normal skin could be seen. It is impossible to imagine that she is the future Feng Outyan. Linka bought her home and took good care of her, and she lived up to everyone's expectations, showing protagonist-level talent and various potential to save the world. But when the game starts, that is, when the protagonist enters the Brave Academy, everything goes haywire. Don't vomit, don't waste food after all. Master, you don't want to be punished, right? Punish? Hearing this word, Linku trembled all over with fear, almost uncontrollably. Master, that saint maiden you mentioned, who's essential for conquering boss battles, seems to be gone, and it's all because you wasted food. Although I don't know what it means to capture a boss, the saint lady must hold a very high position in the master's heart, right? If that's the case, then there's no way he'll let her go. Seeing the girl leave the room, Linku wanted to stop her, but his arms and feet were tied firmly to the chair. I was so frightened that I couldn't even use any strength, because he had seen countless times what would happen if he disobeyed the protagonist. After perhaps 2 hours or perhaps half a day, the white-haired girl came back dragging something. A beautiful blonde girl with her body tied up tightly and something stuffed in her mouth. Linku has seen her. She is the strongest group healer in the game and one of the protagonist's most important helpers, Saint Alice. Miss Alice? The protagonist is squatting next to Miss Alice. Alice was looking at her with horror on her face, or rather, at the dagger in her hand that was shining coldly. I saw it, on June 2nd of the year before last, between 9 hours 49 minutes and 23 seconds and 9:45 in the morning. You stared at your master like a shameless wooden structure, didn't you? Alice seemed to have been poisoned. Even though her whole body was paralyzed by the poison, she was still shaking her head desperately. Don't lie, the girl controlled Alice effortlessly and then chopped her like vegetables. Whoa. Alice's mouth was blocked, but Linku could still feel the pain of the screamer. It's clearly a world that only belongs to me and my master, so why do you thieving cats have to come here one by one to disrupt things? Do you know why you committed such a disrespectful crime? With the power of the hero protecting her, the girl effortlessly lifted Alice from the ground with one hand and looked straight into her eyes. Alice's green eyes, as beautiful as emerald green, were now filled with pain and fear. Why does a woman like you have such beautiful eyes? Are they used to seduce the master? Then, the girl took out a new tool, corkscrew. Let me help you take it off. The girl smiled a sweet and harmless smile. Stop. 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 But due to extreme fear, Linku could only scream deep in his heart, because he knew that if he said anything against her wishes, she would kidnap more important characters in the game and torture them in front of him. I can't move. Can't move. The corkscrew came closer and closer to Alice's face. Linka could not recall what happened after that. Perhaps it was the brain's protective mechanism that blocked him from this memory point. 3 more years pass like this, the game plot continues to collapse, the important NPCs in the game, or the powerful card-drawing characters, did not appear, or rather, they appeared in front of Linku in the form of part. No one discovered her evil deeds. The protagonist of the game, a devil in the guise of a beautiful girl, deceived everyone in various ways. She pinned the disappearance of all these important figures on the final boss. She was even elected by all humans to become the hero who saves the world. The girl seemed to want to build a happy and complete family with him from the beginning to the end, but in such a life, Linka's personality gradually disappeared and he became like a walking corpse. Memories are as blurry as a torn tape. Although there was not a single scar on his body and he had always been taken care of by her in every possible way, however, Linka's spirit was completely destroyed and everything was controlled by her. In this world where the sun sets, however, when Linka became unable to feel the passage of time, everything came to an abrupt end. Chapter 2. The story comes to an end after about 6 years. The game came to an end even though all the important characters who were supposed to appear in the protagonist group disappeared. The protagonist, who was blessed by the supreme god, still relied on his powerful strength to crush them all the way to the final boss battle. Gods or heroes who give people strength and inheritance are called constellations. Master, wait for me to return, wait for the final battle to end, and the supreme god will promise to grant us eternal life, and we can be together forever. In the power system of this game world, everyone's power comes from ancient heroes and legendary gods. For example, the girl in front of you, the god behind her is the supreme god, who is known as the strongest god. At this moment, she is the protagonist of the world. Before the final battle began, the girl gave Linko, who was sitting in his seat like a puppet, a last kiss. Then, she adjusted her equipment. Her long hair, as white as snow, fell on her shoulders. Under her silver blue armor skirt were white boots, covering her 2 slender legs. I don't know how long the girl had been gone, but Linka suddenly felt the earth begin to vibrate. He thought of something, and his chaotic consciousness recovered a little, and he staggered to the door. The door was unlocked. Just left open, unattended. It was like it was beckoning him. Linka held the door handle with trembling hands. It was clearly his own house, but he even forgot whether to turn left or right, and turned the door several times with a creaking sound. The door opened. It looked very dark outside, abnormally dark, as if it could swallow everything. But even so, this was the first time he had breathed the outside air in 5 years. Almost subconsciously, Linka ran out without even wearing shoes. The darkness around was no longer normal. There was not even a trace of moonlight. The visibility was less than 10 meters. Beyond that, the vision was swallowed by endless darkness. It was also eerily quiet. It was a familiar street, but not a single sound could be heard. Master, you are such a bad boy. A girl covered in blood appeared in front of him. Compared with when she set out before, her current condition can only be described as incomplete. For a moment, Linku even doubted whether anyone could really survive with such a wound. However, even facing such a weak girl, Linka's body still curled up unconsciously. Come on, let's go home together. Have you had enough fun outing? Her voice was soft, but her hand was tightly grasping Linka's wrist. If it was a few minutes ago, Linka might have obeyed meekly, but at this moment, all the clues in front of him were connected. A dying girl, a world about to be swallowed by darkness. This can only mean one thing: the girl failed. She failed to defeat the final boss and relied on some kind of willpower to return home before she died completely. Because of the failure of the brave man, the life of this world has also entered a countdown. However, what Linka wants now is complete freedom, a world without her, even if it is only for the last few minutes before death. I don't want it. I don't want those disgusting days. I don't want to watch the familiar characters from my previous life die one by one. I don't want to be forced to face my own powerlessness, cowardice, and humble days. I've had enough. No, don't look at the moon. She seemed to notice that Linko wanted to look up, so she tried to cover his eyes like a madman, but it was too late. Linko had already seen the thing in the sky out of the corner of his eye. In the moment before his spirit and existence were completely crushed, Linko could still feel her holding him tightly. Together at this last moment, the girl suddenly smiled, and she looked very happy. She also looked up at the sky like Linko. Then, all living things in this world disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, Linko woke up from the chaos. Am I not dead? The intense pain in my head gradually subsided, and my vision returned a little. Where is this? A row of candles flickered with scarlet flames, and various tattered dolls and stuffed animals surrounded him. The strange and eerie scene seemed to stimulate his brain, and a stream of broken memories began to jump in his mind. It seemed like he had gone back to 7 years before his death, which was 1 year before the game officially began, but unfortunately, the person that Lin Ke's soul traveled to was a complete loser with the same name and surname as himself. Although he was the offspring of a small noble family in a small town on the border of the kingdom, he was not recognized by any constellation. The original owner was not very ambitious. He was a rich kid, but he did nothing good except spending his money on wine and women. Perhaps his only advantage is that he has an overly handsome face. A week ago, at the family's ceremony to select a new generation of talents for key training, he was humiliated by his peers. As a result, he couldn't get over it and took the initiative to challenge them to a duel, and the date was set for next month. Normally, a normal person should seize the time this month to prepare for the duel and hone their fighting skills, but this guy also knew that he wouldn't be able to learn anything in this month, so he took a different approach and started looking for various folk power awakening rituals, hoping to get lucky and inherit the power of some unknown existence. The result was no surprise, his soul was directly devoured, and this soulless shell happened to be occupied by Lin Ke. But even though he was now just a good-for-nothing bad boy in the eyes of others, Lin Ke felt a genuine joy in his heart, and even his fingertips couldn't help but tremble slightly. Finally I can escape from the clutches of that devil and no longer have to live in the shadow of fear. Finally I can throw off the shackles of the past and have the opportunity to live again. At this moment, a sharp pain came from the center of his eyebrows, which directly woke Lin Ke up from his relief. As the cold wind blew, the scarlet candles around flickered. Right in front of him was a doll made of yellowed and faded cloth with crooked seams, which looked like it would break apart at any moment. It was staring at him with a pair of hollow eyes made of black buttons. Ding dong! The being you provoked was very surprised by your resurrection. Although he extremely dislikes your existence, he still has a certain interest in you. He decided to help you awaken your potential, but he has no way of knowing what kind of potential you can awaken, because a person's potential is unknown. A cold mechanical sound came to Lin Ke's ears. Any mortal who receives the attention of any constellation will hear this mechanical voice. This voice is essentially a part of the power of the world. Because mortals can hardly afford the cost of communicating directly with the constellations, this voice will appear as a messenger between the two sides. Then, Lin Ke felt something icy cold embedding in his brow, but when he reached out to touch it, he could feel nothing. After a few breaths, the stinging sensation between the eyebrows finally dissipated. At the same time, a light blue screen appeared in front of Lin Ke's eyes, flashing with words that almost made Lin Ke burst into tears. Chinese. Potential awakens successfully. Potential name, Player's Death Simulation System. The being expressed confusion about the name of your potential, unsure of the meaning of the words player and system, but quickly lost interest and looked away from you. The system is binding successful. This simulator system is dedicated to helping the host avoid future deadlocks or even death. At the same time, it also improves the host's abilities. The system requires points to simulate. 60 points are now awarded to the host for free. After performing a simulation, the host will know how to earn points. Future simulation simulates what will happen 5 days from now, or sometime before the host's death. Cost, 40 points. Hero Simulator, travel through time and space, back a century to a time when heroes weren't yet heroes. Live with them, share their experiences, seek out their inherited power, and uncover the secrets of legend. Cost, 4,000 points. Legend Simulation, go to, find, and at the same time. Cost, 100,000 points. Just when Lin Ke was still thinking about how to use this golden finger, an unusual noise came from outside the door. Hey, Lin Ke, are you home? We're short of money, could you give us some? The voice sounded familiar, as if it was some of the bad friends Lin Ke had met while hanging out outside. Lin Ke walked to the window and looked out through the gap in the curtains. The neighborhood where Lin Ke lives is not safe. Although the original owner was nominally a descendant of the Lin family, he was later driven out like a drowned dog by the head of the Lin family and others, and could only live in a place like this with cheap rent and average security. At the door stood 5 or 6 young men dressed casually, led by a shirtless, one-eyed man. Lin Ke, you were such a cute boy, but you live in a place like this. It's too dangerous. Do you want us to come in and accompany you? As soon as this frivolous remark came out, everyone burst into laughter. Boss, the room is dark, is there no one there? Humph, at this hour, he must be staying at home. The one-eyed man spat on the ground and continued to Linka, I heard that you're going to duel with someone in a month. Do you want us to come over and support you then? You don't have any family anyway, right? Ha 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 ha. Several other people also laughed happily, but seeing that there was still no movement in the house, the one-eyed man's face gradually darkened. Linko, we'll come back to see you in a few days. If we don't raise at least 10 gold coins as a friend's fee, don't even think about keeping your house intact. Chapter 3, Die on the Spot. Linka breathed a sigh of relief only after confirming that the group of people had completely left. Want to save up 10 gold coins for friendship fees? Linka's only source of income now is the monthly allowance given by his family, which is 3 gold coins a month. Moreover, because the original owner was uneducated, this allowance had not been paid for 3 months. He is now penniless. After searching his memory, he found out that the original owner had wanted to take a gamble and see if he could awaken some useful constellations through the evil god, so that he could become an adventurer and earn some money. The original owner had hardly left any useful property or skills for Lin Ke. It can't be said that the original owner wasted his youth, at least he had a sweet time, but even so, Lin Ko, who was reborn, was very satisfied. As long as we can escape from the control of that devil, everything will be fine. In his previous life, when he first traveled to this game world in his physical body, he was also confused. He did not have the essential knowledge for travelers, such as the structure of firearms, steam engines, and how to produce fertilizers. He wasn't familiar with this world either, but he eventually started out as a wandering peddler and eventually became a businessman. He made a lot of money with his keen sense of smell cultivated in the modern market environment, then adopted her and began investing all his money in the game's protagonist. Now that you have left the lowest point, no matter how you move forward you will be heading upwards. Besides, I have a golden finger now. Linka simply ignored the last 2 simulations and looked directly at the first one, the future simulation. Since it is a cheat code, I must try to use it. Maybe I can find a solution to the current dilemma. Future simulation, start. As Linka's voice fell, the system light that displayed numbers in front of him suddenly broke out of its cocoon, and spark-like particles flew out. They filled the room, dazzling yet inexplicably warm, until this light overshadows everything. August 6, 1007, 5:30 p.m. Available time, 24 hours. The somewhat eerie little room just now disappeared, and I didn't know when I appeared in a dense forest. And he was still in a state of being tied up and restrained during the time he was imprisoned. Linko had felt this feeling countless times. This is 5 days later. No, that's not right. According to the original owner's memory, he held the constellation summoning ceremony, seeking death, on August 3rd, which was just over 3 days away until the 6th. Is there a bug in my system? Wait a minute. Linka suddenly remembered a small detail of the system. 5 days later, or sometime before death. In other words, if things had gone according to normal, I'd have to send it again not even a week after my rebirth? After a brief moment of shock, Linka quickly calmed down, perhaps because he knew this was a simulated future, perhaps because he had seen too much death in his previous life, or perhaps because he had already experienced death himself. Linka was surprisingly calmed. He began to quickly observe the situation around him. Because of the obstruction of the woods, the light was very dim, and the time should be dusk. He was tied to a tree and his mouth was gagged, kidnapped. After all, the original owner was a descendant of a border Viscount family and still had some political value, but if it was a kidnapping, there would be too many people kidnapped, right? Apart from Linko, there were people tied to trees every 4 to 5 meters, and it was unclear whether they were dead or alive. They were all women. At a rough glance, there are more than 30 of them. There were people of both old and young, but judging from their attire, they were all commoners or poor people from the lower classes. Linka suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Sacrifice. To be more precise, it is a sacrifice to the constellations. It is very difficult for most people to gain the favor of the constellations, because gods or heroes prefer those with excellent bloodlines, that is, nobles. Some of their families even have the blood of ancient heroes flowing in their veins, such as the contemporary Great Sage family, whose ancestor is Cassandra, known as the Great Prophet. If ordinary people want to get the attention of gods or heroes, or even obtain their inheritance, they can only rely on luck and hard work. If they can perform some feats that will be appreciated by the gods, they will naturally get their attention. However, if you don't want to work hard, there are some evil stars who can find other ways to gain their recognition. The game clearly states the conditions for gaining approval from various zodiac signs. For example, Circe, known as the Great Witch, if a mortal wants to gain her recognition and inherit her power, they must meet the following 3 conditions. Frowny face 1. As a mortal, he has made profound research into potions and invented classic potions that have been widely circulated and recognized by the world, too. Once caused the entire town to be plunged into plague, and even used poison to destroy the city and the country. 3. A history of true despair and a constant desire for revenge. If the above three conditions are met at the same time, as well as some more metaphysical and visible conditions, such as appearance, gender, personality, Circe will take the initiative to find you and give you his power. This shows that for some constellations, the sacrifice of mortal life is an indispensable part. Even though the zodiac signs don't gain anything from this, they just like to watch this kind of behavior. Although the people in this world don't have game guides, after thousands of years of repeated mistakes, they have finally summarized some conditions that are a mixture of true and false. Lin Ku immediately thought of 4 or 5 constellations that required similar conditions to in the game. Constellations are divided into 6 levels, from 1 star to 6 stars, and the legendary 7 stars. In addition, there are half stars as a transition, such as 3.5 stars, which are stronger than most 3 stars, but not as good as 4 stars. For example, Circe is a 5-star constellation and has the strongest alchemy ability in the entire game. However, because the conditions are a bit inhumane, few people play it except for evil players. It seems that I have become a sacrifice, but there was one thing that Lin Ku couldn't understand. He could think of many constellations that required the sacrifice of many women to fulfill the conditions, but a group of women plus himself as a man, this lineup of sacrifices really confused him. At this moment, the sound of footsteps stepping on fallen leaves was heard nearby. Lin Ku immediately lowered his head and pretended to be unconscious. Then he heard 2 people talking. The voice of one of them seemed strangely familiar to him. Have all the offerings been taken care of? Everything has been processed, except for this final sacrifice. To prevent accidents, the other 37 were bled and cleaned yesterday. Mad, born, when Lin Ku heard this, he almost couldn't hold back his expression. He felt from the very beginning that something was wrong with the other sacrifices except himself. It turned out that they had been harmed by these beasts. According to your requirements, this final sacrifice should be the one with the best appearance and the noblest bloodline. Okay, let me see. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ku felt a pair of rough hands pinching his chin and lifting his face up. Hiss. You kidnapped the wrong person, did you know that? A roar was heard. All sacrifices must be female. Didn't you hear then? The other person was startled by this sudden question and stammered in response, yes, it's a woman. I think she's the best looking young man in the Lin family, except that she's a little plain. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. The man you kidnapped is called Lin Ku, a notorious loser in the Lin family. Although he's a man, he's prettier than a woman. Look at his neck, there's an Adam's apple, though it's not obvious. The man was also dumbfounded after hearing this, and asked in a panic, well, what should we do? Put him back? What about our ceremony? The timing is almost right. Luckily, I was prepared. Look at what's in that big sack in the back. After a rustling sound. I know this person. She's the proud daughter of this generation of the Lin family, the most precious Miss Lin Mo ran in the entire Lin family. How did you move her here? But then he heard the man sneer, don't forget who I am. Hurry up and replace this useless thing. Time is almost up. Then what should we do with this Lin Ku? After killing him, bury him somewhere. You are really not afraid of the Lin family's revenge. Once the ceremony is successful, I will become a follower of the 3-star constellation. I can walk freely throughout the entire Western territory, and the Lin family will not be able to do anything to me. Lin Ku felt something cold pressing against the back of his head. Be prepared to get rid of yourself. At the last moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the faces of the 2 people in front of him. As if they didn't expect their sacrifice to suddenly open his eyes, the 2 men were stunned for a moment, but then Lin Ku felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. Then, the world was shrouded in white light again. When the white light faded, he returned to the room surrounded by candles and tattered dolls, but all this was enough, because he remembered the faces of 2 people, one of whom was very familiar to him, a face that often appeared in the original owner's memory fragments. The Lin family's chief steward, Yi Lingfeng, is an amiable old man in his 60s. Simulation end, return successful, simulation evaluation. Hajik, you didn't do badly for your first simulation. Even facing death, you managed to remain calm, carefully observe the situation, and gather intelligence. I think I can give you a bigger reward. Simulation reward, Calm Thinking Level 1, 15 points, Chapter 4 The Future, Calm Thinking, in a passive state, it can resist a certain degree of mental pollution or shock. In extreme emergency conditions, it will automatically activate, forcing calmness and gaining a certain degree of thinking acceleration ability. The pain from the back of the head did not dissipate with the end of the simulation. Instead, it felt like a hole was forcibly drilled in the skull, and waves of dull pain drilled into the temple. Everything that just happened was too real, every detail was terrifyingly clear, as if it wasn't a simulation, but a real situation where he was being ambushed by that old six. Even if the original owner hadn't committed some evil ritual, he probably wouldn't have lived long. After all, there was an old scoundrel like Yi Lingfeng hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. He slumped in the chair for a long time before he recovered from the feeling of near death. Yes, the simulation system. Lin Ke looked up at the system screen in front of him. When Lin Ke saw the reward after the simulation, she was a little surprised at first, and then a smile appeared on her face. It seems that the hard work was not in vain. What a surprise! I originally thought that being able to simulate the future from a first-person perspective was pretty good, but I didn't expect that after each simulation I could get rewards based on my performance. This is the real plugin. For example, this Calm Thinking 1LV, the system has digitized it. Just like storing game character data, it will not regress and will always maintain this skill. Lin Ke reconfirmed the current time, August 3rd, 5:30:01 p.m. It was exactly 3 days and 1 second short of the start of my simulation. In addition to feeling happy because of the powerful functions of the system, Lin Ke also had more doubts. First of all, the simulation itself took time. Lin Ke remembered that he conducted the simulation at 5:30 sharp. In other words, the simulation itself consumed 1 second. In addition, after the simulation begins, you will not have any memory of the period between now and the future, which is also a big problem. Moreover, the skip time in the middle did not disappear out of thin air, but continued. So what state were you in during this period of time? Will I have any memory of what I am simulating during this time? From this first simulation, it can be seen that during the 3 days that were skipped, I should have been living a normal life. After all, I had changed my clothes. He was now wearing ordinary, somewhat shabby home clothes, but he remembered that when he was tied up, he was wearing the summer student uniform of the Lin family school. As a medium-sized family with 200 to 300 people, the Lin family also has its own talent training institution, namely the Lin Family School. In addition to basic literacy, arithmetic, and family history, it also provides combat training. It is reasonable to infer that he was tied up and taken to the sacrificial ceremony on his way back from school. This is quite easy to do. After all, the original owner's stubborn personality and the innate Southern Liang holy body make him have no friends among both boys and girls. They usually hang out alone and like to hang out everywhere, so there are too many opportunities for them to take action. Wait a moment, Lin Ke suddenly thought of some common plots and time travel dramas in his past life. If you record information in a diary or notes, then what happened during the skipped days in the simulated future can be recorded in the diary. You can even ask your future self to actively gather intelligence during the days that were skipped. When the future simulation officially begins, he can directly obtain information about the skipped period by checking his notes. The only question now is, after the simulation starts, during the time that is skipped, does I know that the simulation has started? But this is not a big problem, because I just need to strictly follow the actions written in my notes before the simulation. There are still 3 days left before their ceremony begins, and I can't waste any time now. Lin Ke simply cleaned the room, then went to the desk, took out a small notebook that he could carry with him, and began to organize the current information. The most useful information at the moment is that the mastermind behind this ceremony is the Lin family's chief steward, Yi Lingfeng. Seeing only that he had an accomplice, Lin could judge that this accomplice should be a follower of a 1-star or 1.5-star constellation, a secret constellation. He might be a killer hired by Yi Lingfeng to help him kidnap and deal with sacrifices, but there is no guarantee that Yi Lingfeng has only one accomplice. Lin Ke used a feather pen to circle this information in his notes. In addition, Lin Ke also knew that the 2 guys hired by Yi Lingfeng would kidnap the wrong person and mistake him for the eldest daughter of the Yi family. As for the rest of the information, it is a bit difficult to infer. The only known location of the ceremony is in a forest, but the border town where Lin Ke was located, Linchang, is located on the border between the kingdom and the elven tribe. There are forests everywhere nearby, so this clue is almost useless. If only I could know which constellation Yi Lingfeng wants to be favored by. After thinking for a moment, Lin Ke wrote in his notebook, Task 1, observe Yilingfeng's various behaviors on the way to school. See if you can find an opportunity to enter his study or even his private space to find out which constellation he is seeking favor from. Knowing which constellation it was, Lin Ku was confident that he could find the specific location of the ceremony based on the conditions of the ceremony. Mission 2: Weapons. See if you can get a weapon from the family's arsenal that's easy to use and doesn't require extensive training. It's best if it's short and compact. Yilingfeng looks like an ordinary person at the moment, and the accomplice he hired is no more than a 1.5-star constellation follower, and ordinary weapons are lethal to these people if firearms are best die in the early stages of the game. Many players will buy various cheap and easy-to-use firearms to clear out monsters and equip every character in the team with a firearm. No matter if you are a knight princess, the daughter of a great sage, or a fox fairy princess from the Far East, equip them with cheap and easy-to-use muskets first, because in the early stages of the game, most level 1 characters just can't compete with that random arquebus shooting. If I had a firearm, I would kill Yilingfeng with 2 shots. After thinking for a while, Lin Ku finally wrote in his notes. Task 3. Try to tell others that Yilingfeng is a beast and is about to do something bad. It's best not to report it yourself, but to let people you trust know and take action through methods such as a report letter. But to be honest, Lin Ku was the least confident about task 3.3 days was too short, and he was a nobody with no status in the Lin family. The original owner's parents died in a border conflict with the elves, and he had almost no elders to rely on. At the same time, Yilingfeng disguised himself very well. If Lin Ku had not seen his face in the simulation, it would be difficult for him to connect this old man who was obsessed with nuclear krypton and hydrogen with the demon who sacrificed more than 30 people without blinking. Even if you have a certain status, it is unlikely that others will believe you immediately when you tell them, not to mention telling others. There is the possibility that the information will be leaked, which may bring about fatal disaster to yourself in advance. After looking at the 3 tasks written down in his notebook, Lin Ku looked at the current time again, August 3rd, 6:01 p.m. So, let's start the second simulation. This time, Lin Ku did not directly choose the option 5 days later in future simulation, but changed it to 2 days later. The point cost has also been reduced from 50 to 20. Current points, 35. Points deducted successfully. Current remaining points, 15. Simulation start. As the white light enveloped my eyes, when Lin Ku regained his vision, he found a JK girl wearing over-the-knee socks standing in front of him. Where are you coming from? Chapter 5. Progress. At the edge of the playground where the morning mist had just dissipated, the girl's figure seemed to be carefully framed in the morning light. The British-style school uniform she was wearing was ironed without a single wrinkle. The collar of her ivory-white shirt was as crisp as origami, and the burgundy bow tied around her collar was meticulously tied. The satin reflected tiny spots of light in the sunlight, like a red butterfly resting on it, ready to fly. The knee-length navy blue pleated skirt is even more thoughtful, with each pleat as even as if measured with a compass, and the hem of the skirt gently lifts in the breeze. The hem of the skirt hung half an inch, and the exposed area glowed delicate pearly white in the light. The skin was slightly warmed by the kiss of the sun, but it stopped abruptly at the edge of the black stockings. The sock opening was a tightened rib design, which made the girl's calf curve into a soft arc. The dark cotton thread absorbed some of the light, but made the exposed skin look more radiant, like the finest mutton fat jade gently wrapped in ink-colored velvet. She must have a crush on me. This was Lin Ku's first thought when he saw the girl in front of him, but then he felt something was wrong. No, where does a simulation come from? Is this still a fantasy world, right? Oh, yes, although the game setting is a standard fantasy style, in order to sell character skins, Tianmi Company has crammed various styles of clothing into the game. As if noticing that Lin Ku had been staring at her clothes, the girl blushed slightly. While pushing her hair behind her ears, she tilted her head slightly and said, "How do you like this outfit? I heard this type of clothing is very popular in the capital, so I asked my father to buy me a set when he went to the capital to attend the Noble Council." The girl in front of Lin Ku felt both familiar and unfamiliar. It felt strange because this was indeed the first time Lin Ku had seen this girl, but it felt familiar because of the original owner's memory. This was the opposite sex he was most familiar with. No, it could even be said to be the person he was most familiar with. Lin Moran, the daughter of the Lin family, the most talented prodigy in the Lin family over the past 100 years, has been recognized by the 3-star constellation and is also the strongest contender for the position of future head of the family. Logically speaking, he should have had nothing in common with a loser like the original owner, but because of their parents, they played very close to each other when they were young. After Lin Ke's parents died, Lin Mo Ran's father, the current head of the family, took Lin Ke and the original owner and Lin Mo Ran were childhood sweethearts, and now, what am I doing, since he had no memories of simulating the 2 days that were skipped? Lin Ke was a little confused. It can't be that we're really going on a date, right? Bit is going to be sacrificed in 1 day, and he still has the mood to date his childhood sweetheart. Seeing that Lin Ke was still in a daze, Lin Mo Ran was a little unhappy, but he still grabbed Lin Ke's wrist, pulled him and said, "Didn't we agree yesterday to go help Master Yi Lingfeng tidy up his study? Why did you forget today?" Seeing that Lin Ke still had a dazed look on his face, Lin Mo Ran's cheeks puffed up, and the hand holding Lin Ke's wrist tightened a little, and said angrily, "Didn't you suddenly come over yesterday and say you wanted to help me tidy up Mr. Yi's study? Why do you look like you haven't woken up yet today?" After hearing these words, the clues in Lin Ke's mind finally connected. Lin Mo Ran was trained as the future head of the family. Nominally, she was Yi Lingfeng's student and would receive some education in family management. Usually, she needed to help Yi Lingfeng clean up the study. So in the past, I wanted to use the excuse of tidying up the study to see what secrets Yi Lingfeng was hiding. I am such a genius. Oh my, I was a little excited last night when I thought about going out with you today, and I didn't sleep well. Lin Ke said without blinking. Hearing Lin Ke's answer, Lin Mo Ran, who was walking in front, snorted, but his steps became much lighter. "When will you come to my house for dinner? My mom said she missed you." "Really? Then I'll have to go and have a free meal without any hesitation. I really miss Auntie's cooking skills. I'll give you some red wolf meat and crystal rice when we get back to my house for dinner. It'll help boost your strength and blood. You haven't gotten your zodiac signs approval yet, have you? Strength-based zodiac signs are easiest to get approved, so you need to keep up with your physical training." "Thanks." Red wolf meat and crystal rice are both low-level cultivation materials in the game. Long-term consumption can increase the efficiency of the game character's physical fitness and strength improvement. Although it is only a low-level cultivation material in the game, it is a very rare cultivation material in the remote border town of Lincheng. "What's there to thank me for? We're all friends now." Lin Mo Ran turned around with a smile on his face. "All buddies. You're the buddy. All sisters. Okay, sister." Lin Mo Ran had just said this, and after holding it in for a moment, he couldn't help but chuckle. The two chatted all the way and finally arrived at Yi Lingfeng's study. Yi Lingfeng was not in the study at this time, so the two decided to start organizing from the bookshelves on both sides at the same time. Lin Mo Ran from the left and Lin Ke from the right. This time, Lin Ke finally had time to check what he had done in the 2 days that were skipped. He took out his diary from his left pocket. Task 1. Although I've been secretly observing Yi Lingfeng at various opportunities these past 2 days, I can't see anything. I just feel that his movements are a little stiffer than normal people. But this is normal, he's an old man after all. I still have no idea what constellation he wants to be favored by. I need to go to his study to check. Judging from the original owner's memories, he seems to have a powerful connection, the Lin family's daughter, Lin Mo Ran, and they seem to have a good relationship. Sometimes during class, I feel like she's stealing glances at me. I'm not sure, but maybe it's an illusion? Don't be so narcissistic. While observing Yi Lingfeng, I also checked out the original owner's social network. Combining my memories, I discovered that from childhood to adulthood, the original owner really only had one friend, Lin Mo Ran. Kind of miserable. But I always feel that there are some strange things in the original owner's memories, and some of them are contradictory, especially in terms of his 2 deceased parents. This is not the main point. The most important thing at the moment is how to resolve the current deadlock. Regarding Mission 2, the old man in charge of the armory directly refused my request for weapons, citing my lack of zodiac sign approval and my failed physical fitness test. It was hilarious. However, I happened to run into Lin Mo Ran, who needed to replace her weapons, and she asked me to go in with her to choose a weapon. I was even allowed to choose a rare firearm from the armory. A revolver imported from the Merchant Republic and over 20 rounds of custom ammunition. At first, the old man's face turned green when he saw me trying to take this weapon. He firmly disagreed. First, firearms are indeed precious, and second, this thing is also very dangerous. I had almost given up on taking the firearm and was ready to choose another weapon, but Lin Mo Ran guaranteed me with his wealth, so in the end, I got this revolver. Lin Ke now had an inexplicable urge to kneel down and kowtow to Lin Mo Ran 3 times. As for mission 3, how about we first see if we can break through from Lin Mo Ran's direction? If I can convince you, Lin Ke was just about to continue looking down. At this moment, the door handle of the room was suddenly turned. A kind old man walked in with a smile. Chapter 6 Revenge. The person who came in was none other than Lin Ke's ultimate target, Yi Lingfeng. Yi Lingfeng ignored Lin Ke, who was standing aside, looked at Lin Mo Ran and said with a smile, "Ms. Lin, are you here today too?" "Yes, Mr. Yi, I wanted to help you tidy up your study." "Oh, by the way, this is Lin Ke, my friend. He came with me to tidy up your study today." When Yi Lingfeng heard Lin Mo Ran mention Lin Ke, he turned around and looked at Lin Ke, still with the same smile. He greeted Lin Ke naturally like an approachable elder. "So you're Lin Ke? I often hear Lin Mo Ran mention you, and today I finally get to see you." So you're a girl?" Lin Ke was about to answer, but Lin Mo Ran beside him couldn't help laughing. "Mr. Yi, Lin Ke is a boy, but he looks too much like a girl." "So that's how it is." Lin Ke pretended to be a little shy and simply greeted Yi Lingfeng, but at this time he was already thinking of another plan. Now was the best time, as there were only 3 people in the room. Besides, we are in a simulation now, just like playing a game, so it's okay to take some risks. Since it is a simulation, Lin Ke is actually in a very relaxed state now. Of course, being relaxed does not mean that Lin Ke has given up, but that he is not nervous at all and can remain almost absolutely calm while thinking about countermeasures. Now he is ready to speed through the answer, just wait for an opportunity. After a while, Lin Mo Ran went out to get some information, and now only Lin Ke and Yi Lingfeng were left in the room. On the left side of the room, a platform for displaying artworks held a stone sculpture of the goddess of war. Standing at the center of the platform, the goddess's helmet tassel trembled slightly, her long hair swirling around her shield carved with reliefs. She gazed sideways, her robe rippling like waves, her stone eyes concealing 1,000-year-old cold light. The goddess of war is one of the 10 6-star constellations in the game. In this world, disrespecting a statue could result in a curse from the constellation, ranging from 2 or 3 days of bad luck to a death sentence. Therefore, normal people only dare to worship these constellations, especially the legendary ones, as their ancestors. But isn't this just a simulation? And I'm in need of a proper weapon. Lin Ke grabbed the legs of the sculpture and held the entire scaled sculpture in his hands. Then he walked straight towards Yi Lingfeng. Yi Lingfeng seemed to be organizing documents at this time and did not pay attention to Lin Ke, who approached him. "Yi Lingfeng!" Lin Ke suddenly shouted. "Ha!" Lin Ke's voice startled Yi Lingfeng, who was sitting in the seat. He never thought that someone like Lin Ke would dare to call him by his name. In this brief moment of distraction, Lin Ke had already rushed in front of Yi Lingfeng, less than a meter. Very close. Just one step. In a flash, Lin Ke raised the sculpture of the goddess of war high in his hand and swung it towards Yi Lingfeng's head. There was a dull thud, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Yi Lingfeng, who hadn't reacted yet, fell asleep and leaned forward onto the table, fearing that it was not safe. Lin Ke hit it a few more times. Only after confirming that the other party was completely dead did Lin Ke, who was a little breathless, stop what he was doing. This body's physical strength is too poor, time was tight and the task was heavy. After taking a short breath, Lin Ke began to search Yi Lingfeng's desk. In addition to various reports recording family personnel changes and capital flows, Lin Ke also found a lot of letters from Yi Lingfeng, 2 of which caught his attention. One of the letters was addressed to an orphanage in Linchang. The content was relatively normal, but the date became strange. After the goods were delivered, they were placed in the basement and someone went to pick them up on August 6. Firstly, who would store goods in a place like an orphanage? Secondly, the date of the goods pickup coincided with the start of the sacrifice, making it hard not to suspect a connection. Pretty close. The second letter was even stranger. There was no signature or even a location, and there was only a strange flower petal in the envelope. Although Lin Ke, who had most of the game's strategy information, seemed to have thought of something, the time was too short and Lin Ke had no time to think too much. After simply writing down the situation on a piece of paper and leaving it on the table, Lin Ke pushed the door open and walked out. After confirming that there was no one outside, he wrote down his speculation and Yi Lingfeng's evil deeds on paper, with the purpose of letting Lin Mo Ran see it when he returned. It didn't matter whether he believed it or not, because he was about to get the evidence. He was going to go home immediately to get his revolver and go directly to the orphanage to see if the offerings were stored there. If it is really stored there, then I can directly obtain a large amount of evidence. Boss, when are we going to start? I really want to cut the meat. Wait, we have to wait for news from the employer before we can start bleeding. Now he hasn't given us any news, so we have to wait. One of them had a scar on his face, a beard, and was wearing a groom's uniform. He looked very fierce. The other man looked much thinner and was wearing an ill-fitting orphanage staff uniform. But strangely, the name written on the uniform was clearly a female name. After we're done, can we taste their blood? Hee, I've never tasted the blood of a young woman before. The burly man dressed as a groom was obviously getting impatient. He tooted and said, Corey, shut up. You've said this 10 times already. Wait for news from your employer and see if he agrees. His name is Reed, and he is a member of a 1.5-star constellation. He usually takes on jobs that require violent crimes. After all, his sign was a criminal, the one who had committed a series of murders in the royal capital 100 years ago that shocked the nation. 11 people in one night. If you want to gain more power inheritance from the constellations, you must do this yourself. But he looked down on his companions, although they are both villains. He advocates the most direct violence, while his companion is a stealth-type constellation family member. His constellation seems to be a crude imitator of Jack the Ripper 100 years ago. He was later caught and received justice. The various actions of his companion are also indescribably disgusting. Just then, there was a knock on the basement door. Go see who's here, the sturdy man ordered. Okay. Corey slid to the door with his waist bent. Just as he put his hand on the door handle, a delicate female voice floated in from outside, a little timidly, It's me. Yi Lungfeng asked me to come. The code was wrong. Ryder frowned slightly, but saw that Corey had already turned the lock. After all, the other party can tell the employer's name, there should be no problem. The door hinge creaked slightly, and just as it was halfway open, Reed heard his companion's short scream explode beside his ear. Ugh. Reed reflexively overturned the chair, picked up the long sword on the table and turned around, but when he saw the scene in front of him, his pupils suddenly froze. At the door, a girl who looked too beautiful was stabbing Corey in the chest with a knife. With the blade almost completely inserted, she twisted her wrist, whipped and stabbed again, and blood splattered on her pale face. Corey's body twitched and then he became motionless. I just want to live a good life. Ryder heard the girl mutter this. What kind of good life is this? Chapter 7 Puppeteer. Kid, what are you doing? Reed's waist and abdomen suddenly sank, and like a cheetah gathering strength, he suddenly stretched out his hind legs, almost kicking a crack in the floor. He rushed towards Lin Ke with the force of breaking the wind, and the whistling sound was filled with uncontrollable anger. Lin Ke didn't even raise his eyelids. Lin Ke wiped the blood off his cheek with his backhand, and with his other hand he pulled out a revolver from his waist as fast as lightning. The revolver turned half a circle between his fingers, the handle fell steadily into his palm, the barrel clicked into the mechanism, and the black muzzle was accurately aimed at Reed's face. The silver will swung out a cold arc under the light. There was no warmth in his eyes, and the knuckles holding the trigger were slightly white. Ryder stared at the girl before him, a chill running down his spine. It was a long-lost fear that almost made him retreat to his knees. He suddenly felt that the person standing opposite him was not a human at all. Those eyes were so still that they reminded him of the afternoons in his childhood when he would squat in the yard and watch ants moving, and the look in his eyes when he pinched a branch and poked it into the anthill, nonchalant and with a hint of playfulness, as if life and death before his eyes were nothing more than a game that could be overturned at any time. But the talent that the constellation gave him, battle fever, quickly dispelled this inexplicable fear, and he immediately entered a combat state. Moreover, there is no point in being afraid. The current situation can only end when one side is completely defeated. He had heard that the weapon the girl was holding at the moment, a revolver, seemed to be an advanced long-range weapon that came from the Western Merchant Republic, but in his opinion, the upper limit of long-range weapons is already limited unless they are protected by a constellation. During one of his escapes, he was fired upon by more than a dozen crossbows, but he finally escaped with minor injuries. You think this little thing can break through my hardened skin? A sinister laugh escaped Reed's throat. My skin and muscles are protected by the constellations. How could such a short weapon possibly hurt me? Bang! The pain arrived even faster than the sound of the gunshot. He instantly felt a hole in his left thigh, and the pain instinctively slowed down his movements. My hardened skin was actually penetrated? No, a weapon with such great power must take time to load. I took advantage of the moment when she was reloading her gun and pounced on her to engage in hand-to-hand combat. but Reed found that the girl showed no sign of stopping aiming, and soon pulled the trigger again, this time, at the left shoulder. In that case, in an instant, Reed stopped his charge in a strange posture, his knees sliding almost half a meter on the ground. He threw the sword beside him. He was just a mercenary and there was no need to sacrifice his life for his employer. "Don't kill me, I know my employer's information." Although Lin Ke still had a blank expression on his face, he felt a little relieved in his heart. To be honest, there was a gambling element in his play this time that he bet that Yi Lingfeng did not look for mercenaries from 2-star constellations, so the muskets could easily suppress 1-star or even 1.5-star constellation followers from 3 steps away. The gun is fast. Within 3 steps, the gun is fast and accurate. He even gambled on his own proficiency with the gun. In fact, after he fired the first bullet, his right hand holding the gun was numbed by the recoil, and the feeling of discomfort was particularly strong, but perhaps because of the calm thinking skill, he immediately returned to normal and continued shooting. Moreover, Reed was a burly swordsman, and he rushed towards him with a long sword at an extremely fast speed. It would be a lie for Lin Ke to say that he didn't feel anything at all. At the same time, his gun was indeed too ineffective. At such a close distance, both shots only hit the limbs, even though he was clearly aiming at the torso, perhaps because of the gunshots. Before Lin Ke had time to go into the basement to check on the sacrifices, noisy voices were heard from the outskirts of this basically abandoned orphanage. "Someone is coming so soon." Lin Ke felt something was wrong. Just as he was about to shout, he heard someone outside shouting, "We are the Lynching Knights, directly affiliated with the Lin family. We have surrounded this place. Listen up, members of the evil constellation inside. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately, or you will be killed without mercy." "Damn, the regular army is coming." Lin Ke responded immediately, "I've already controlled the evil constellation inside. Come on in." "Lin Ke, why are you in there?" It was Lin Moran's voice. "Did Lin Moran bring people to find me after seeing the message I left?" "No, that's not right. Although Lin Moran is the daughter of the Lin family, she is not qualified to mobilize the Lin family's highest security force, the Lynching Knights." With just a word, an ominous premonition grew stronger. Just as Lin Ke was about to answer, he heard a low but clear male voice coming from outside the orphanage wall. "Miss Lin, do you finally believe what I say now? Lin Ke is almost 20 years old and still hasn't found a constellation companion. She has gone astray and wants to gain the approval of the evil constellation by sacrificing innocent people. Old Master Yi discovered his conspiracy and was brutally murdered by him. He even wanted to frame Old Master Yi." "No, something's wrong." Lin Ke felt that something was wrong deep down inside him and it became more and more intense. Before taking action, he had thought that he might be framed, but as long as he had sufficient evidence and the incident happened in a short period of time, the problem should not be serious. What made Lin Ke feel strange now was that they reacted too quickly. Almost at the same time when he was persuading Yi Lingfeng to sleep, someone had noticed his movements and started to take action. "Master Lin, you'd better not go in, right?" "No, I have to go in. After all, Lin Ke was a member of our family. I have to know why he did this." "I want to go in too." This is Lin Moran's voice. "No, Miss Lin must not go in. Protect her, yes. You let me go, this is an order." The noise outside gradually became louder. Lin Ke only knew that a guy named Lord Lin stopped Lin Moran from coming in to see him and asked the people from the Knights to control her. Lin Ke soon saw the so-called Lord Lin. He is the adopted son of the current head of the family, Lin Mohan. Many memories of him came to mind. Lin Mohan was not originally a member of the Lin family. He was an orphan in an orphanage. However, after he was recognized by the 2.5-star constellation at the age of 10, he was appreciated by the current head of the Lin family and was adopted as his son. In fact, before Lin Moran was recognized by the 3-star constellation, Lin Mo Bing was to some extent trained as a candidate for the next generation of succession. At that time, the head of the family's idea was to let Lin Moran marry Lin Mo Bing, and then inherit the position of the head of the Lin family after becoming a son-in-law. After Lin Moran was recognized by the 3-star constellation, although the position of the head of the family was no longer considered for this adopted son who had no Lin family blood, the current head of the family did think about whether to let Lin Moran marry Lin Mo Bing. Just last month, the head of the family even wanted to get the two engaged directly, but somehow, Lin Moran made a big scene and the engagement was called off. Seeing Lin Mo Bing walking towards him, Lin Ke immediately said, "Oh, the uncle I'm controlling now is an important witness. He can prove why everything happened here. I just want to put an end to their conspiracy. But Lin Mohan seemed not to understand and just shook his head and said, Are you still thinking of slandering others at this time? Lin Ku, put down your weapon. Perhaps with the young lady's plea, you can still be spared. There's a mountain of evidence here. What makes you think I, a nobody on the fringes of my family, am capable of orchestrating such a massive evil constellation sacrifice? Lin Ku had already discovered that the other party had no intention of listening to his explanation. He just wanted to put the blame on himself, but he could not remain silent. The more you talk, the more chances you have to get information from him that you don't know yet. The current development is a complete mess. I must have overlooked something. The next moment, he suddenly found that his hands were out of his control, as if they were forcibly bound by something. Lin Ku, what are you doing? Put down your gun and stop resisting. Lin Mobing's tone was urgent, as if he was really heartbroken by what Lin Ku had done, but he clearly saw Lin Mobing in front of him, smiling at him. He saw his hand pick up the gun uncontrollably, and first aimed at Reed, who was slumped beside him. Reed had a terrified expression, but as if he was being controlled, his whole body was stiff and unable to move. Then, his hand pulled the trigger uncontrollably. Bang bang, 2 shots. Reed, the only witness who could be used as a witness, was shot dead. Master Lin, we rushed in to save you. Hearing the gunshots, the knights outside immediately tensed up. Don't come in, don't provoke Lin Ku. He just shot the orphanage security guard and is still very emotional. Lin Mobing shouted outside, but the smile on his lips was almost reaching his ears. Lin Ku wanted to open his mouth to refute, but he felt that he couldn't open his mouth at all, as it was locked by an invisible force. Finally, Lin Mobing walked over to Lin Ku, who was unable to move, and whispered in his ear, How did you know my plan? After waiting for a few seconds, he suddenly sneered again. Forget it, it's not important. I just feel a little regretful now. My puppetry skills haven't yet reached the point where I can control my vocal cords. Even a loser like you without the power of a constellation can't be controlled by me. The most I can do is control your movements and keep your stinky mouth closed. After a pause, Lin Mobing continued. Lin Mo Ran doesn't want to get engaged to me because of you, a piece of trash, right? If I could control your vocal cords, I could make you scold Lin Mo Ran and make her completely give up on you. Then I could take advantage of the situation and comfort the grieving Miss Lin. Once I marry her, the entire Lin family will be mine. Lin Ku has completely figured out what happened. Also, don't you know that the boss dies because he talks too much? Lin Mobing didn't know what Lin Ku was thinking at the moment, and continued to laugh to himself. Unfortunately, my puppetry skill of 2.5 stars is still a little lacking. However, as long as the sacrifice is successful tomorrow, I will have a 3-star constellation. Inheriting the Lin family will not be a problem at all. That ungrateful bitch Lin Mo Ran thought she could ignore me just because she has a 3-star constellation, right? In the end, she was just my plaything. Are you done? Lin Ku's teeth were clattering, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Lin Ku has already decided that as soon as the simulation is over, he will kill this Lao Lu. Yo, you actually managed to break free from my puppetry technique and speak? You must be extremely angry, but what can you do to me? If you were a woman, I wouldn't mind taking you in, but unfortunately, not only are you a man, but you've also repeatedly ruined my plans. I'm tired of it too, so, bye, then? Lin Ku-san? Lin Mobing suddenly retracted the sinister smile on his face and shouted, Lin Ku, don't commit suicide. You still have to live to atone for your sins. Lin Ku's hand was raised and the gun was pressed against his temple. At the last moment, he saw Lin Moyan in the distance breaking free from the knight's restraints, her navy blue skirt lifted by the wind, and she flew towards him. Bang! The gunshots were deafening. The world was instantly drained of all color and sound, and fell into a dead silence. Just before his consciousness faded, warm liquid fell on his face, with a salty and astringent taste. No, this is probably just an illusion. Return to reality. August 3, 1007, 5:30 p.m. Compared to the first simulation, your intelligence gathering abilities have greatly improved, and you've almost grasped the entire situation. At the same time, you seem to have quickly gotten into the zone, becoming indifferent to the deaths that occurred in the simulation, just like a real player, regardless of whether it was someone else's death or your own. This is very efficient, isn't it? Simulation rewards, Chapter 8 Information collection complete, simulation reward, aiming 1 LV, charm 1 LV, points, 15, excessive simulations within the same time period will reduce the efficiency of obtaining points and rewards. The number of simulations in this time period is currently approaching the limit. Aiming level 1 slightly improves shooting stability and accuracy. This is effective against almost any ranged weapon, but is ineffective against spells and other ranged attacks that are not achieved with ranged weapons. Charm level 1 slightly improves your appearance to others, enhancing your aura. Also, your words will be more convincing to others. Perhaps, it can even increase your chances of being noticed by other zodiac signs? Linka suddenly sat up from the bed, covering the left half of his face with his left hand. The heart-wrenching pain he felt when the simulation was interrupted had long since dissipated, but a burning sensation of being torn still seemed to remain beneath his skin, and his nerve endings were still transmitting the belated pain signals in vain, causing his fingertips to feel numb. After a few minutes of rest, Linka got out of bed and came to the desk. Although his mental state was not very good after 2 consecutive simulations, he still decided to make a detailed organization of the existing information. The whole incident wasn't very complicated. Lin Mobing, the adopted son of the Lin family's patriarch, wanted to regain the Lin family's inheritance and gain greater power, so he planned a sacrifice to the evil constellation. Furthermore, Lin Mobing was very cautious and didn't directly show up to do these things. Instead, he used Yi Lingfeng. Wait, was Yi Lingfeng willingly doing these things for Lin Mobing? Then, Linka suddenly remembered the strange envelope he had found in the study before, which contained only a blue-purple petaled medium. This is a particularly common manipulation medium for puppeteer-type followers. In the game, the most famous constellation with puppet power is Euripides, one of the 3 great tragic writers of ancient Greece on Blue Star. Although his star rating is not high, only 3.5 stars, the power system he bestows is very mysterious. He can puppetize the people around him without their knowledge and control them at will to complete a tragedy performance. Because Euripides' power path design was so successful, when Tianmi Company later designed other puppeteers, their skills and abilities were basically fine-tuned based on Euripides. Lin Mobing's zodiac sign is a puppeteer, which means that his power path should not be too different from what he knows. Early puppeteers had a fatal weakness: they could only control those they could see with their naked eyes. Once they left their field of vision, they could no longer control them. However, the constellation Euripides broke this limitation, granting a power system that allowed followers to control others from a distance through the medium of medium. Flower petals with unusual fragrance are a very common medium, because they are common and hidden, making it difficult for ordinary people to detect abnormalities. Of course, there are many types of puppets controlled by puppeteers. In terms of control, the worst type is temporary control, which can temporarily control the enemy's actions for a few seconds during combat. This type of control is often unstable. For example, in the simulation just now, Lin Ku was able to briefly break free from control at the last moment. The most extreme level of control is complete puppetization. This type of control is irreversible and allows for near-perfect control of the other person's body, allowing them to speak and act normally, making it difficult for those around them to detect any abnormalities. However, complete puppetization requires a long process, such as prolonged poisoning or wearing something. As the adopted son of the patriarch, Lin Mobing obviously has many opportunities to come into contact with Yi Lingfeng. As long as he has the intention, it is only a matter of time before he completely puppets him. So now there are only 4 known enemies: Lin Mobing, Yi Lingfeng, and the 2 kidnappers from the orphanage. Although Lin Ku wanted to go to the family's weapons warehouse to choose weapons immediately, to be honest, he was a little too tired. Having just been reborn, he first experienced the blessing of the evil god, then started the first simulation. Before the simulation ended, he fell to the ground and turned into a box, and then he started the second simulation without stopping. Through these 2 simulations, Lin Ku also figured out some details that the system did not tell him. For example, the state at the beginning of the simulation is directly inherited from the state immediately before the simulation began. That is to say, even if he had just woken up in the simulated timeline, if he was very tired before the simulation began, he would also be tired during the simulation, not to mention the aftereffects of having a large amount of memories poured into the brain, which causes a dull pain from time to time. Therefore, in order to better solve the crisis I am facing, I must rest immediately. Almost the moment his head touched the pillow, Lin Ku lost consciousness. Inside the library, Lin Imoran sat in front of the window, feeling quite bored. It is called a library, but in fact it is more like a collection of books within the Lin family. It contains a large number of records about constellations, as well as books on how to exercise the power of constellations and further obtain the power of constellations. Lin Moran originally planned to go to the library today to look for books about her own constellation to see how she could further inherit the power of her constellation. Unfortunately, the records about her own constellation were too scarce. She only knew that she was a princess of an ancient country in historical legends, but was falsely accused of murdering her brother and faced the crisis of losing her inheritance rights. Lin Moran didn't even know the name of his own constellation. He only knew that the power inheritance bestowed upon him was biased towards item making. This is not Lin Moran's fault. Even among constellations of the same star level, there are considerable differences between them. Some constellations just like to be riddlers and need further recognition from their followers before they will gradually tell their stories to them. So naturally, Lin Moran hit a wall. She was a little depressed and looked at the scenery outside the glass door boredly. Suddenly, she was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes lit up. Linka's figure was reflected outside the glass door. The morning light sprinkled on his shoulder-length short hair, coupled with his slightly thin figure, which inexplicably aroused a strong desire to protect him. He is really cute, although her bestie often complained that Linka was not manly at all and looked more feminine than other girls. Strangely enough, Lin Moran quite liked it. Moreover, she had even checked the family tree before and found that she and Linko had no direct blood relationship. Linka's family was a branch of the Lin family before, and later moved back to Lincheng due to the war. The blood connection between the two sides was almost so weak that they only had the same surname. Her eyelashes are long and neat, her black eyes are clear, and her nose is small. The lines of her face are soft but not without refinement. She is so cute that you can hardly take your eyes off her. Her skin is cold and fair, and even the tips of her ears are faintly pink. She looks like a white swan with fluffy wings. Even though she hasn't done anything, people subconsciously want to hold her in their arms and protect her, for fear that her fragility will be blown away by the wind. At first, I wanted to rub his face hard. Just when Lin Moran was still daydreaming, he suddenly found Linka walking towards him. Although they were childhood sweethearts, Lin Moran subconsciously looked away, feeling a little guilty. Linka was actually looking for Lin Moran now, and is planning to take her to the family's armory to choose weapons. Maybe because he was too tired yesterday, he had a good sleep and is now quite energetic. In the original owner's impression, Lin Moran seemed to be a big book lover. So Linka decided to go to the library, where the book lover must go, to find her first. Just as I was about to enter, I was blocked by a white-haired old man at the door. Linko? What are you doing here? This is not the place for you. Only the descendants of the Lin family who have awakened constellations are qualified to come here. Do you understand? This was the first time that Linka personally witnessed how the original owner was treated in the Lin family. Most of the previous ones were just memories, such as being isolated by classmates, and even being insulted and subjected to cold violence. The teachers never had a good impression of Linko, and even believed that he would never be recognized by his zodiac sign. But this is indeed a bit strange, because in the original owner's memory, he was indeed decadent and spent money recklessly outside. For example, the original owner once made friends with a group of bad friends in society who kicked him away like a stray dog on the roadside after spending all his money. The original owner was a bit of a loser, but from what I remember, he had never done anything bad. At most, he would curse the elders in the family and complain after drinking, but Linka's reputation was not good at all. He was called a rich kid, a bad boy, a cat lover, and so on. It's as if someone is deliberately throwing dirty water on me in the dark. Something is just wrong. But if the original owner had heard this from the library manager, he would have been furious, but Linka was much thicker-skinned. After all, his soul had been a human for 2 lifetimes. Linka forced a smile on his face and immediately said, "Uncle Lin, I just wanted to come in and take a look. I wanted to have a goal and see if there are any zodiac signs that are more compatible with me. I can work hard to win their approval." Uncle Lin didn't expect Linka to be so talkative all of a sudden. He was stunned for a moment, then his expression relaxed a little and he continued, "Well, even if you don't have a constellation family, you can still enter the first level of the family, but I haven't forgotten that you damaged the books in the library 2 years ago, so please go back." That time. Linka was about to refute, but suddenly stopped moving because he knew that what he wanted to say had been said countless times by his previous self. The original owner. 2 years ago, he borrowed a book about constellations from the library, but when he brought it to school, it was taken away and torn up by a bully, who then framed Lin Kuo. There were many witnesses, but no one spoke up for Lin Kuo, so he was deprived of the right to enter the library forever. As for Lin Mo Ran, the only person who could support Lin Kuo, he happened to be out of town participating in a Constellation family skill competition at that time. When he came back, everything had been settled. Okay, hurry up. Uncle Lin was about to drive Lin Kuo away when he heard a voice as clear as a yellow oriole from behind him. Uncle Lin, please let Lin Kuo in. As the heir of the Lin family, I guarantee that he will never do anything stupid again. Chapter 9: The Last Simulation. Why do you suddenly want to come to the library? After leading Lin Kuo into the library, Lin Mo Ran asked in a low voice. Lin Kuo answered without thinking, didn't I make a bet with a senior from the academy last week to duel him? I thought I'd come over to look for some information about him. In fact, Lin Kuo wanted to take this opportunity to look up information about Lin Mobing and take a look at the zodiac sign of that senior. After hearing this, Lin Mo Ran felt inexplicably happy, as if he saw that the person he valued had regained his ambition, but after she heard about the bet, she always felt that the whole thing was ridiculous. How about I help you cancel the bet? I know the monitor of that seniors class, so I can, thank you, but I've decided to take this bet. Lin Kuo interrupted Lin Mo Ran and said, "To be honest, he suddenly understood why the original owner had been avoiding Lin Mo Ran intentionally or unintentionally in the past year. Although Lin Mo Ran's starting point was good, she was a little too protective of herself, and this asymmetric kindness also made the original owner feel very pressured. There's even a bit of inexplicable control. Judging from the original owner's memories, when recalling this, Lin Kuo shuddered subconsciously, and some bad thoughts emerged in his mind. Otherwise I'll try to keep a certain distance. Lin Mo Ran didn't know what Lin Kuo was thinking at the moment, and now he enthusiastically acted as a guide. With Lin Mo Ran's help, Lin Kuo quickly found the book he wanted. The contents recorded in the book were similar to the information about the puppeteer in his memory, except for one small point that caught Lin Kuo's attention. 2.5-star constellation, Richard Burbage the interpreter, a famous actor from the Shakespearean era. He grants a puppeteer-like power path, granting his followers 4 awakening stages in 4 primary skills. Note, the Shakespearean era does not exist in the history of any nation. Astrological historians speculate that it may be a period in the legendary First Age. Of course you don't know what Shakespeare's era was, because this is the era of Blue Planet. Lin Kuo skipped over the speculations of the constellation historians in this world about the life of this constellation and looked directly at his skill set. In this world, after gaining the recognition of a constellation, one needs to practice continuously, and sometimes even complete the constellation's tasks to further gain its power. Every time you gain power, it is called an awakening. Each awakening is equivalent to drawing a main skill and at least one passive skill from the constellation's skill library. Therefore, in the game, not only do you need to draw for the game character, but you also need to draw skills when developing the character. If you are not satisfied with the results, you have to spend a huge amount of materials to wash the skills and draw again. 2-star and 2.5-star followers can provide a total of 4 awakenings, which means that you can draw from the skill library 4 times. What caught Lin Kuo's attention was a line of small words on the skill group of the Constellation Atlas. The difference from other puppeteers is that in the skill library of this constellation, the common basic control skill, manipulation, has been replaced by interpretation of tragedy, which has a stronger control effect and faster speed, and the control time has been significantly improved compared to manipulation. However, when using dramatic performance to control others, you must perform the same actions and synchronize the performance. For fully puppetized puppets, synchronization is not required. This is what makes Lin Kuo feel conflicted. He clearly remembered that when he simulated Lin Mobing controlling him last time, he did not move in sync with him. Logically speaking, interpretation of tragedy is the initial skill that one will obtain after gaining recognition from the constellation, and it is compulsory, and one cannot refuse it. It is impossible for Lin Mobing to have ordinary control skills, right? Sure enough, some key information was still missing. Lin Kuo sighed deeply when he was about to read another book. Lin Mo Ran, who had been watching Lin Kuo silently, suddenly said, "Lin Kuo, I feel like you have changed a lot." Lin Mobing's sudden question made Lin Kuo's heart skip a beat. He tried to keep his expression unchanged and said calmly, "Really? People grow up." Although Lin Kuo has received almost all the memories of the original owner, he is not the original owner. No matter how hard he tries to disguise himself, he is definitely not the original Lin Kuo. But Lin Mobing shook his head and continued, "No, it just makes me feel that you are more like your childhood self now. focusing on one thing and curious about everything. A month ago, you definitely couldn't have spent 2 hours in a library looking at a boring illustrated book. Anyway, I like you this way. After saying this, Lin Moran turned her head away. She raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, and her fingertips touched the hot earlobe. Linka didn't care about Lin Moran's abnormality, but focused on time. As so much time passed, although Linka still wanted to continue searching for information to resolve the slight uneasiness in his heart, time waits for no one. Oh yes, Lin Moran, I want to choose a weapon. Can you accompany me to the family's armory to take a look? Everything went smoothly after that, and I got the revolver and more than 20 rounds of fixed ammunition. After saying goodbye to Lin Moran, Linka returned home before it was completely dark. Outside the window, dusk deepened, like rice paper soaked in ink, gradually staining the entire sky. The lights of Lincheng lit up one after another, dots of warm yellow dotting the night sky, winding along the veins of the streets like a river, but they could never illuminate the thick, impenetrable darkness outside the city. In the twilight, the forest completely lost its daytime silhouette. The silhouettes of thousands of trees overlapped, like countless dormant animal claws, weaving an impenetrable web at the edge of the city. The wind whimpered as it passed through the trees, making one's heart tighten. The inky blackness seemed to have life, silently wriggling and spreading, like a silent giant beast, its invisible mouth open, quietly devouring light and boundaries. Remaining points, 20. In the first simulation, I was harmed by Yilingfeng at the beginning and hardly collected any useful information. In the second simulation, Linka finally found out the murderer behind the scenes, Lin Mobing. The last ray of hope was snuffed out like a candle flame by the night wind. Linka looked at the words jumping on the system interface, and his knuckles turned white from the force. During the first simulation, he could still delude himself into thinking that perhaps he was just unlucky to have run into Yilingfeng's sacrifice list. But the two experiences were like two heavy hammers, shattering all his illusions. Lin Mobing had never intended to let him live from the beginning. This sacrifice was just a pretext for killing someone with a borrowed knife. He had already been listed as a must-eliminate person. There's no escaping it. Countless questions swirled in his mind. Why were Lin Mobing's skills so different from those described in the illustrated manual? Was the patriarch truly unaware of this conspiracy? Would destroying the ceremony venue beforehand completely thwart his plans? He tried to simulate again and again, piecing together the truth like a puzzle. But the point balance on the system interface was a cold reminder of reality. Every attempt had a price. Linka took a deep breath, and the last bit of hesitation in his eyes was replaced by determination. He had never been a gambler, and he certainly didn't believe in luck. The only way, as clear as the cold light on the blade kill, only by eradicating all dangerous factors can he protect himself, Lin Moran, and the ordinary people in Lin City who are unaware of the danger. Slide your finger across the screen, locking the simulation start time at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, the last day before the sacrifice. Simulation start time, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Simulation cost, 10 points. Start/cancel Lin Kuz. Thumb hovered over the start button, paused for half a second, and then pressed it hard. Chapter 10. Your office seems a bit urbanized. Simulation start time, August 5 th8:00. Remaining time, 12 hours. Linka wrote down two things in his notebook. The first was to prepare his weapons, check his revolver, and bring a sharpened knife. The second was to rest well and keep his body in the best condition. Although the mental state is inherited from before the simulation begins, the physical condition cannot be changed by human will. I seem to have asked for leave from school, but I am still wearing my student uniform, which is easy to move in. He wore a gray, coarse cotton smock with a squared collar and cuffs that had been fuzzed from repeated washing, yet starched crisply, just enough to cover his wrists. He wore dark brown linen trousers, slightly tapered and tied at the ankles with a simple hemp rope to prevent drag. He wore thick soled leather boots with frayed edges. A canvas belt was slung across his waist, with an old leather bag on it. Normally, it would contain textbooks and a few quill pens, but today, it contained a knife and a revolver. There were no extra decorations, and even the texture of the fabric was rough. Although your outfit is basic, your face makes up for it well. Linka looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but think. In his previous life, his appearance was actually quite ordinary, the kind that you couldn't find if you threw him into a crowd. Although my face is far from the sunny and handsome look I dreamed of, I have to say that it is still very good looking and recognizable. It was daytime, and perhaps because people of the same age were all going to school, there were not many people on the street. Even those who knew Linka did not find it strange that a student from his school appeared on the street. After all, in their memory, Linka was just an idle gangster. It was normal for him to be outside the school during class, right? Lin Ku had thought about carrying out the mission at night, but the defense of Lin City was even tighter at night. After all, it was a border city, and it was necessary to prevent infiltration by foreign races. What he had to do now was to go directly to Lin Mobing and catch the other party off guard through the information gap. The strength of a puppeteer lies in the puppets he controls. The stronger the puppets, the stronger their combat effectiveness. However, their own physical strength and combat effectiveness are very weak, and they may not even be as good as some one-star combat constellations. If a puppeteer wants to maintain his intimidation, there are two ways. One is to hide his identity as a puppeteer, and the other is to hide his identity as a puppet. But Lin Ko, who has a simulation system, has made these two deterrent methods ineffective. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that Lin Mobing has other puppets hidden in his hands. That bastard Lin Moran thinks he's so great just because he's a descendant of the 3 stars constellation, right? All he can do is make special items. What's so great about that? Holding the letter in which Lin Moran once again rejected his date request, Lin Mobing's face wrinkled. Although his adoptive father was trying to match him up with Lin Moran remained unmoved. In fact, Lin Mobing had already guessed the reason. Lin Moran had someone else in his heart for a long time, and it was that useless thing Lin Ku. This made Lin Mobing even more angry. He was actually not as good as a piece of trash. Perhaps there had been some genuine feelings in the past. After all, Lin Moran was beautiful, generous, and talented, a leader among the younger generation of the Lin family. But after repeated attempts and rejections, that little bit of affection had long been crushed to shreds by the repeated rejections, leaving only a bone-chilling hatred. His fingertips caressed the tabletop, and a dark thought surfaced: it didn't matter if she didn't obey. At worst, I could make her a puppet like I did with Yilanfeng. However, she had the protection of the 3 stars behind her, so forcing her would definitely not work. I had to take advantage of the sacrificial ceremony and strike while I was communicating with the stars to have a chance of winning. But recently, no matter how he called out, the constellation seemed to be sinking in the deep sea, with no response, and even stopped giving him any more tasks. This made him feel anxious. He had been stuck in his first awakening for too long, so long that he almost doubted that he would always be like this. Only by performing tragedy can we gain further strength? How can we perform tragedy? Yes, I can use the people around me to perform tragedy. Lin Moran, you forced me to do all this. I didn't want to do such a thing as a living sacrifice, nor did I want to poison my adoptive father's food. It's all your fault, Lin Mobing thought with gritted teeth. Oh, right. And Lin Ku. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Tie that kid up and take him to the ceremony site. When everything is over, throw all the dirty water on him. He seemed to have already seen the scene. Lin Ku was regarded as the culprit by his family and his bones were crushed to ashes. Lin Moran hugged his corpse and cried bitterly, and finally found himself a puppet at the mercy of others. His adoptive father died from the poison he had fed himself. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The corners of Lin Mobing's mouth curled up into a ferocious arc, and the muscles on his cheeks twitched uncontrollably, as if he had thought of something extremely pleasurable, and a strange laugh came from his throat. What a tragic script. After completing such a story, I might be able to awaken for the second time, Lin Mobing thought excitedly, but after feeling the progress of digesting the power bestowed by the constellation in his body, still no movement, this grand performance must have not yet begun. Once it begins, the constellation master will surely grant me more strength. Just as Lin Mobing was about to give a task to his puppet, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Master Lin, someone said there's an urgent matter and they need to report it to you in person. Lin Mobing clicked his tongue and then asked, who is it? It's the younger generation in the family, Lin Ku. Lin Ko? Lin Mobing was delighted. It was really effortless to get it. It actually came to his door. I was originally thinking of asking Yi Lingfeng to send someone to kidnap him, but it seems that this step can be skipped. Let him in. After a while, a beautiful girl was seen walking into the room. In fact, there was another reason why he held a grudge against Lin Ku. When Lin Ku first entered the school, Lin Mobing was already a senior who was about to graduate. He discovered this beauty and thought that the other party was a top-notch junior girl. He had been suppressing his feelings for too long and directly all in confessed his feelings, but the final result can be imagined. Although only Lin Ku and I knew about this matter, and Lin Ku did not tell anyone else about it later, from this moment on, the person who knew about my black material could not be kept. In fact, some of the bullies against Lin Ku were sent by him, hoping to get him expelled from school. So much so that now Lin Mobing feels a little nauseous when he sees Lin Ku's face. After clearing out other irrelevant personnel and firmly locking the soundproof door, he looked at Lin Ku with a smile and asked, "Lin Ku, what's the urgent matter? Why are you rushing to see me? Don't be anxious, take your time." Lin Ku seemed very reserved, although deep down he had cursed this bastard countless times and had long seen through this pervert who wanted to perform Sichuan opera with him. I brought something." His voice was tense. He glanced at Lin Mobing quickly when he raised his eyes, then lowered his head hurriedly. Can I take it out?" "No problem," but the word "ah" was still on the tip of his tongue, and his pupils suddenly shrank the moment Lin Ku pulled his hand out of the briefcase. What slipped out from the folds of the canvas was not an object, but a revolver with a cold glow. The black muzzle of the gun rose up as fast as lightning. Lin Mobing's pupils widened at that moment, and the scream in his throat seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand, and only a hoarse sound came out. He watched Lin Ku's beautiful, seductive face turn expressionless in an instant, and his knuckles on the trigger suddenly tensed. Bang! Chapter 11, Sheep in the Wolf's Mouth. Lin Mobing didn't even have the chance to open his mouth before the intense pain made him fall directly to the ground. He curled up into a ball because of the immense pain. In order to ensure a hit, Lin Ku chose to aim at the chest instead of the head. In fact, it is somewhat counterintuitive that, ignoring the degree of protection, the damage caused by pneumothorax and open wounds from a blow to the torso is not much worse than that caused by an attack on the heart and head, and the area is larger and very painful. If you only aim at vital points like playing FPS games, your shooting efficiency is actually very low. Lin Mobing's consciousness drifted in and out of the pain, with only one thought racing through his mind: how could it be him? How could this loser, who had always been under his feet, dare to shoot directly? Before he could figure out what was going on, Lin Ku had already stepped closer. Bang! When the second gunshot rang out, a light blue system prompt popped up in front of Lin Ku's eyes. Passive skill, aiming 1 LV, takes effect. You passed a shooting check. Difficulty level 10. Aiming/shooting 10/20. Big success tonight. Lady Luck is smiling. In slow motion, you can see a strange scene. The moment the bullet leaves the barrel, it seems to be gently flicked by an invisible force field, and its trajectory is slightly deflected, and it pierces Lin Mobing's neck accurately with a sharp scream. Warm blood suddenly gushed out from between his fingers. Lin Mobing's eyes suddenly widened, and Lin Ku's cold face was reflected in his dilated pupils. He covered his throat in vain, a ho-ho sound of air leaking from his throat. His limbs twitched a few times, and finally he became completely motionless like a rag doll that had all its strength drained away. Lin Mobing wanted to ensure the sound insulation of the room, but now it completely killed him. The sound-absorbing crystals on the walls and doors absorbed most of the gunshots. Lin Ku opened the door of Lin Mobing's office and walked out calmly. The mastermind behind the incident was killed by himself like this. Lin Ku inexplicably felt a sense of unreality. For some reason, the tall guard at the door collapsed to the ground like a puppet without anyone controlling it. Lin Ku was stunned for a moment before quickly reacting. He touched the guard's breath with his hand. Still breathing, still alive. For a puppet, if its puppeteer dies or is out of control, it will fall into a coma due to the brain's self-protection mechanism. If the degree of puppetization is not too deep, it can wake up, but if the degree of puppetization is too deep, it may become a complete vegetable. I didn't expect Lin Mobing to be so cautious that he even turned his guards into half-puppets, but this is better. No one noticed anything unusual until Lin Ku walked out of the Lin family's office. After completing the most critical step of the entire plan, Lin Ku did not choose to go to the orphanage alone as he did in the last simulation, but decided to seek external assistance, or in other words, a force that could testify for him. He originally thought about going directly to the Lin family knights, but after a rational analysis, he decisively ruled out this option. The most important point is that the Lin family knights themselves are the direct administrative body of the Lin family. And what they have to do is to expose the huge scandal that the adopted son of the head of the Lin family is to be sacrificed. If the news is not blocked, not only will it affect the people of Lincheng, but it may even alarm the house of nobles in the royal capital, and the impact will be difficult to control. Although it was only a possibility, Lin didn't want to take the risk of being silenced. Therefore, with the idea of making things bigger than necessary, Lin Ku planned to directly bring the matter to the attention of a force that had little to do with the interests of the Lin family and was even in conflict with them, the local Three Goddesses Church. Lin Ku quickened his pace along the way, walking along the main road of Lincheng towards the city center. The first thing that catches your eye is a huge clock tower, sculptures of the three symbols of the three goddesses, a staff, a sword, and a book. You can see sculptures of the three goddesses in the cathedral of the royal capital, but in the countryside, considering the construction costs, symbolic objects are generally used instead of human sculptures. By the way, the three goddesses seem to be several constellations in the game, and they are even 6-star constellations, of which there are only 10 in the entire game. The constellations include not only historical or mythological figures from Blue Planet, but also a number of original constellations, such as the three goddesses. But Lin Kuo remembered that in the game, it seemed that only the warlock goddess and the warrior goddess could get their recognition. As for the remaining goddesses of wisdom, it seemed that the game officials did not have a recognition path at all, but there were portraits. Because of its beautiful portrait, it has always been regarded as a popular satellite by players, but for some reason, it has not yet landed. Moreover, due to some NT designs of Tianmi Company, players are unlikely to go the church route to gain the recognition of the warlock goddess or the warrior goddess. After all, they all have more advanced substitutes. For example, the war goddess Athena is a higher level substitute for the warrior goddess. The three goddesses cult is the official sect of most human kingdoms on the continent. 100 years ago, due to the peasants' war in the kingdom, it split into the reformed sect and the new sect. It emphasizes justification by faith and advocates that as long as there is faith, one can obtain salvation from the three goddesses, while weakening the role of indulgences, church taxes, etc. But later, with the failure of the vigorous peasant war, the emerging sect was brutally suppressed and has almost disappeared to this day. Coincidentally, the goddess of wisdom also lost a considerable number of believers after that. Lin Kuo recalled some information about the three goddesses cult in his mind. In fact, the game officials have dug a lot of big holes in the church of the three goddesses and have not filled them. I thought there would be related activities later, but there has been no movement, perhaps because it was working hours. There were not many people in the church. You find the person in charge of the church and tell her about Lin mobbing, then you can take them directly to the orphanage to get evidence. Just then, two nuns in black uniforms walked past Lin Kuo. Lin Kuo was about to raise his hand to stop them and ask where the god of the church was, but suddenly, he felt his thoughts stop for a moment. Wait. What am I supposed to do? Passive skill, Calm Thinking 1 LV, takes effect. Difficulty level, 21. Resisting mental stagnation, 2113. Fail. At this moment, Lin Kuo felt as if his head had suddenly rusted and could no longer move. The maximum number a d20 can roll is 20, so the difficulty level is 21. So no matter how you roll the dice, it's a failure. No, that's not right, my thinking has been affected. Lin Kuo was about to speak when he found himself being hugged from behind. Little sister, how could you bring such a dangerous thing into the church? Lin Kuo touched the leather bag on her shoulder, but found that both the knife and the revolver were missing. He turned around and found a red-haired priestess with black eye bands around her eyes looking at him with a smile, playing with Lin Kuo's revolver in her hand. Has this revolver been fired recently? Can you tell me the truth about what you did? A nun who was already in her 50s or 60s was stunned for a moment after seeing this sudden change. Then she showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and pointed at Lin Kuo and shouted, "A Bishop Grace, he's a well-known bad boy in Linchang. He must have stolen the revolver. He must have done something bad." Him? The evil young man? The expression on Grace's face clearly changed slightly. Lin Kuo was about to speak when he found that Grace, who was originally sitting in front of him, appeared beside him at some point. Then, she stretched out her beautiful, slender fingers, touched Lin Kuo's neck all the way to his chin, and then continued stroking upwards for a while. How could such a beautiful girl be a boy? Before she knew it, Grace was pressed against Lin Kuo's back. You seem calm? Finally having a suitable opportunity to speak, Lin Kuo said, "Because I came here to report a particularly heinous incident involving human sacrifices involving the Lin family. I used this revolver to kill the mastermind behind the incident." After hearing this rather dense sentence, Grace paused and continued, "Why should I trust you?" "Because I can take you to see the evidence right now, tons of evidence." "Then how did you get this evidence?" "Because I am a sacrifice." "Then logically speaking, shouldn't you have already died as a sacrifice to the evil constellation?" Grace obviously couldn't completely believe Lin Kuo's words, although she could use her ability to judge that what Lin Kuo said now was probably true. Judge of the scales, this is her constellation. In addition to granting her the miraculous power to purify heresy, the constellation also grants her the ability to discern lies. Lin Kuo thought for a few seconds and said, "Because I can dream about it happening." Because this is a simulation, Lin Kuo decided to tell it truthfully first. Of course, he said this with reservation. To be precise, Linke's prediction is not precognition, but a simulation that is more powerful than precognition, which can try to change the future. A half-truth is still the truth. When Grace first heard this, she thought Linke was confused due to fever, but after asking a few more questions, she felt more and more surprised. This kid named Linke really didn't lie? My eye of the scales tells me this is all true. Wait a moment, Grace suddenly thought of a very strong possibility. A saint? She possesses the ability to predict the future. Isn't that the legendary saint? Or perhaps a saint in preparation. Whenever a crisis occurs in the world, the church will select a saint from the reserve saints to act with the brave man. Moreover, most of the saints have the blood of the three goddesses to a greater or lesser extent. Except for the blood of the goddess of wisdom, which seems to have been cut off 100 years ago, the blood of the other two goddesses is everywhere, especially in the family tree of the kingdom's nobles. No, that's not right. Isn't Linke a boy? But suddenly, Grace thought of the information she had read in a certain manuscript in the church before. The offspring born from the goddess bloodline can only be female, but if it is a male, which is extremely rare, it will be transformed into a female appearance. Grace came across this manuscript by chance while studying in the royal cathedral. It tells some interesting rumors or trivia about the three goddesses. At that time, Grace read it as a piece of street literature, but when she wanted to see the transcript next time, she was told that the book did not exist in the library. Could it be that Linke really has the blood of a goddess? I just came here to try my luck. I was in front of the church hoping that the goddess would bless me, and then I walked in and saw you. Linke used an imposed causality without changing his expression. This sentence is completely true and is just stating the facts, but if you think about it carefully, it will make people subconsciously feel that praying to the goddess for protection and seeing you are causally related. For Grace, whose mind was still confused at the moment, the impact of this sentence was stronger than Linke could imagine. Goddess? Did the goddess guide him here? However, there are already two prospective saints in the church. How could there be another one? A warrior goddess's potential saint, a sorcerer goddess's potential saint. Wait a moment, Grace was now pacing back and forth excitedly. There is a possibility Linke was the descendant of the bloodline of the goddess of wisdom that has been extinct for 100 years. Linke didn't expect that his random fabrication would cause such a big reaction from Grace. His precognitive ability is not precognition. It is a simulation system that was awakened by the potential stimulated by an unknown evil god, and he was a game player in his previous life. It has nothing to do with the saint's precognitive ability. If the church finds out about this, won't they purify me in a second? Linke was still thinking about what to say when he heard Grace's serious voice. Linke, there is a possibility that you are one of the candidate saints, and you are also the candidate saint of the goddess of wisdom who has disappeared for more than 100 years. Wait, I'm a boy. It doesn't matter. The power of the holy light will cleanse you of the male filth. Grace suddenly smiled very sweetly. Hearing this, Linke suddenly had a very bad premonition. Just as he was about to ask how to purify it, he heard Grace continue. Chapter 12. Bad ending. My current mission is to escort you to the capital, to meet with the Archbishop, and to undergo the Saint's qualification test. Don't worry, I will protect you. Because this matter was of great importance, Grace had asked all irrelevant people to leave, and now only Linke and herself were left in the room. After a pause, Grace continued, but the most important thing right now is to resolve the human sacrifice incident you mentioned. While solving the incident, we can also verify whether what Linke said is true. If the human sacrifice incident he said is really happening, it is equivalent to indirectly verifying his predictive ability. Are you going to solve this with me alone? Although he had dealt with the mastermind, Linke still felt that he should be cautious. What? Little brother, are you doubting my ability? Please reintroduce yourself. I am Gracebell, the Bishop of the Kingdom's 25th Subdiocese. I also serve as the Diocesan Inquisitor of Heresy, possess the 3-star constellation, Judgment of the Scales, and am a third-time Awakener. Although my constellation isn't primarily for combat, I have a strong affinity for holy light techniques. I'm probably a bit stronger than the current head of your Lin family, Lin Ruochuan. Before she finished her words, a faint light slowly emerged behind her. It was the shadow of an exquisite balance. The silvery white light was soft but not to be taken lightly. The trays at both ends were suspended in the halo, as if silently weighing the truth and falsehood, good and evil in the world. Even the air seemed to be cleansed by this holy light and became clearer. Linke's doubts were largely dispelled. The third Awakener, the Heretic Inquisitor, and the affinity with the holy light. Magic. These titles combined do sound more intimidating than the reclusive head of the Lin family. Do you know who the evil constellation is that Lin Mobing wants to sacrifice? Seeing that Lin no longer had any questions, Grace continued to ask. All I know is that his current constellation is the 2.5-star puppeteer, tragedian Richard Burbage. Lin shook his head and replied, in fact, there is a lot of information in the game intelligence database in his mind, but the most uncertain point for Lin Ku is that it is difficult for him to say that Lin Mobing's constellation promotion ceremony is completely correct. Moreover, in his impression, there is no constellation promotion ceremony for the constellation of tragedian Richard Burbage. If Lin Mobing wants to gain the favor of a 3-star constellation, he can only change his constellation. A higher star constellation can deprive the dependents of a low-star constellation and make them its own. Therefore, it is very likely that there are quite serious problems with Lin Mobing's entire ceremony. Well, anyway, the evil constellation he prayed for couldn't be more than 3 stars. I'm more than capable of handling this matter. Grace smiled and continued, but I have a request. Could you please let me touch your face again? Lin suddenly felt a little alert that he found that the district bishop named Grace started to touch him as soon as they met, and he always felt that something was wrong. As if she had heard what Lin was thinking, Grace spoke with a hint of grievance in her tone. Actually, I can't see anything, so I can only feel what you look like by touch. Can you let me see you more carefully? After hearing what Grace said, Lin felt embarrassed to say anything more and immediately moved his face closer. Then he felt a pair of gentle hands touching him, first the small chin, then the cheeks, then the beautiful nose. But after rubbing for a long time, Lin found that Grace had no intention of letting go, and even made a strange laugh. Stop. Lin already seriously suspected that Grace might have some perverted tendencies. Grace didn't force him, she immediately let go of his hand. It's normal for girls to touch each other's faces like this. First of all, I'm not a girl, and secondly, I think it's not nice for girls to touch a stranger's face like crazy. Lin replied righteously. It's okay, you will be soon. What does soon mean? Lin suddenly felt a chill in his lower body. What does this mean? Time is running out, let's go to the basement of the orphanage you mentioned. Although Lin had many questions in his mind, he knew that this was not the time to ask these questions. The two did not walk. Grace waved her hand and borrowed the church's carriage. In less than half an hour, the two arrived at the orphanage. It was still as deserted as last time, but the difference was that as soon as the two of them walked into the door of the orphanage's basement, they smelled a strong smell of blood. The orphanage director who was accompanying them turned pale instantly. Mrs. Grace, I don't know what happened here. I only lent the underground warehouse of my orphanage to the Lin family. I have no idea what they stored in it later. Grace was too lazy to pay attention to the dean now. After all, she could just ask him casually later to find out whether the dean knew about it or was involved. Did you foresee that there would be a smell of blood here in your dream? Grace did not break in immediately, but protected Lin behind her first, and then asked. No, I don't remember it being like this. Lin hesitated for a moment and then spoke. He remembered that the last time he simulated this place, there should be no other strange smell except the damp smell of the basement. Grace didn't pay much attention to this small problem. Such detailed issues may not be reflected in the prediction. A pale golden holy light suddenly burst out, spreading in front of Grace like flowing water, and instantly condensed into a translucent, holy light barrier, protecting her and Lin firmly inside, with fine light patterns flowing on the surface of the barriers. Grace then raised her hand and pushed it forward. A dazzling white light gathered in her palm. As her fingertips moved slightly, the light suddenly compressed. Light explosion bomb. After a low buzzing sound, white light shot towards the wooden door like a cannonball. With a loud bang, the heavy wooden door was instantly torn into countless pieces, and wood chips mixed with dust flew everywhere. Even the doorframe was shaking. The debris outside the barrier was bounced away by the holy light, and Lin on the inside only felt the heat wave on his face, but was unharmed. Grace withdrew her hand, and the barrier collapsed. How's it going? Holy light spells are all pretty cool, right? When you become a saint, you'll be able to perform spells that are 10 times more impressive than these. Seeing that there seemed to be no danger in the basement, Grace spoke to make Lin relax a little, but Lin doesn't want to be a saint at all. It seems that after the simulation is over, I have to think carefully about how to talk to the church members. I must not be treated as a saint like this time then. After entering the basement, the two of them had no time to chat. Two bodies, one big and one small. Lin recognized these two people. They were the guards of the two sacrifices that appeared in the last simulation. Judging from the way they died, it seemed that the two people were fighting each other and finally died together, but judging from the amount of blood on the ground, there were far more people bleeding here than just these two. Almost the entire floor was covered with a sticky dark red liquid. A normal person could tell what the liquid was just by smelling it. Grace looked back at Lin Ko, and after confirming that he did not look uncomfortable, she continued to lead him inside. Lin Ko's heart was lifted again. The situation here almost all points to the worst outcome. The sacrifice has not been completed, and it has even been brought forward. This was the point that confused Lin Ko the most. Logically speaking, he had already killed Lin Mobing, and the subsequent living sacrifice should not have happened at all. The reason why Lin Ko was able to remain calm and think was because he knew that everything could be rewritten now. Instead of panicking, it would be better to find a way to save everything. In reality, although there were many deviations in the bloodletting ceremony, the general situation was basically the same as what Lin Ko described. For some evil constellations, the sacrifices they require must be pure objects after bloodletting. Because the situation in the basement was too bad, Grace quickly took Lin Ko out of the basement. Grace turned her back to the tragic scene, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the bishop's badge, and took several deep breaths to suppress the discomfort in her throat. She had seen many cases of madness caused by heretics, but the scene before her still made her chest feel tight until she caught a glimpse of Lin Ko beside her. She was about to ask Lin Ko if he wanted to take a break, but the words got stuck in her throat. The young man was half squatting on the ground, holding a bloodstained piece of cloth between his fingertips, his brows slightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. His profile appeared unusually calm in the dim light, even his eyelashes didn't tremble, as if the blood before him had nothing to do with him and he was just analyzing an ordinary piece of information. Lin Ko, you. Grace's voice was a little hoarse. She wanted to ask him if he wanted to go out for some fresh air, but her tone changed when the words came to her lips. She suddenly remembered the scene when she opened the basement door just now, when the two corpses with hideous expressions and pools of solidified blood caught her eyes. Her heart tightened, but Lin Ko's pupils only shrank for half a second, and then returned to normal, without even a trace of fear, disgust, or anger. This is so abnormal. Grace looked at Lin Ko's focused profile, and a chill suddenly ran down the back of her neck. He had just reached adulthood, and should have been at an age where he still had a naive reaction to the cruelty of the world, but this can no longer be explained by good psychological quality or broad knowledge, but it seems like he doesn't care about what happens here at all, and just maintains absolute rational thinking in order to accomplish something. She suddenly had a doubt about what would happen if Lin Ko in front of her really became a saint. Just when Grace hesitated for a moment, Lin Ko's voice interrupted her thoughts. Bishop Grace, I hear the voice of the constellations. The voice of the constellations? Are some constellations starting to pay attention to you? No, to be precise, it was Lin Mobing's constellation that was trying to communicate with me. It told me that Lin Mobing is not dead and hopes that we can stop his sacrifice. Chapter 13 Epilogue. Several constellations are paying attention to you at this moment. After decisively killing Lin Mobing, such a voice appeared in Lin Ko's ears. This shows that a plurality of constellations were attracted by Lin Ko's sudden action, but it is hard to say whether their gazes were kind or malicious. In fact, if ordinary people in this world want to gain the recognition of the zodiac signs, the first step is to make some unexpected moves to attract the attention of the zodiac signs. A more understandable way to put it is that Lin Ko is like the host, and the zodiac signs are the audience. If you want to attract a zodiac sign to your live broadcast room, you either need to do something eye-catching, or have some special qualities, or simply be very good-looking. But no matter what, you must have something that others don't have, and be unique enough to attract the attention of other zodiac signs. And if you are really good or special enough, then the zodiac signs will start to reward you in the live broadcast room in order to make you his dependent and spread his name. The ultimate form of live broadcast rewards is to choose one among the constellations, become his follower, and gain his power. This is reflected in the game as various constellations will come over to evaluate the player's actions during the game. It is a very interesting interactive system, but the live broadcast room will not be closed after that. If you are still good enough, the zodiac signs will come to watch your live broadcast even if they can no longer turn you into their spouse. Moreover, the zodiac signs will not reveal their names to ordinary people in the live broadcast room, but will give themselves some net names. For example, the one in front of Lin Ko, the tragic artist, is watching you and is shocked by what you have done. He decides to continue watching you and calls his brother, the Goose Knight, to watch you together. Number of constellations currently paying attention to you, 2. But at that time, Linka didn't care much about the gazes of these constellations, but as they continued to act, the two zodiac signs also began to comment. For example, after being caught by Grace and having his weapons confiscated, the tragic artist agrees with Grace's actions and believes that it is wrong to bring a weapon into a church. The Goose Rider thinks the church is too rigid. When they entered the orphanage basement and saw the tragic situation inside, their emotions changed very little. Two zodiac signs commented frowny face. Both the tragic artist and the Goose Knight think your reaction is a bit too flat, but the Goose Knight thinks you are right to think calmly, while the tragic artist still thinks your reaction is too cold, which makes him, a sensitive sign, feel a little uncomfortable. But Linku had never paid much attention to the comments about the two constellations, because they were basically useless except for making some complaints. But until just now, the tragic artist hopes that you can put an end to the actions of his follower, Lin Mobing, and he is willing to guide you to where he is. Wait a minute, are you saying that Lin Mobing's constellation is willing to guide us to his location? Grace was surprised after listening to Lin Ku's simple retelling. Yes. To be able to make his own constellation determined to erase him, it seems that what Lin Mobing did has seriously violated the will of his constellation. This sentence is easy to understand. There are good and evil zodiac signs. Although most of them have little restraint and control, if a zodiac sign finds that you are doing something it doesn't like, it will do some very obvious things, such as cold violence against its relatives, not giving tasks for a long time, or simply cutting off contact, and not responding to how its relatives call it at this stage. If the relatives can change their minds, it would be fine. But if they continue to be stubborn and their actions have already involved some bottom lines of principle, then it will be like Lin Mobing's current situation. The constellation will entrust other mortals to punish their relatives, and the severity ranges from a severe lesson to beating them half to death. Lin Mobing's constellation directly hopes that Lin Ku will kill Lin Mobing, which is enough to show how stupid what Lin Mobing did was. Then without further ado, shall we set off? Lin Ku asked tentatively. Grace nodded, but soon grabbed Lin Ku's shoulders and said excitedly, "You've already maintained long-term communication with multiple constellations, even receiving detailed instructions from them, even though you haven't received their approval yet. Even after my third awakening, I still can't communicate with them as smoothly as you do. It seems the bloodline flowing in your veins is truly extraordinary." Although Grace was still wearing the blindfold, Lin Ku could still feel as if a pair of burning gazes were staring at him, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. He leaned back and struggled to break free from Grace's restraints. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this?" "Of course there's a problem. A normal mortal without the power of constellations can only hear the intermittent whispers of the constellations. It's impossible for them to see as clearly as you do, or even maintain it for such a long time. Even I find it difficult to do so. So what?" Lin Ku didn't think it mattered. He just wanted to find out why Lin Mobing was not killed by him, and then end this simulation. This means that not only do you have the blood of the goddess, but it might even be at a high concentration. It's almost certainly a case of atavism. You should have the highest concentration of goddess blood among the three saints preparing this time. No. It might even be the highest concentration in the past 500 years. Furthermore, it's the blood of the goddess of wisdom that has disappeared for 100 years. Lin may have noticed that the other party's tone was trembling. Grace had long lost her initial calmness and composure. At this moment, she was like a fanatic who had seen a holy relic. "Well, the matter at hand hasn't been resolved yet, so let's focus on Lin Mobing first." Lin Ku interrupted. Hearing this, Grace calmed down a little. Perhaps thinking that the constellation was still watching the situation here, she said, "You're right. Therefore, we must end this battle quickly and bring you back to the capital. This is the most important thing, even more important than my life." Everything went almost smoothly, and they found Lin Mobing, who was going crazy in a dark forest. The forest was filled with a strong smell of blood. Every 2 steps, a lifeless sacrifice was tied to a tree trunk. The stiff body swayed slightly in the wind, like a rag doll hanging from a branch. The most shocking thing was the strange pattern in the clearing in the center of the forest. A huge eye was gurgling with dark red liquid, undulating on the ground as if it had life. The position of the eye pupil was piled with offerings, and in the center was a familiar figure, Lin Moran. Just like the first simulation, she was firmly fixed there, her eyes closed, her long eyelashes stained with grass debris, and she was obviously in a coma. Lin Ka suppressed the urge to rush forward to rescue Lin Mo Ran, and instead turned to look at Grace beside him. Professionals should do professional things. This is a principle that Lin Ku has always adhered to. Acting rashly now will only cause more trouble. When I become a follower of the 3-star constellation, even if the old man loses his daughter, he will have no choice but to swallow his anger. Oh, no, he might not even realize that his daughter will become my puppet. Lin Mobing had his back to them, dancing in front of the bleeding eye, his voice filled with twisted excitement. When the time comes, I'll marry Lin Mo Ran in a grand ceremony. What expression will that loser Lin Ku have on his face when he sees me? Just thinking about it makes me happy. No. That bastard actually dared to shoot the puppet I carefully raised for 5 years. When I get back, I will make him feel a life worse than death. After hearing these words, Lin Ka suddenly realized that all the clues were connected at this moment. The person he shot down in the office was not Lin Mobing at all, but Lin Mobing's substitute puppet, or in other words, he had started looking for someone of similar age and appearance to himself a long time ago, and gradually turned him into his own puppet. Lin could have been curious since the beginning why the Lin Mobing here seemed a little weird compared to the Lin Mobing he had seen in the office before. His skin was a little pale, as if he had not been exposed to the sun for a long time, and his body was not as strong as the one in the office. This also explains why, after he controlled himself in the last simulation, he did not follow his own actions to strengthen the control effect. This mouse, who was cautious to the core, usually never shows his true form. He only hides in dark corners, manipulating his shadow like a puppet, while he himself hides behind the scenes. Just before Grace was about to act, Lin Mobing's movements suddenly stopped, and the wind in the forest seemed to stop the next second. His neck began to twist at an unnatural angle, bones rubbing against each other with a crisp click. As if twisted by invisible hands, his entire head was forcibly turned backwards 180 degrees, facing Lin Ku behind him. His face showed no trace of pain, instead, it was covered in a grin stretching from ear to ear, and his eyeballs moved abruptly in their twisted sockets. Lin Ku, isn't that right? He drew out his words, a sticky smile in his voice. Before he could finish his words, Lin Ka suddenly felt a tightness on the back of his neck. An invisible force gripped his head like an iron clamp, leaving him no room for resistance, and his neck was forcibly twisted backwards. He tried to struggle, but his muscle fibers felt like they were being torn apart, and his vision was forced to twist. It's over. Chapter 14 Opportunities for Recognition. Just when Lin Ka felt that his neck was about to be torn off, a gentle light fell, and in an instant, the uncomfortable feeling of being forcibly controlled disappeared. Sorry, I'm a step slow. Grace seemed to have made some preparations. Then, behind her, a scale emitting a faint golden light appeared. But unlike the previous one, this time the scale was obviously much clearer than the one in the church, and the sacred aura it exudes will be even more intense. On Lin Mobing's twisted face, madness instantly overwhelmed fear. He stared at the scales, seemingly solidifying into something solid, and instead of flinching, he let out a beast-like roar, his neck twisting back into place even faster. The grinding sound of bones rubbing against each other was so harsh it made your teeth ache. He got on all fours, like an enraged, deformed beast, digging his fingers into the soil, and rushed towards Grace with a frenzied murderous intent. The puppeteer's silk thread would become fragile at a distance, and only by getting close to this holy light would he have a chance of survival. Evil constellations can make people lose their rationality and become instinctive, but Grace didn't even move the moment she raised her hand. The light gathered in her palm was no longer the previous point of light, but condensed into a beating ball of light, surging with energy powerful enough to tear through the darkness. Light explosion. The saturated holy light poured out like a torrent bursting through a dam, but exploded into countless streams of light in midair, like a grand and dazzling rain of fireworks, with a scorching heat that burned everything, and smashed towards the sprinting Lin Mobing. The light suddenly burst out the moment it touched his body. The dazzling white light instantly engulfed his figure, and even the surrounding trees were coated with a layer of holy white outline. A gap was forcibly torn open in the darkness of the forest, and a heatwave spread out with a sacred pressure. Even Lin Ka subconsciously squinted his eyes. The light was too dazzling, and all the madness and struggle were melted away in this pure light. The tragic artist was surprised by Grace's attack intensity at this moment, stating that Grace's normal level should not be able to trigger such a high-intensity attack, and expressed admiration for Grace's piety. The Goose Rider said this is a classic example of how religion harms people. Lin Ku ignored the two constellations' confusing comments and focused all his attention on the battle in front of him. The moment the white light faded, silence returned to the forest. Lin Mobing lay on the ground like a wild dog with its bones pulled out, his limbs twisted unnaturally, his charred flesh turned inside out, mixed with undried blood to form black and red scabs. Every gasp sounded like a broken bellows, but he was still holding on to his last breath, and blood foamed from his throat. Lin Ke breathed a sigh of relief. This was reality, not a game. After all, he didn't have to follow the strange theorem of smoke but no harm. Lin Mobing still has a breath left. Go and finish him off with your own hands. Grace spoke as she gently pushed Lin Ke's back. Well, isn't it dangerous to get close to him now? Shouldn't we fire a few more of those light bullets at him? After hearing Lin Ke's words, Grace was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and said, Are you being too cautious, or have you read too many adventure novels? Are you afraid that Lin Mobing will suddenly attack you in disguise? Then why did you let me make this final move? First and foremost, this will bring you enormous benefits. If you possess a certain level of constellation power, you should be able to sense that the constellation behind Lin Mobing is no longer that of a 2.5-star puppeteer. Or rather, it's not entirely that constellation. Behind him is already a nearly half-formed evil constellation. In the game, killing the followers of the evil constellation will bring a lot of reputation bonuses, not only among mortals, but also in the constellation circle. Any decent sign will be interested in a mortal with a good reputation, even if he already has a sign. In fact, this also shows that Lin Mobing's so-called ceremony is not a promotion ceremony for his current constellation at all, but a constellation deprivation ceremony to completely change to a new constellation and deprive the old constellation. It would be strange if the original zodiac sign didn't turn against him. Hearing this, Lin Ke didn't know what to say. Instead, he took out a knife from his bag and walked towards Lin Mobing. After Lin Ke walked away a little, Grace's body immediately softened and she leaned against the tree behind her. A warm sensation spread across her chest, and she hurriedly raised her hand to cover her mouth, only for dark red blood to leak out from between her fingers. A violent coughing urge churned through her lungs, and she gritted her teeth, forcing the surging heat down, letting the cold sweat trickle down her temples and soak her collar. She wiped the blood on her hands onto the handkerchief, not wanting Lin Ke to see her current appearance. In order to ensure that everything goes smoothly and she can knock Lin Mobing down in an instant, she burned her own potential, which is the so-called constellation sacrifice. She sacrificed part of her potential or life to the constellation in order to gain stronger power in a short period of time. Grace leaned against the tree trunk, panting, and looked in Lin Ke's direction. A trace of fatigue flashed across her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. As long as she could protect him and reach the capital, this price was nothing. When he was more than 20 meters away from Lin Mobing, Lin Ke took out his revolver again, fired 6 bullets at the lying Lin Mobing, and then continued to slowly approach. There is only one step left before this simulation is completely finished. The goal of Lin Ke's simulation this time, in addition to completely killing Lin Mobing once and for all, is to complete the simulation completely without dying, that is, to wait until the 24-hour simulation limit is over. He was curious about what would happen if the simulation ended normally. Then, after getting closer, Lin Ke stabbed the wounded Lin Mobing a few more times. Lin Mobing was completely helpless. The restless altar was now completely quiet. Lin Moran, is there any problem? Lin Ke asked Grace, who had just walked up to him. The ceremony was forcibly interrupted just as it began. Lin Moran shouldn't be in any serious trouble. She's just still unconscious. But I suggest you send her to the church for a full set of examinations. Okay. It seems, this whole matter should be settled. The tragic artist sent you a thank you, but then took his eyes off you. The Goose Knight looks at you and seems to have thought of something. By the way, which constellation is the Goose Knight? Lin Ke inexplicably wanted to complain about the net names that these zodiac signs gave themselves. The net name of tragic artist is a bit too vague, but after analyzing the context, we can guess that it is Lin Mobing's zodiac sign. But Lin Ke had almost no idea about this big Goose Knight. Let's go back to the church first, then pack up and prepare to go to the capital. We must take you to see the bishop. Lin Ke nodded. Anyway, there is less than half of the time left in this simulation. He also wanted to test whether the simulation had any regional restrictions, but the next moment, Lin Ke was stunned. The Goose Knight said that although his status is not worthy of the blood flowing in your body, he can give you an option: become his dependents. If you agree, he will give you all the resources he has. Agree/disagree. Chapter 15, Ending Everything. What's wrong? Grace looked at Lin Ku in confusion. Well, it seems that there is a constellation that is willing to let me become its follower. Impossible? You haven't received the purification ritual yet. How could a divine constellation come to you? The sacred constellations refer to some constellations that are strongly related to the church, such as several famous angels, some famous monks and nuns in history, some knights of the church's knightly orders, and the three goddesses. It's not a holy constellation, but a strange constellation with the online nickname Goose Knight. Goose Knight is a little unhappy that you used a strange name to describe him. Screen name? Goose Rider? Now Grace was confused. The Goose Knight reveals some of his information to you. The next moment, Lin Ku suddenly felt some new information appear in his mind. The Goose Knight is Lohengrin, the son of Parsifal, the king of the Holy Grail Knights in the mythology of Blue Star. He also has another more well-known name, the Swan Knight. His status is 3.5 stars, and he is also a very powerful warrior-type constellation in the game. Of course, the protagonists look down on constellations of this status. He hopes that you can continue to protect Lin Moran. It is okay if you do not agree to become his follower. Lin Ku raised his eyebrows. He had basically figured out what was going on. Lin Moran's constellation is an unknown 3-star auxiliary constellation. All we know is that she is a princess in legend. However, there are relatively few auxiliary constellations in the game, and even fewer that are princesses in the background story. Only 3 or 4 meet this condition. There is only one person connected to the Swan Knight, Princess Elsa, who is also the heroine of the legend. The story is simple. In short, Princess Elsa is falsely accused of murdering her brother and faces the risk of losing her inheritance. At this time, a mysterious knight named Lohengrin appears in a boat pulled by a swan. He offers to defend Elsa on the condition that Elsa never ask his name or origins. Lohengrin defeated his accusers and married Elsa, but curiosity got the better of her and she finally broke her vows and questioned his identity. Forced to reveal himself as a Grail Knight, Lohengrin, his vows broken, was forced to leave. A swan carried him away into the lake, while Elsa died of a broken heart. How should I put it? It feels like a fairy tale with a not-so-happy ending. Judging from this, Lin Moran's zodiac sign is almost certainly Princess Elsa. After listening to Lin Ku's simple description, Grace shook her head. You don't have to agree. As a saint, the constellations you can choose from are all guaranteed to be 4-star. If you really want to continue protecting Lin Moran, it won't affect you at all. Besides, and what? Grace thought about it but didn't say anything, because there has always been a saying among the people that if constellations with the same legend really meet their only relatives due to some coincidence, then the subsequent development is very likely to repeat the legendary story. It's nothing. I've already sent someone to the Lin family to explain the situation. Let's take a carriage directly to the royal capital. You can also bring Miss Lin Moran with you. I'm sure you're worried about her, right? By taking the Lin family's heir away, was he trying to force the Lin family to give up some of Lin City's interests to the church? Or was it just a way to tie me down? Or maybe he was just being kind and taking her to the Royal Capital Cathedral for more advanced examinations and treatment. Countless possibilities flashed through Lin Ku's mind, but suddenly, he felt that it didn't matter anymore. This was just a simulation, and he was a little tired. So much had happened in the past 6 hours that he was exhausted. Lin Ku followed Grace onto the carriage heading to the royal capital. They were accompanied by several monks from the church and Lin Moran, who was still sleeping. The aftereffects of the interrupted ritual should have caused him to wake up during the night. The healing nun in the Linqing church made a simple assessment. Lin Ku closed his eyes and felt the bumps of the carriage. System, if I become a constellation's follower in the simulation, will it be the same when I return to reality? He asked the system in his mind. If you become recognized by a certain constellation in the simulation, it will not affect reality, but a corresponding character archive will be generated. Character archive? When you return to reality, you can call up the character save file at will and gain this power. In other words, it is equivalent to having one more constellation ability. This is very good. I have to agree. Character archive, Swan Knight Lin Ku has been created. You can select skills and add points after the simulation ends, or you can do it now. Yes. I can finally add points to character attributes like in the game. Lin Ku was a little excited and was about to communicate with the Goose Knight at this moment. The carriage suddenly stopped, and the horse let out a shrill neigh, as if something invisible had strangled its throat. and fell heavily to the ground. The car was shaking violently, and Linka subconsciously held onto the wall of the car. A cold breath instantly rushed into his nose. That breath was not the filth of heresy, but an oppressive feeling that carried a power that was superior to that of ordinary constellations, like a cold pond in winter. Even the air was frozen. Grace's expression changed instantly. She flung open the carriage curtain, a ball of holy light gathering in her right hand. But when she saw the figure standing by the roadside, she froze in place. It was a man wrapped in a pure black cloak with dark golden patterns embroidered on the edge, which glowed coldly in the twilight. He did not release any outward power, but the surrounding grass and trees lost their vitality, and even the wind flowed around him. When he slowly raised his head and the hood slipped off, Grace's breathing suddenly stopped. His face was frighteningly pale, with deep eye sockets and a light golden rune mark under his left eye, which was the judge mark that only existed in legends in the Holy Order of the Royal Capital. Your Excellency, the judge? Grace's voice trembled slightly, and the composure she had shown before in front of Lin Mobing was gone. She subconsciously bent her knees, wanting to perform the etiquette of a district bishop to a judge, but just as her fingertips touched the hem of her skirt, she suddenly froze. An extremely thin black light shot out from the black-robed man's fingertips, as fast as a shadow, and directly penetrated Grace's chest. Puff blood instantly dyed her white nun's robe red. Grace looked down at the bloody hole in her chest, her eyes filled with disbelief and confusion. She wanted to speak, but could only cough up blood with foam, and the holy light condensed in her palm completely dissipated. Her body fell limply backward. Run, cough, 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 run away quickly. A faint breath escaped from the corner of her blood-stained mouth, mixed with broken blood foam, as light as a candle in the wind. Her gaze passed the man in black robe and looked at Lin Ku in the carriage with difficulty. The black-robed man stood there, watching her twitching in a pool of blood, his eyes expressionless. He raised his hand, and a hair-thin black light condensed on his fingertips again. Without hesitation, he shot it straight at Grace's brow with a light puff sound. The moment the black light penetrated the skull, Grace's body trembled violently, and then she completely lost movement. The last shred of life drained away through the bloody hole between her eyebrows, leaving only a dead, gray darkness. The wind blew through the dry grass by the roadside, carrying the smell of blood across her cold face, but it could no longer summon any life. The sudden change left Lin Ku completely confused. What's going on now? Internal strife within the church, trying to steal my right to discover it? But is it necessary to go to this extent? Moreover, Grace was the third awakened member of the three-star constellation, and she was killed in an instant. Lin Ku glanced around and found that several of the monks who followed him were also dead and collapsed beside the carriage. You already have the ability to predict the future, my dear saint. A hoarse and sharp voice entered Lin Ku's ears. What's the meaning? Lin Ku already knew that this simulation was completely hopeless, but he still needed to obtain as much information as possible. Once I kill you, the bloodline of the goddess of wisdom will completely disappear from this world. Why do you wish the bloodline of the goddess of wisdom to disappear? Aren't you a member of the Church of the Three Goddesses? Yes, of course I am the most devout believer. The black-robed man slowly raised his hand, his pale fingertips tracing the dark gold lines on his cloak. His tone suddenly became fanatical. It is precisely because of my piety that I must never let the devil's seed sprout again. The devil's seed? What on earth is this? Lin Ku asked with a hint of urgency in his voice. This is... Oh, look at my memory, how lazy it is. The man in black robe paused, and suddenly let out a strange laugh. The laugh was sharp and twisted, like an owl crying in the woods. He suddenly raised his head, and most of his hood slipped off, revealing his bloodless face. Are you from the past watching me through your foresight at this moment? My saint lady? A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on Lin Ku's back, and all the hairs on his body stood up. The man in black robe has slowly raised his right hand. Lin Ku wanted to draw his gun, wanted to retreat, wanted to do something to resist, but his body seemed to be nailed to the spot, and even his blinking speed was half a beat slow. The next second, everything before him suddenly distorted. The carriage, the pool of blood, the figure in the black robe, the dusk, and the sound of the wind in the forest, all faded and dissipated rapidly, like a piece of drawing paper crumpled by an invisible hand. There was no pain, no sound, not even a hint of struggle. Die. Simulation end. Chapter 16 Preparations for Speedrunning, Simulation Evaluation, only one step away from success. Return reward, 20 points, creating a character archive costs 40 points, current remaining points, 5, there aren't even enough points to spend on one simulation. Moreover, there is the black-robed man who looks like a deus ex machina. It is conservatively estimated that he is also the fourth awakening of the 4-star constellation, otherwise it would be impossible for him to kill Grace instantly. Why would such a top-tier character exist in a remote borderland like the Kingdom? Even in the later stages of the game, this character would still be considered a top-tier T1 character, not to mention myself. Even if Grace simulated it 100 times, it would be almost impossible to defeat him. The gap between the constellations is that big. The followers of 4-star constellations can completely challenge the followers of 3-star constellations across levels. As long as the power path is normal, it is not a problem for the second awakening to beat the third awakening. This is also why the protagonist in the game beat up a villain who had awakened for the third time with a 3-star constellation right after his first awakening, and almost crushed him. Lin Ku even felt that the old man in black robe could easily turn the entire Lin city into a wasteland. Moreover, Lin Mobing's problem has not been completely solved, and he doesn't even know where his real body is. Lin Ku suddenly felt a sense of despair in an instant, but he soon calmed down. Frankly speaking, the current situation pales in comparison to the 6 years he spent imprisoned by the game's protagonist in his previous life. During those 6 years, he truly experienced the aura of a protagonist and the deep despair that sank into his bones. No matter how many escapes he plotted, or how many backups he laid, he was ultimately crushed, like a fly trapped in a spider's web, with not even a shred of resistance left. Compared to that time, the situation is much better now. Perhaps it was the effect of calm thinking level 1, or perhaps it was because Lin Ku had already witnessed more complete despair. He now felt that the current situation was full of hope. First of all, the old man in black robe, who was extremely oppressive and almost impossible to defeat at this stage, can actually be completely avoided. If he didn't go to the church, didn't contact Grace, and continued to pretend to be the Lin Ku who knew nothing, then the man in black would naturally not come to him. Lin Ku also had some guesses about this man in black robe. He might be sent by the church to monitor her and check whether she had the qualifications to become a saint. As for why the church leaders do not want the bloodline of the goddess of wisdom to reappear, let's put this question aside for now. This conjecture led to another theory, that his bloodline might indeed be extraordinary, and it might even be the goddess bloodline Grace had mentioned. The evidence was fragmentary, such as the conflicting childhood memories, the mysterious disappearance of the original owner's parents, and the ability to maintain prolonged communication with the constellations in the previous simulation. And the most important point is the evil god ritual that led to the death of the original owner. Honestly speaking, since Lin Ku could unleash the potential of the death simulation system that could be said to change the rules of the world, it was unlikely that he would believe that what he saw when he was reborn into this body was just an ordinary evil constellation. Because of Lin Mobing's matter, Lin Ku had never thought about this matter carefully, but now with a series of clues, the sense of contradiction became more and more obvious. Suppose Lin Ku was just an ordinary person without any special bloodline, and he randomly found a nonsensical evil god summoning formation from a street stall, and randomly found some sacrifices, his own broken dolls from childhood, and some other miscellaneous garbage. How could he possibly summon a high-level evil god with these things? This only means that Lin Ku's bloodline may indeed be unusual, and not just ordinary unusual. Of course, all these inferences cannot be said to be completely unhelpful to Lin Ku's current situation, but they can also be said to be completely unrelated. So Lin Ku stopped organizing the information in his notebook. Then he drew a big cross on the line. Find the church forces to deal with Lin Mobing. This route was absolutely impossible. Even if he adjusted his words to prevent Grace from thinking of him as a saint in waiting, there was still a huge risk. At this stage, it was best for him to avoid any contact with the Three Goddesses Church. Then the train of thought returned to the route that seemed rough but was not simple, killing Lin Mobing. This methodology came up. The most important point is that he needs to find Lin Mobing's location and kill him without revealing his identity. Lin Ku's mind moved, and a light blue system light screen appeared in front of Lin Ku. Character save slot. Character 1, Swan Knight Lin Ku, null system. I want to add points and choose the growth path of my constellation family. Current character switched to Swan Knight Lin Ku. The moment the prompt sounded, Lin Ku felt a warm current bursting out from his heart, flowing along his blood vessels to his limbs and bones, as if an invisible hand was reshaping his body, and his bones made a slight click sound. The muscles that were originally tense due to simulated wear and tear now revealed an unprecedented sense of stretch and strength. Even more amazing was the changes in his mind. Countless basic knowledge about swordsmanship and knightly etiquette came flooding in like the sea: the chopping angles of a two-handed sword, the force-generating techniques of a single sword thrust, the center of gravity control when charging on horseback, and even the degree of bowing when facing nobles and the standard posture of saluting with a shield. They were all so clear that they seemed to be engraved into his instincts. He didn't need to memorize them deliberately, and he knew how to move just by raising his hand. Moreover, his body became more flexible, and even his strength was greatly enhanced. Lin Ke looked at his palm and suddenly felt that even if he faced 10 of his past selves, he could easily suppress them. Strength, 40 plus 55, constellation bonus, agility, 39 plus 40, constellation bonus, charm, 85 plus 0, constellation bonus, comprehension, spell adaptability 20 plus 10, constellation bonus, current free points, 20. Note 1. The average attribute value of mortals is 45, so anything above 45 means it is higher than the human average. Note 2. The upper limit of strength and agility attributes is 1000, but the upper limit of charm and perception attributes is 100. Note 3. The attributes of the character archive will increase or decrease based on the host's current attributes. Note 4. The attributes given by attribute points will not affect the host itself, but only the saved character. In an instant, a large amount of data and explanation boxes popped up in front of Lin Ke's eyes. Lin Ke took a quick look at his current panel. Let me first give a general conclusion. It is almost exactly the same as the character panel in the game, with 4 basic attributes. Each attribute consists of 3 parts. One is the basic part, one is the attribute bonus given to you by the constellation, and one is the addition of free points gained as you continue to awaken the power of the constellation. Looking at the shabby attributes of the saved character, Lin Ke suddenly remembered the extremely luxurious initial game. Attributes of the game: Protagonist, Strength 70, Agility 80, Charm 95, and Understanding 99. Even without the protection of the constellation, the initial attributes of the game Protagonist are several times that of a normal person. In addition to the constellation bonus given by the King of Gods constellation, except for the charm, the strength and agility are almost doubled, and the understanding is fully stacked to the limit of 100. In addition, 80 free points are given right from the start. Except for the charm and understanding, which cannot be scored, the strength and agility attributes can also be taken to a higher level. Mad, so jealous. Lin Ke knew that his breakthrough point was not only in the simple 4-dimensional data, but also in the more critical path selection. It would be great if I could find a promotion path with search skills, so that I can catch that rat Lin mobbing. For constellations with 3 stars and above, there are generally multiple power paths to choose. From Frowny Face, there are 3 development paths for this constellation: Knight of Justice, the orthodox knight route. You will gain various classic knight class skills during awakening, from Justice Judgment to Holy Blessing Aura. This path focuses on developing strength and resistance, giving you powerful physical combat abilities and the ability to fight in 1v1 duels. Temple Commander, a versatile teamfight leader, emphasizing battlefield command and team benefits. Upon awakening, they can learn skills like Command Aura and Coordinated Charge. This path focuses on developing battlefield control and teamwork bonuses. While their individual combat abilities are slightly inferior to the previous 2, they maximize the team's overall combat power, making them the core hub in large-scale teamfights. Shadow Guard, a stealth-based assassination path that breaks the traditional knight stereotype of frontal combat. Upon awakening, players can master core stealth skills such as Shadow Cloak and Silent Thrust. This path focuses on enhancing stealth and single-target burst damage, with a focus on improving agility and critical hit accuracy. This path excels at infiltrating and eliminating high-value targets, and emphasizes reconnaissance and exploration. Choose one of these 3 paths. Lin Ke quickly came up with an idea. Chapter 17. Like a shadow. In fact, simply speaking, from the perspective of battlefield adaptability, the seemingly unpretentious Knight of Justice route is actually the most adaptable and is almost a panacea on the battlefield. It had both offensive and defensive power, and aside from a lack of group damage, the power paths offered by the 3-star constellation were flawless. High-ranking mercenaries, knight orders, and even the guards of the nobility greatly favored this type of power path, but the problem is that this power path is not suitable for Lin Ke's current situation. Moreover, this power path is too conspicuous, making it difficult to disguise or hide it, not to mention the second Temple Commander, who is even less able to solve the current problem. So looking at it this way, there is only one route to choose: Shadow Guardian. System, I choose Shadow Guardian. Immediately, Lin Ke felt a new power sprouting in his body. Agility greatly improved, strength decreases slightly, new skills are being extracted. Lin Ke couldn't help but hold his breath. This is the most critical step, and it is also the point that the game Fantasy Beyond has been widely criticized for: the double card drawing, drawing a character once from the character card pool, and drawing the character's skills again. There is a huge difference between drawing a good skill and a bad skill. If you draw an inferior skill, it may even make the game character useless. The turntable formed by the flowing light in front of him suddenly accelerated, and countless skill light tracks turned into meteors that streaked through the night sky, spinning madly with silver-white tails, and even the air was stained with fine light dust. Suddenly, the rotation speed dropped sharply. The dim white light broke away from the meteor shower, as if pulled by an invisible gravity, and slowly hovered in the center of the turntable. 1-star assassin general skill, stealth. Unfortunately, Linko only drew a 1-star skill. The nature of the non-African broke out. Linko blushed instantly. In the skill library given by the 3-star constellation, most of the skills are of the same star level, with a small probability of drawing more than half a star or less than half a star, and an extremely small probability of drawing a skill with less than 1 star. As for the probability of drawing a 1-star skill in the 3-star skill library, Linko can be regarded as a lucky guy in a sense, but in the opposite sense, but because he was disgusted by the card pool every day when he played this damn game in his previous life, Linko soon calmed down. In his previous life, the friends around him were all super lucky, with the kind of luck that allowed them to draw limited edition and runner-up items from almost every activity card pool by using the free 10-pull sequence. As for the control group, Linko was the kind of unlucky person who was considered extremely lucky to get the guaranteed prize, and Linko's friend also loved to show off his prizes. Linko felt quite uncomfortable at first, but later he got used to it. He is the legendary king of pressure resistance, but then frowny face, do you want to draw skills again? Cost, 1 point. Whether Linko looked at the few points he had left, gritted his teeth, and pressed yes. As long as you can draw a normal 3-star skill, that's enough, but there will be a day when the unlucky ones can turn things around, and that ray of purple came into view. The 4-star Swan Knight's exclusive special skill, Shadow Black Swan. Oh shit, shipped. Some skills will affect a person's appearance, and at this moment, Linko's appearance in the mirror is also changing. A streak of ink first spreads under his feet, and then climbs up along his ankles like a living shadow, but in an instant, the inky color had spread all over his body, from waistline to shoulders and neck, from fingertips to hair. Even his once bright eyes were covered by a layer of black film as thin as a cicada's wing. The young man in the mirror, with delicate eyebrows and eyes, was gradually wrapped in this flowing inky color, turning him into a black chrysalis. The chrysalis shell was not a rigid solid, but was composed of countless slender dark bands interwoven. The next moment, the black shell surrounding Linko converged inward like countless dark shadows like a tide, and retracted into Linko's body. The young man in the mirror reappeared. The information on how to use this skill naturally flowed into his mind. Linko raised his fingers slightly, and the dark shadow transformed into a bandage, and then like a living snake, it extended along his wrist and climbed up to his fingertips. Of course, this belt can do more than that. After Linko conducted a simple test, he found that if he used more mental power to inject it into the belt, it would become very hard. Combined with its extremely thin thickness, not to mention cutting paper, even cutting thick solid wood furniture would be like cutting tofu. Linko had a lot of fun playing and soon left many cut marks on the dining table. It was not until Linko suddenly remembered that this table was one of the few remaining pieces of furniture in his house that he stopped immediately with a distressed look on his face. In addition to being able to transform into a sharp sword, this belt made of shadows has another ability, detect information. This black ribbon extends your senses. Linko also discovered this feature when testing its extension limit. The black tape stretched out along the crack of the door, then along the wall and secretly stretched into the door of the next door. Linko's next-door neighbor lived a bad-tempered schoolteacher who taught swordsmanship. Linko could often hear clanging noises coming from his side. At this moment, all the sounds next door suddenly became extremely clear, as if Linko was standing there. Let's call it Shadow Ribbon. Linko murmured softly, naming the black ribbon. He concentrated his mind, looked through the perspective of the video, and soon saw a familiar scene. The burly swordsmanship teacher was standing in his living room, spitting and cursing at the air. That student Chunju. Does he really take himself seriously? His grades are always at the bottom, and he's brought shame to the class I teach. The teacher's roar came through the tape, filled with suppressed anger. Linko understood. The Lin family school had long ago changed its assessment rules, so student grades had nothing to do with teacher salaries. As long as the teacher taught according to the rules, even if the students did poorly on the test, their income would not be affected. This teacher wasn't just angry about being a drag, it was clearly simply disdain for the waste of time. He didn't dare to scold the useless student in the school, so he could only take it out at home. If Miss Lin Moran hadn't specifically warned me otherwise, I would have punished that brat so hard that he vomited blood. Linko listened to another sentence before reacting. Is this BYD scolding me? He didn't get angry, but let the tape continue moving forward until it stopped next to the swordsman's favorite vase. That thing of Lin Ko, when the young lady goes out, I must. The teacher had just said half of his harsh words when Lin Ko had an idea. Crash, a crisp, shattering sound suddenly rang out. The shadow tape, like an invisible thread, gently hooked and knocked over the vase. The celadon fragments scattered all over the floor, and even the branches inside were shattered. Through the perspective of the videotape, Lin Ko clearly saw that the swordsmanship teacher's face instantly turned liver-colored, his eyes were as big as copper bells, and he almost jumped up with heartache. He suppressed his smile and quietly took back the videotape, leaving the teacher standing there wailing at the debris on the ground. While playing with the tape, Lin Ko unexpectedly discovered a new use for it. He stared at the wooden hook hanging on the beam, and used his fingertips to control the tape to fly out. The black ribbon instantly wrapped around the wooden hook like a flexible snake, and automatically tied a tight knot at the end. He tried to contract, and the tape immediately stretched straight, pulling him upwards with a steady force. When his feet gently left the ground, Lin Ko didn't even feel the slightest bump. The strength of the tape was far beyond his expectations, and even his body seemed to be suspended by a stable rope, hanging steadily in the air. He was naturally on the smaller side for a boy, and very light, so the tape barely felt any strain when pulled. Lin Ko simply used the force to sway, swinging over to the window like a swing. He then manipulated the tape to a different point, easily pulling himself down to the top of the bookshelf. The entire process was smooth and effortless, infinitely faster than climbing a ladder, and he didn't even lose a beat in his breathing. After getting completely used to the use of the videotape, Lin Ko came up with a good idea. It's time for a speedrun. Chapter 18 Speedrun. Lin Ko can choose to set off at night. Although Lin Qing's patrols were stricter at night than during the day, there was still a huge advantage at night. Lin Ko could completely wrap herself with shadow tape, hiding her figure completely in the darkness, and moreover, the color of the tape can also be subtly changed, just like camouflage, to help you hide better. After loading the character, Shadow Swan Knight Lin Ko, because of the greatly improved basic attributes, Lin Ko easily climbed out of the window quietly. One end of the shadow belt was tied to the windowsill, and gradually descended as the shadow belt stretched. Then, he began to use the winding and stretchability of the tape to move at high speed like Spider-Man. Only when they arrived at the Lin family compound did Lin Ko slow down his movements. The Lin family compound sits in the heart of Lincheng. Its arched eaves and corners loom faintly in the early morning mist, giving it none of the exotic, fantasy-like feel of a world beyond. Instead, it exudes the solemnity and sophistication of medieval Chinese architecture. The blue-gray brick walls are over 3 feet high, and the roof is covered with dark brown tiles, their ends carved with simple cloud patterns. Inside the main gate was a courtyard with 3 entrances and exits. The stone path leading from the first entrance led directly to the main hall. The study next to the main hall was the office. The carved window lattices were tightly closed. The bronze bell hanging under the eaves remained silent, unmoved by the wind. The outline of a desk was faintly visible behind the window paper. I guess this was where Lin Cheng's affairs were handled during the day. In addition to the office space, the entire Lin family compound also houses the residences of most of the Lin family's descendants, as well as the Lin family school. As for why Lin Ko could not live in the Lin family compound despite having Lin family blood, the reason was not very complicated. After Lin Ko's parents died, Lin Ko was deceived by someone who was strictly speaking his uncle, and sold most of the inheritance left by his parents at the lowest price. Although this behavior was despised by other clansmen at the time, his uncle's plan was successful with the tacit approval of the head of the family at the time. Not only did he take away most of the family property left by his parents, he even drove Lin Ko to the place where the servants of the family lived, and when Lin Ko's reputation was completely ruined, no one mentioned this old incident anymore. Lin Ko, lying on the tree, looked at the yard in front of him. Although he had no good feelings towards the Lin family, he had to admit that after staying in a Western fantasy world for so long, he still had an inexplicable sense of homesickness when he suddenly saw a Chinese-style building. You may ask why there are Chinese buildings in a game with a fantasy background. From the perspective of game developers, different cultures and different architectural styles mean an extra map, which means more characters can be released to make money. Of course, if we explain it from the background of the game, the entire Lin family is actually an Eastern family that migrated to the kingdom hundreds of years ago to escape war. This can be seen from the name, not to mention the appearance features of black hair and black eyes. Shaking off the complicated thoughts in his mind, Lin Ko stretched the tape again and entered the compound while the patrol team was on patrol. His goal was simple: to reach Lin Mobing's study and find his hiding place. The reason why Lin Ke was so sure that Lin Mobing was in the study was actually very simple. Or is it caused by the characteristics of the puppeteer's power path, since Lin Mobing usually hides in a corner to control the actions of a puppet that looks exactly like him, he must also need a medium, just like controlling Yi Lingfeng, but media are time limited. Generally, the closer to the puppeteer, the more durable they are. Lin Mobing certainly doesn't want to frequently change the control media carried by his puppet, especially his stand-in puppet. Changing it more often means increasing the risk of exposure. Therefore, it is best to control him at the closest distance to the stand-in. The place where the substitute stays most often is the Lin family's office study. As this is the core area of the Lin family compound, it is also the safest. To be honest, Lin Ke couldn't think of any reason why Lin Mobing didn't put his hiding place here, because Shadow's stealth ability was too strong. Lin Ke arrived at Lin Mobing's study with almost no effort. Lin Mobing's study was shrouded in a thick, indissoluble darkness. The faint light from the lanterns outside the corridor was blocked out by the heavy wooden door. Lin Ke extended dozens of shadow bands toward the wall, exploring the room. Finally, after a while of groping, he found a crack in the wall that looked a little strange. Deep within the secret chamber, Lin Mobing curled up on a simple couch, his eyes etched with lingering fatigue. The chamber had no windows, relying only on a narrow overhead ventilation shaft for ventilation. The damp, musty smell, mixed with the scent of ritual incense ash, lingered in his nose day and night. Perhaps because the ceremony was drawing closer, Lin Mobing's sleep had been deteriorating. Almost any movement would wake him up half asleep and half awake. He suddenly frowned slightly. There seemed to be a soft rustling sound in his ears, like a snake crawling on the ground, so thin that it almost blended into the sound of breathing. Was it an illusion? Before his chaotic consciousness could figure it out, a sharp pain suddenly came from his neck. Something tightened around his throat like red-hot wire, so forceful that he instantly doubled over, unable to even breathe. He tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. He could only raise his hands in vain, his fingertips tangling with the restraints around his neck. The touch was cold and slippery, like snake scales covered with mucus. The slightest force tightened it, and even his larynx made a slight crunching sound. The feeling of suffocation of death instantly engulfed him. Perhaps only a minute had passed, perhaps even less, before he stopped moving. His hands, which had been scratching around, drooping limply. His eyes were open, the narrow ventilation shaft at the top of the chamber still reflected in his pupils. His body slumped limply on the couch, as if every muscle and bone had been drained away. A life, planned for unknown reasons and filled with countless secrets, finally came to an abrupt end in this pitch-black chamber, with a lingering chill on his neck. Not long after, the air in the orphanage's basement was thick with the odor of musty liquor and cheap alcohol. 2 guards, one large and one small, leaned against the iron gate, snoring loudly. They held half-emptied wine flasks in their arms, their daggers hanging loosely from their waists. Even their guarded posture was perfunctory, clearly not taking their duty as a guard in this basement seriously. Like silent snakes, pitch-black shadows slipped through the crack in the door and slithered along the damp ground. They dodged the gravel, skirted the fallen hems of the guards' clothing, and finally, silently, wrapped themselves around the necks of the 2 men. In a moment, the 2 guards' heads tilted limply to the side, their breaths stagnating forever in their sleep. After dealing with the guard, shadow tape deftly slipped into the iron door's keyhole. With a gentle click, a soft click sounded. The lock was silently unlocked. The iron door slowly opened a crack. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight shone through the ventilation windows into the basement, the imprisoned girls woke up from their sleep. They first looked blankly at the faint light above their heads, and then realized, but all this has nothing to do with Lin Ke. As the saved character status was released, the dark shadow around Lin Ke was quietly wiped away as if by an invisible hand. The shadow that had originally lingered around him quickly faded like the receding tide, starting from the tips of his hair and fingertips, and gradually dissipating into the air. Shadow Swan Night Lin Ke Zhuang release. The total time taken was less than an hour. Congratulations to the host for overcoming the adversity of fate. Your reward has been received. Chapter 19 Mysterious Reward. Lin Ke's thoughts have actually undergone several changes. In his previous life, when he first came to this world from Blue Star, he was excited and even fantasized about whether he could join the Protagonist group and become a member of the Protagonist group to change the world together. After all, this is a fantasy world, and the power of constellations can give people unlimited possibilities. From the orthodox magicians and warriors in the traditional fantasy world to the small schools of summoners and beastmasters, almost most supernatural fantasies can be found in this world, but it was not until he had been in this world for a year and his constellations awakened that he slowly lost his illusions. In his previous life, his constellation was just an ordinary one-star constellation. He was a government clerk with little fame 100 years ago. The power path given to him could only help him strengthen his memory and sensitivity to numbers, although he was somewhat unwilling. Lin Ko, perhaps due to the complete modern education he received on Blue Star, or perhaps due to his own efforts and understanding of the game world, became a wandering merchant at a very young age, and became famous. He saved a large sum of money and was able to open a store in the most prosperous commercial street in the royal capital. Because his memory was enhanced by the constellations, he recalled a lot of knowledge that he had only briefly read on Blue Star. Relying on these memories, he even improved the double-entry bookkeeping method of the Merchant Guild, improved the axles of the carriages, and invented delicious food in some places, which became local specialties. There were even some dishes named by him or named after him. Although his zodiac sign was ordinary and could not allow Lin Ko to realize his fantasy dream, he was already very content at that time. But perhaps because everything was too smooth, he became a little proud. During a business negotiation, he met the protagonist of the game. It's not the time for the game to start yet. To be precise, there are still 5 or 6 years before the game starts. This time, the protagonist of the game is only in his early teens and is a slave of a fallen country. Like broken beads strung through the mud, the procession of slave traders inched across the market's cobblestone streets. At the end, a thin figure huddled in a coarse linen prison garb, smeared with dirt and straw. His bare ankles were rubbed red and swollen by the chains. He staggered with every step, but he clutched the hem of his garb tightly, refusing to fall. But no matter how disheveled she looked, it could not cover up her eye-catching white hair. It was like a field of unmelted snow, casually draped over her shoulders, with a few strands sticking to her dusty cheeks, which in turn made her eyes look particularly bright. Those were a pair of eyes rarely seen among slaves, large and lively, with the corners of the eyes slightly upturned. But at this moment, they were filled with nervousness. He only dared to raise his eyes secretly and glance at a distance when the merchant was scolding his companions. Her eyelashes trembled slightly when her eyes fell on Lin Ko. Lin Ko was wearing clothes woven from precious silk, standing among a group of merchants wearing similarly gorgeous clothes, and her conversation was calm and composed, a style she had never seen before. It was a world completely different from the filth and ruin of the slave army. It was like a layer of transparent glass, visible but untouchable. In the original plan, Lin Ko did not want to interfere with the main storyline. He planned to rely on the memories of his past life and his identity as a big businessman to silently support the protagonist and his group behind the scenes and help them save the world successfully. But perhaps he was moved by the pitiful appearance of the protagonist, or perhaps he wanted to be more than just a famous businessman, or perhaps he was just too proud. So he bought the protagonist of the game and began to take good care of him, and it was this one action that caused everything to rapidly rush towards an irreversible outcome, until the world was destroyed. Lin Ko sat up from the bed. The sunlight from the window was already slanting into the room, and it was obviously afternoon. He rubbed his swollen temples before realizing that he had slept for so long. Perhaps because he had completely unloaded the burden of the life crisis, he slept exceptionally deeply, so deeply that he even dreamed of memories of his past life. From the beginning of this life, Lin Ko actually had only one goal, which was to live well. But in order to survive, Lin Ko must confirm one thing: whether the protagonist still has memories of his previous life. Lin Ko didn't even know why he was reborn, so naturally he couldn't tell whether the protagonist was also reborn with his memories like himself. If so, then in order to keep the world going and to allow oneself to survive the crisis, this mistake must be corrected. If the protagonist does not have any memories, then he doesn't mind being an NPC, silently watching the protagonist group defeat the final boss and save the world. So Lin Ko clenched his fists. And no matter what you want to do, you will definitely need enough strength. Of course, another part of the reason is that the pleasure brought by power itself is enough to make people addicted to system. I don't want to be a human anymore. He couldn't wait to call up the system panel and lightly tapped his fingertips in the air. The reward that arrived after the crisis was resolved yesterday. He hadn't had time to look at it because he was too tired, just thinking about the possible new abilities and skills. Lin Ko's breathing became a little faster. Since this is the host's first time changing fate, the reward amount will be multiplied by 1000%. You can choose one of the following 3 rewards. 1. System points, 10,000. 2. Select any character to save and upgrade the character to the 3rd awakening. Special option, 3. The call from the bloodline within your body. This system will stimulate the power of your bloodline, but the outcome is unknown. Lin Ke first ruled out the first option. 10,000 system points are indeed a lot. For a moment, Lin Ke even felt that he might have seen it wrong. 10,000 points, if used as it is now, can allow you to simulate hundreds of times, not to mention that you can get a certain number of points after each simulation. However, points will depreciate, just like playing games. For a novice, 1 million game currencies is a huge sum of money in the early stage, but in the later stage, this amount of game currency may be spent with just a few clicks. Moreover, the system itself, apart from the future day simulation and a few strange options that have not yet been unlocked, does not have a point mall or anything like that, where you can quickly convert points into temporary/permanent power. Unless these 10,000 points can be used in some way to quickly make him stronger and convert it into real power, Lin will not consider the first option. Lin Ke was torn between option 2 and option 3. Option 2 has the same problem as option 1. A sum of quick money is not suitable for long-term development, but it can play a huge role in the short term. But what makes it better than option 1 is that the power provided by option 2 can be quickly realized. Moreover, if you really reach the third awakening directly, the power it brings is enormous. Not only can you draw 2 more skills, but the basic 4-dimensional attributes can also be greatly improved. 3.5 constellations, the third awakening, in the entire Linsheng. No, not only Linsheng, but the entire northwest border area of the kingdom can walk sideways. Even if it's Lady Grace from the Three Goddesses Church, I might be able to defeat her easily. As for that mysterious old man in black robe, Lin Ke immediately shook his head, although he was not sure about the specific strength of the old man in black robe. For some reason, his intuition told him that the old man was someone he could not touch at all at his current stage. Thinking of this, Lin Ke suddenly felt that the second option was not so attractive to him, and it says choose any character to save the game, but in fact the only option is the Swan Knight. The Swan Knight is only a 3.5-star constellation, which is of course very good, but if you have a 4-star or even 5-star constellation, then choosing this option will give you a wider range of possibilities. Lin Ke decided to take a small gamble and try these 3 options with unknown rewards. Third option, confirmed, but as soon as Lin Ke pressed OK, she felt a little regretful that he knows that he is a non-African. What if you get a big one? System, can you regret it? After waiting for a few seconds, the system still did not respond. To system? Can it be cancelled? I want to regret it. Why is there no movement yet? At this moment, suddenly, he felt that the air around him seemed to stop flowing, becoming sticky and weird. But with an inexplicable sense of old age, then, there rang in his ears a thin, sharp, and unreal whisper, which was unreal yet alluring, and alluring yet full of frenzy and madness. His head immediately began to hurt severely, as if a steel needle was stirring around in his little skull. Oh my god, I didn't travel to a world of K-series. What's the point of this strange whisper? Lin Ke began to forcefully imagine this whisper as something he knew. The whispers were probably something like this: steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chicken, roasted goose, roasted pig, roasted duck, braised chicken, bacon, pine flour, tripe, braised pork, sausage, assorted crispy dishes, smoked chicken, steamed a treasure pig, glutinous rice, stuffed duck, jarred pheasant, jarred quail. Braised assorted items: braised goose, pheasant, rabbit breast, leopard, whitebait, steamed hash ants, braised duck kidneys, braised duck strips, mixed kidney shreds, yellow heart tubes. He didn't know whether his method of distracting his attention was effective or he had gotten used to it. In short, Lin Ke slowly felt that the countless noises and whispers in his mind gradually disappeared, and the air around him was not as sticky. He tried to open his eyes. Chapter 20. Scared to tears, the diffuse gray fog came into his eyes, boundless and with no end in sight, but right in front of him, there was a throne, and the figure of a girl with long pink hair was sitting on the throne. The girl's eyes were slightly closed, her long eyelashes lightly covering her eyelids like butterfly wings. And even her breathing was as light as the wind falling on flower petals. It was hard to tell whether she was taking a light sleep or simply resting with her eyes closed. Lin Ke looked carefully, but couldn't take his eyes off it. It looked so beautiful. Her skin was perfectly fair, even her jawline revealed a delicate curve. Her lips were a light pink, like a flower bud just touched by morning dew. Even when she was just sitting quietly, her whole body seemed to be wrapped in a soft halo, like the legendary goddess of beauty who had walked out of a painting. Even her sleeping appearance was so perfect that it made people's hearts tremble. In addition to the sense of sacredness, there is also an indescribable tenderness between the eyebrows and eyes, as if it can embrace everything in the world. But to be honest, why does it feel like the girl in front of me looks more and more familiar the more I look at her? Hey! Wait a minute, isn't this the incredibly popular but never before implemented character in the game, the Goddess of Wisdom? To be honest, there is a reason why players can vote with their feet to become the most popular character, even a character that not only has no real life, but also has almost no plot and only a portrait on the game cover. The illustrations are already so beautiful, but when Linka saw it in the three-dimensional world, his brain was trembling. The impact it brought to Linka was even more exaggerated than what he saw in the illustrations. Linka's brain seemed to have been paused, with only one thought swirling wildly: could a person really look like this? This wasn't just good looking, it was the creator's most meticulous creation. My child, you are finally here. Suddenly, a whisper as soft as the wind came into Linka's ears. Who's talking? Linka looked around, but there was no one else around. It's me who's talking to you. My body has fallen into a deep sleep, so I can only communicate with you this way. So, you're the goddess of wisdom? Yes, my child, this is where my constellation is. Linka looked around again in surprise. There is a constellation chapter in the game. The protagonist comes to the place where the stars are and talks face to face with the Supreme God. In addition, he also attends the constellation dinner, where he can see most of the decent or neutral constellations that appear in the game. The more famous constellations include Miyamoto Musashi, King Arthur, Merlin, etc. The relevant scenes in the game are extremely luxurious and sacred. Even the ordinary one-star constellations have very luxurious places where they are located. Linka felt that the place where the goddess of wisdom lived was almost like a place of exile. This is a 6-star constellation that stands above all constellations and at the pinnacle of all constellations. There was nothing in the place. Even the body that carried the zodiac sign had fallen into a deep sleep, giving one an inexplicable sense of old age, even though the sleeping person was a stunningly beautiful girl who was hard to find another in the world. I thought I would continue to sleep like this, but the power of miracles brought us together again. It is not the power of miracles, but the power of the system, Linka muttered silently in his heart. So, why is your bloodline almost lost? The Three Goddesses Church seems to be deliberately suppressing your inheritance. Linka didn't say much politely and went straight to the point. The main reason was that he didn't know how to face the existence of someone who was very likely his ancestor from thousands of years ago. Another point is that Linka does feel a little guilty. After all, he is no longer the original Linka. It seems that the body my soul has entered is indeed extraordinary, and it actually has the blood of the goddess of wisdom. Although Linka was a little surprised, he felt more relieved that the mystery had been solved. This would explain a lot of things. For example, why the original owner's father, the heir who was originally highly expected by the previous head of the family, was quickly neglected after marrying an unknown woman, and died inexplicably with his wife not long after. Why did that mysterious old man in black robes appear? Why were there so many rumors that had nothing to do with me slandering me? The girl's voice was as light as a feather falling on the lake, with a barely perceptible hint of apology. Her eyes were still closed, her long pink hair rising and falling gently with her breathing. There was a heaviness in her tone that Lin couldn't understand. It seems you already know something. I'm sorry that you have suffered for so long because of my bloodline. The voice paused, but the tone became more firm. However, I cannot answer these questions for you. Even if the road ahead is filled with obstacles, please keep moving forward. That is the Riddler, right? I hate the Riddler the most when I play games. Linka was about to continue asking, but heard the goddess continue, because your constellation power is too weak and I am too frail. We don't have much time to meet this time. I will grant you my power, and let the seeds of power sprout within you. Wait a minute, you want me to become your follower? Can you tell me what direction the power you gave me is in? The goddess continued as if she hadn't heard anything. When you penetrate the fog and know everything, why are you just reciting lines like the NPCs in the game? No, the NPCs in the game are better than you. At least they have options to choose from. Linka regretted it after he said this because he found that the goddess' voice had stopped, but it only paused for a few seconds. But Linka felt that the sleeping girl in front of him had a smile on her lips for some unknown reason, but just like Mona Lisa's smile, it disappears upon closer inspection. For some reason, Linka suddenly felt a little light behind him. He must have heard it. She definitely heard it. Although I don't understand what those nouns in your words mean, you must be very anxious, right? In that case, I have no choice but to make you more pure. The girl's tone was still so gentle, but Linka felt not only cold on his back, but also inexplicably cold in his lower body. Become pure? What does it mean to become pure? Grace also said this, but Linka vaguely felt that this was definitely not a good word. But before he could say anything, his vision went dark and he left the constellation. In an instant, light and shadow flashed before his eyes, and Linka's figure disappeared, leaving only a huge empty space. The pink-haired girl seemed to wake up from a light dream, and slowly opened her eyes with a hint of melancholy. Those eyes, which seemed to contain a vast galaxy, were now shrouded in a faint sense of loss. Her gaze subconsciously turned to where Linku had just stood, her eyes filled with doubting and reluctance. Become the next me, or, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, find an impossible path. Her soft whispers were eventually completely swallowed up by this space. The darkness before him was like insoluble ink, and it had been there for who knows how long. When Linku opened his eyes again, he felt as if all the bones in his body had been torn apart and then put back together again. Every movement was filled with unbearable pain, and even raising his hands to support himself on the edge of the bed required a lot of strength. It was already dark outside the window, and the thick night, wrapped in chill, seeped into the room. It was obvious that at least half a day had passed. "I'm so hungry." He subconsciously touched his stomach, and the protest of the emptiness in his stomach was particularly clear. But before the feeling of hunger could spread, a strange touch suddenly brushed against his cheek. It gently rubbed against his skin with his breathing, and it felt a little itchy. "Ha!" Linku was stunned. When did his hair get so long? He remembered it was neatly short, so how could it now fall to his cheeks? And what about this color? He endured the pain all over his body, holding onto the headboard and slowly sitting up. His eyes accidentally swept across the full-length mirror on the opposite wall. The next second, his breathing suddenly stopped, his mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in, and even his fingertips began to tremble slightly. A head of fluffy pink hair that fell to her shoulders, with a soft glow at the ends, and a face that looked almost identical to that of the goddess of wisdom. Linku was still frozen in front of the mirror, her fingertips trembling with the strength of her hair. Her mind full of chaotic thoughts of how could this happen? There was a sudden knock on the door, which made him shudder. Then came Lin Moyan's clear voice into the room. "Linku, why didn't you come to school all day today? Did something happen? Linku, are you in there?" "I'm coming in." Chapter 21. Before everything begins, it was probably 3 or 4 years before Linku was reborn into the body of Linku, who died because of summoning the evil god, which was 5 or 6 years before the game officially began. A large-scale border conflict broke out again between the kingdom and its century-old enemy, the Empire. Because the kingdom's army advanced so quickly, it reached the imperial capital in just 6 months, so this war was named the June War. This time, the conflicting kingdom relied on several powerful combat constellation followers to gain the upper hand in the battle, and the flames of war once spread to the most fertile hinterland of the empire. After the empire signed a humiliating armistice, the kingdom's army withdrew from the empire's heartland, which had already become devastated, and brought back not only tons of gold and silver treasures, but also people, or rather, looted slaves. However, the war had ended almost half a year earlier, and some of the looted assets had become completely negative assets after being left unused. Take slaves, for example. The young slaves in their prime were divided up very early on. As for the remaining ones, they were either old or young. Not only were there few people willing to buy them, but for the slave traders, every day they kept them meant paying for their food. The longer they kept them, the greater the loss. Coincidentally, Ellie is one of these negative assets. When she was only 13 years old, she got lost from her parents while fleeing the war. She was later captured by the kingdom army and given as a trophy to a merchant accompanying the army. She was later sold to a slave trader. She was wearing tattered clothes, was dirty all over, and her brown hair was smelly. She was imprisoned in a dungeon with a group of people of similar age. The dungeon was packed with children her age, and the air was filled with a disgusting smell. Smelly rat carcasses were piled in the corners, and several cockroaches were crawling along the moldy spots across the damp stone walls. The blue-black mold spread across the walls like rotten webs. At first, the merchants were afraid that they would catch a disease and spread it, so they would throw a few bottles of cheap magic potions at them. However, as the days passed, seeing that these assets only lost money and never made any profit, the merchants completely gave up the idea. The food delivered every day was a bowl of porridge so thin that you could see your reflection in it, and occasionally a few pieces of rye bread mixed with tree bark or even pebbles, with a few moldy grains floating in it, which tasted bitter when you drank it. Ellie watched with her own eyes as the children around her fell one by one. Some had a fever from drinking dirty water, their bodies burning like charcoal, and finally they died in agony. Some were so hungry that they didn't even have the strength to stand up, and they just huddled quietly in the corner, never to wake up again. She huddled herself further into the corner, her cracked lips pressed into a line, and in her arms was half a loaf of yesterday's hard bread. Before she knew it, she and a white-haired girl were the only ones left in the dungeon. The remaining children were either bought or turned into nutrients for the land in the backyard of the slave traders' warehouses. His only companion now is this white-haired girl. She is very beautiful, even too beautiful. Even if her face is covered with dirty mud, it cannot hide her outstanding appearance. Initially, the slave trader wanted to make her a high-priced commodity and sell her to some nobles or businessmen with special fetishes. However, he later discovered that this girl not only could not speak, but also seemed to be a fool. She had almost no reaction to the outside world and could not be trained to be a high-priced commodity. In the end, she was thrown together with Ellie. Ellie huddled herself further into the corner, her cracked lips pressed into a thin line. In her arms was half a loaf of hard bread from yesterday. While chewing the bread in her hand, Ellie observed her companions. She looked like she hadn't eaten in 2 days. Ellie hesitated and looked at the bread in her hand, then finally made up her mind and walked to the side of the white-haired girl. She cut the rye bread in her hand into 2 halves and handed the half she hadn't bitten to the girl. Just as she was about to force the bread in her hand into hers, Ellie suddenly heard an inaudible voice, which seemed to come from the mouth of the girl in front of her. 31-535-989, 31-535-990. Ellie was a little dazed for a moment, but she reacted immediately. After looking outside the fence and finding no one, she approached the girl and asked in a low voice, "You can talk, huh? Are you pretending to be mute to avoid being sold?" But the girl acted as if she didn't hear anything and continued counting. 31-535-996, 31-535-997. Ellie was about to continue asking questions, but at this moment, the rusty iron door of the underground warehouse was opened. A little devil in a cute maid costume walked in, leading a middle-aged man with a big belly. They walked straight up to the 2 people and glanced at them with malicious intent. This little devil with a lowly-like body and sweet appearance is actually the female boss of this slave trading group. As a multi-ethnic country, it is not uncommon to see demons. At this moment, she was leaning sideways respectfully and introducing herself softly to the middle-aged man standing next to her. "Sir, these are 2 pure-blooded imperial girls, trophies brought back by our mighty kingdom army from the June War. They're currently being sold at a low price. Feel free to inspect them according to your personal preferences." Chapter 22. Why didn't he come? But the middle-aged man seemed dissatisfied with the goods here. He tooted his tongue and turned to the little devil and said, "Boss, I said I wanted to see the women of the Empire. I didn't ask you to take me to see the children of the Empire, did I?" A flattering smile immediately appeared on the little devil's face, and the long black tail behind her twisted back and forth as if to please the guest in front of her. "I'm so sorry, but this is all we have. How about giving you a 20% discount coupon to use next time you buy something from us? We'll let you know when we have new stock. How about that?" The middle-aged man snorted coldly. "That's more like it." The middle-aged man walked out without looking back. "Rykov, please see the guests off properly," the little devil said to a follower beside him. "Yes." Soon, only the little devil, Ellie, and the white-haired girl were left in the entire underground warehouse. The fake smile on the little devil's face collapsed instantly, the corners of his mouth turned down into a cold arc, and his beautiful eyes with a light purple hue stared fiercely into the fence. "2 unsaleable defective products are wasting my air even when I breathe." Recently, fewer and fewer customers come to pick slaves, and the negative assets in her hands are almost suffocating her. At this moment, she looks at Ellie and the others with even more displeasure. The metal keychain jingled between her fingers, and the gate was opened with a click. The little devil strode in wearing his black leather shoes, his heels rolling over the hay crunching on the ground, making a tiny crunching sound. She glanced at Ellie, who was curled up on the ground, raised her foot, and kicked her hard with brute force. Ellie was sent flying. She didn't even have time to cry out in pain. The half of her body that was kicked became numb instantly. Her senses seemed to be washed away by the tide, leaving only dense dull pain, which almost made her lose the strength to curl up. Although the kingdom prohibits us demons from drinking human blood, it seems that the people of the Empire are not human beings. Moreover, they are slaves. The little devil's eyes turned blood red, his pretty cheeks twisted, his fangs exposed from between his lips and teeth, staring at Ellie and the white-haired girl as if he were looking at a delicious meal. 31-536-0037, 31-536-0038. The little devil also seemed to notice the girl who was reciting strange numbers. "You can talk? You bastard, how dare you lie to me?" The little devil was about to kick him as well, but suddenly changed his mind. She grabbed the girl's collar and lifted her up. As a demon, even though she is a female, her basic strength attribute is as high as 55 points, which is 1.2 times the average value of a normal human, 31,536,0041 seconds. Why hasn't he come yet? Hey, what are you talking about? The little devil was not in a hurry to punish the girl he had picked up. Instead, he was a little curious about what this little liar who had been pretending to be dumb was thinking now. On October 16, 1003, at 2:23 and 41 seconds p.m., he should come over, handsomely handing out a huge check, and buy out the entire Slave Merchants Guild, buy me, and make me his servant, forever. The girl was muttering something quickly that the little devil found difficult to understand. Hey, what are you talking about? The timings are completely off. The war, which was supposed to end in 2 months, has lasted 6. Is this due to logistical issues? He hasn't improved the carriage transmission system, and no one in the Kingdom Army has been seen eating the glass cans he invented. So, the chain reaction has led to a worrying logistical situation for the Kingdom Army. Has the war been delayed, madman? The little devil finally lost his patience. With his left hand still holding the girl's collar, he raised his free right hand high, and was about to fan the girl's face with the wind, but just as his hand was raised halfway into the air, his wrist was suddenly grasped tightly by a cold hand. She looked down and met the girl's eyes that suddenly raised up. Those eyes that were empty and straight before were now staring at her intently, without even a trace of warmth. What do you mean? The little devil felt inexplicably panicked and subconsciously tried to free her wrist, but the girl's hand was like an iron clamp, locking her arm tightly. No matter how hard she tried, it didn't move at all. The force on her wrist grew stronger and stronger, causing her brow to twitch in pain, and even her left hand, which was holding the girl, began to tremble. "You, let me go." But of course the girl didn't let go. Ellie's brain could hardly process what was happening. The little devil with 55 points of strength looked like a fragile rag doll in front of Ellie's shocked eyes, with his arms broken into strange shapes. The little devil could only scream now. But once the girl placed her hand on her neck, everything soon fell silent. Suddenly, there was a banging sound coming from the wooden door of the basement. Lykov's hoarse voice came from outside the door. "Boss. What's going on in there? I heard screams. Open the door immediately." As soon as Rykov returned after seeing off a guest, he heard a scream and immediately rushed down, but the basement door was locked, and judging from the clanging sounds outside, Rykov was looking for the key to open the basement door. Something even more terrifying happened to Ellie. She saw the girl's hand on the little devil's body, and then the little devil's body began to change dramatically. The hair turned white, the tail disappeared, and even the face with charming lines began to distort and reshape. The high nose bridge became soft, the lips became thinner, and finally it completely turned into the appearance of a white-haired girl. If Ellie had received general education in magic, she would have known that this was a corpse transformation technique that was strictly prohibited by human kingdoms across the continent. This time, Ellie bit her lips hard to prevent herself from screaming. The keys outside the door were still clicking to test the lock. 1, 2, 3. Lykov was obviously very anxious, his fingers were shaking. Finally, with a clear click, the door lock was successfully turned. The door was opened a crack, and Rykov stuck half his head in, only to see the little devil standing there with her usual impatience on her face. She glanced at the corpse of the white-haired girl on the ground. The tone was so casual as if he was talking about something insignificant. "Why are you panicking?" "It's nothing. I just taught a disobedient slave a lesson and accidentally hit him a little too hard. He died." Chapter 23. Lin Ku? "Lin Ku, why didn't you come to school all day today? Did something happen? Lin Ku, are you in there?" "I'm coming in." No, how could it be such a coincidence? He had just been transformed by the ancestor and had not had time to check his physical condition when someone came to see him, and it was an acquaintance of his. The non-African attributes exploded. "Come thinking 1LV, come thinking 2LV, the system's cold prompt sound came to my ear. Although the situation was so urgent, Lin Ku knew that it was useless to worry, so he quickly forced himself to calm down a voice. "Yes, how is my voice now?" Lin Ku hummed softly. Humph. The voice was soft, with a delicate ending tone. It didn't have the deep voice he was familiar with. Instead, it was wrapped in a seductive charm. There was no trace of a male voice in it. It was completely a female voice. The voice can't be said to be completely similar to the voice of the goddess of wisdom just now, but it's at least 50%. It's over. It's over. Linka panicked again. No one told me that I could change my gender by going to see my ancestors. There was no moment of sadness for the passing of the great sword. Immediately afterwards, there was another thing that Linka didn't know whether to be happy or sad about. The broad mind of the goddess of wisdom was not inherited. Linka could easily see his own white and tender feet by lowering his head. In fact, Linka has always wanted to complain about the voice and temperament of the goddess of wisdom. In Linka's worldview, the goddess of wisdom is not the blue-haired goddess of wisdom in Frozen Eel. Tang Shangtian's goddess is a representative of extremely high intelligence, calm and absolutely rational, but the goddess of wisdom on my side, whether she is wise or not, is very charming. She is lively, cute, and gentle. When the corners of her eyes are slightly raised, there is warmth, but when she lowers her eyelids, there is a calmness that seems to be able to accommodate the suffering of the entire world. The face and aura of the goddess of wisdom were so great that when Linka first saw her, the following scene appeared in his mind. In a desperate situation, she wrapped the cruel truth in gentle lies, constantly inspiring everyone, but at the last moment, she sacrificed herself to sow the seeds of hope in a new world. True tenderness is choosing to love with all one's strength, even when knowing the outcome. How can this be called the goddess of wisdom? She should be called the goddess of charm, right? What made Linku even more overwhelmed was that now, this great face actually grew on his body. No, Linku discovered a blind spot. In fact, rather than saying that his own face looked exactly like the goddess of wisdom, it would be more accurate to say that it was based on Linku's own face with a lot of subtle adjustments. In fact, if you insist, you can still tell that she is Linku, but through a lot of fine-tuning, she has become much softer. Originally, you could barely see a hint of masculine features, with a bit of androgynous beauty, but now she is completely a girl, and her appearance has been raised to the same level as the goddess of wisdom. It's a bit like when your fraternity dresses up and suddenly becomes handsome. Besides, Linka's appearance is already top-notch, and the body shape doesn't seem to have changed much. At most it has shrunk a little, but because Linku has a small frame, this is actually not obvious. There was no time to feel sad about the passing of his great sword, not that it was big. Linku immediately came up with a good idea. Lin Moran hasn't seen Linku all day. Ever since I accompanied him to the family's armory to select weapons that day, I didn't see Linku during the entire next day's classes. Moreover, a major event occurred in the family. Yi Lingfeng, the elder who was in charge of managing all the family affairs, and Lin Mobing, who was in charge of training the Lincheng Knights, fell into a coma without knowing what had happened. Although Lin Mobing is her brother in name only, she doesn't have any good feelings towards him at all. Sometimes she could always feel that Lin Mobing was staring at her with a lewd look. Even every time she was with Lin Ku, she could feel that Lin Mobing sent people to monitor her, and would ask someone to call her back as soon as he had the chance. Lin Mobing suddenly fell into a coma for some unknown reason. Although Lin Moran knew that it was not a good idea to think this way, she had to admit that she was relieved for a moment. The first thought in her mind was, that's great, now I can stay with Linka freely. She even wanted to go to Linka's house to find him immediately, but it was also because Lin Mobing and Yi Lao were in a coma. As the nominal heir of the Lin family, she was unable to get away. In addition, the head of the family had already retreated behind the scenes due to health reasons. So many things had to be presided over by her. This was the first time she took full charge of the family affairs, and many elders of the Lin family who were much more senior than her obeyed her orders respectfully. Perhaps it was because she was naturally talented, or perhaps it was because of the residual pressure from her father. Things went very smoothly. Finally, after approving the last document, she affixed her seal and watched the elders bow and leave. The large study instantly fell silent. She leaned back in her chair, gazing at the empty study, and suddenly felt deflated. The feeling of holding power for the first time was far less exhilarating than she had imagined. It is even more painful than memorizing boring astrology theory books in school. It would be nice if Lin Ku was there. Even if he just sat next to her, hugged his knees and watched her write, and occasionally said something insignificant. The cold and dull room seemed to warm up. All she wanted to do was to end it all quickly, and she wanted to find Lin Ku. If Lin Ku could be by his side, this kind of work wouldn't be so painful. However, even when all the handover work was settled and the sun rose the next day, there was still no sign of Lin Ku in the classroom. So, Lin Mo ran, who was worried that something might happen to Lin Ku, couldn't bear it anymore and went straight to find Lin Ku. Lin Ku was so cute and comes from a poor family. I have to find him. After knocking on the door and receiving no response, Lin Mo ran took out the door key to Lin Ku's house from her pocket. which she had secretly asked someone to customize, and turned the door lock. Although she knew that secretly customizing other people's keys was not a good thing, the situation was urgent and she couldn't care less. Moreover, she had a clear conscience. At most, she had used this imitation key to sneak in and take away some old clothes while Linka was not at home. She did not disturb the other person's normal life at all, but as soon as she opened the door, she was stunned. Chapter 24 New Skills Lin Ku? In Lin Moran's opinion, although the Lin Ku in front of him was still Lin Ku, he always felt a little different from before. For some reason, he felt that Lin Ku had become much more handsome. Although Lin Ku was very good looking before, the average value of appearance attribute was 45, and the value was 85, there was no doubt that Lin Moran could feel that Lin Ku had become even more handsome now. Even Lin Moran couldn't take his eyes off it, but if you ask her what exactly is different about Lin Ku, she really can't put it into words. It seems like everything has changed a little bit, but it also seems like nothing has changed. Lin Ku? What happened? Lin Ku's voice was a little hoarse for some reason. Lin Moran looked into the house. There were only a few things in the house. Perhaps because Lin Ku was too poor, the whole room seemed empty. Can you please let me in? Lin Moran quietly put the imitation key back into his pocket and walked towards the door. Well, come in. Apart from his voice becoming hoarse and his face becoming inexplicably more beautiful, Lin Ku seemed to have no abnormalities. Lin Moran sat down on the only two chairs in the room with ease. Why didn't you come to school yesterday and this morning? Didn't we agree last time that you wouldn't skip classes and go out and play? I had a cold and a fever yesterday, so I didn't go to school. Lin Ku explained. He, or should I say her, just came up with a brilliant idea. Now that this face is still recognizable as mine, wouldn't it be better if I could just change my hair back to black and make my voice deeper? All of this is achieved through videotapes. Although videotapes have many characteristics, in essence they are still the embodiment of the flow of mental power. Use tape to disguise hair color and compress the vocal tract to make the voice more hoarse. When you cannot use tapes, you can use some herbs to clamp your throat and make your voice deeper. How is it? Are you still feeling bad now? Lin Moran looked worried. It's okay. I had a slight fever yesterday, but today I'm almost fine except for my hoarseness. Lin Ku didn't dwell too much on this topic because the more you talk, the bigger the flaw becomes. Oh yeah, by the way, why do you have my room key? She decided to turn the tables. Sure enough, Lin Moyan, who was not good at lying, immediately turned red in the face. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, "This street is directly controlled by our Lin family, so I asked the guard in charge of guarding the street for the key." This was of course a lie, but Lin Ku did not expose it, because Lin Ku had changed the door lock of this room. The key he got from the guard would definitely not match. In fact, the street where Lin Ku lives is mainly for the servants of the Lin family to live in. Although it may be embarrassing, it is precisely for this reason that the rent of Lin Ku's house is very cheap even though it is in the center of Lin City. Perhaps both of them had a lot of things to ask each other, but didn't know which one to bring up first, and the air fell into silence for a moment. What happened to the Lin family these days? Why don't you move back to the Lin family compound? You speak first. You go first. The two spoke at the same time, and Lin Moran laughed softly. Little did he know that the culprit who caused Lin Mobing and Yi Lingfeng to fall into coma was right in front of him. However, the coma is just a cover. In a few days, when the stench of corpse wafts out from the secret room in Lin Mobing's study, all the truth will be revealed. Lin Moran paused and said, "Why don't you move back to the Lin family compound? Take this opportunity to move back." Lin Moran had a beautiful idea. Before, it was Lin Mobing who prevented Lin Ku from moving back to the Lin family compound. It was just right that he took advantage of the time when Lin Ku was unconscious for unknown reasons to let Lin Ku move back quickly. Even if Lin Mobing wakes up later and sees the fait accompli, the matter is already settled. She specially found a residence for Lin Ku very close to her. As long as Lin Ku agreed now, he could move there in the afternoon. But, didn't Master Lin Mobing not let me move back in? He said he was afraid it would affect the overall image of the Lin family. He's unconscious and can't stop us. Lin Moran looked at Lin Ku with sparkling eyes. Coma? What happened to Master Lin Mobing? Lin Ku still had a confused expression on her face. Although she had long known that after she killed Lin Mobing himself, the complete puppets he controlled naturally fell into a coma due to the death of the puppeteer, and she really wanted to complain about something, which was that Lin Mobing was, after all, Lin Moran's nominal brother. Although she knew that their relationship was very bad, she didn't expect it to be so bad. Our pharmacist hasn't found the cause yet. We've already gone to the church to ask for help from the healing nuns. I hope they can find the cause. So, do you want to? Well, let's forget it. I feel pretty comfortable where I live now. Lin Ko had no intention of moving back in. He had too many secrets, from the simulation system to the bloodline of the goddess of wisdom. These were secrets that absolutely could not be revealed. Living in the Lin family compound, which was heavily guarded and even had a dedicated cleaning staff every day, would only increase the risk of being exposed. Perhaps he didn't expect Lin Ko to refuse so decisively, and Lin Mo-ran was stunned for a moment. All right. Lin Mo-ran didn't continue to pester him. The two continued to chat briefly for a few more sentences, and then Lin Ko pretended to be a little tired and wanted to rest. Lin Mo-ran's eyes softened immediately, and he pinched the corner of his clothes reluctantly, but he also knew that he needed to rest up after having a cold, so he didn't stay any longer. She took out a brown paper envelope from her cloth bag and gently placed it on the edge of the table. Her fingertips touched the edge of the envelope, as if she was afraid of disturbing Lin Ko. She turned around with light steps and said, "Then I'll be leaving. When you're well, you must come to class." The door clicked shut, and the footsteps outside gradually faded away. Lin Ko finally breathed a sigh of relief, his tense shoulders relaxing. Finally, Lin Ko now has the opportunity to carefully examine the changes in himself. The disappearance of the big sword was inevitable. Although Lin Ko felt uncomfortable, he also knew that it was meaningless to just feel uncomfortable. At least becoming a beautiful girl has its advantages. The biggest advantage Lin Ko can think of right now is related to the protagonist of the game. Assuming that the protagonist of the game really has memories of his previous life, then if he is a girl, the probability of being recognized will be very low. Moreover, I can completely establish a new identity as a woman. Lin Ko's identity and name are the same as in his previous life, which always makes Lin Ko feel a little uneasy. Although other aspects of this identity are completely different, it is still very insecure, because he himself has become a follower of the goddess of wisdom. Now, in addition to the system panel, Lin Ko's vision also has his own follower attribute panel, just like after loading the save file of Swan Knight. Lin Ko strength, 40 plus 0, constellation bonus, agility, 39 plus 0, constellation bonus, charm, 85 plus 100, constellation bonus, exceeds the upper limit, equivalent to 100, comprehension, spell. Adaptability 20 plus 100, constellation bonus, current free points, 40. After Lin Ko glanced at his current attribute panel, he could no longer hold back. No, why do I feel that the points given to me by the 6-star goddess of wisdom are not as good as the points given to me by the 3.5-star Swan Knight constellation, although charm is the rarest attribute in the game? Because there are very few constellations that will give attribute bonuses to charm, even if there are, the bonus points are at most in the single digits. However, the attribute of charm itself is very metaphysical. In the game, the level of charm will directly determine the success rate of some negotiation events. Back to reality, the charm attribute is more complicated. First of all, the most intuitive manifestation is of course one's appearance. The average charm is 45 points, which is the appearance of a normal person. Above 60 can be considered good-looking, and 80 and above can be considered absolutely beautiful. As for above 90, it is already a stunningly beautiful appearance. In addition, it will also affect the success rate of some skills, such as charm, friendship, not friendship, and other skills. But if you ask me what other uses it has, I really can't think of it at the moment. But if you say that charm is the most useless of these 4 attributes, that is definitely not true. In the past, other players tried to create characters with extremely low charm attributes but very high other 3 attributes. As a result, they soon failed because they could not summon their partners and could not defeat the first boss. But this also reflects how incredible the points added by the goddess of wisdom are. The rarest charm attribute is directly added by 100. But this is also the point that makes Lin Ko want to cry the most. The upper limit of the charm value is 100, you have almost doubled it, but it is useless, it is a pure waste of points, and the goddess of wisdom, why did you give all your points to charm? Lin Ko really wanted to complain about this. Where did you add your wisdom? All to your face. The adaptability of the following spells is also maximized, but no matter what, Lin Ko was content. Although the waste of attribute points made her uncomfortable, it was definitely better than a blank slate anyway. Linka thought about it briefly and quickly distributed the extra 40 points evenly to the strength and agility attributes. In other words, Linka's current strength and agility attributes have become like this frowny face strength, 40 plus 0, constellation bonus, plus 20, attribute point allocation, agility, 39 plus 0, constellation bonus, plus 20, attribute point allocation. Taking advantage of this, Linku shifted his gaze to the skill panel below the character attributes, but when her eyes fell on the lines of unfamiliar text on the skill panel, her fingertips suddenly stopped and she even missed a breath. Her pupils shrank slightly, and she subconsciously moved closer, repeatedly confirming the content on the panel. Wait, what skill is this? Chapter 25: How to Disguise a New Identity. Near Perfect Wound Treatment Effect completely heals almost any wound that occurs within 3 minutes, and heals most wounds inflicted within a day, except in extreme cases, such as powder crushing. This skill consumes almost no physical or mental energy, but it will produce certain side effects, which can be eliminated after upgrading the skill to Perfect Wound Healing. Side effects: the user may experience symptoms such as vomiting blood, paleness, weakness, and sweating. However, these are only visual effects and will not cause any physical burden other than a small amount of blood loss. Should I say that she is indeed the goddess of the three goddesses church, and she is actually a healing type. The goddess of war charged into the battle array carrying the scorching sun spear, while the goddess of magic brandished the astral robe and cast spells, both of them leaning towards the hardcore style of war maniac and magician. Looking at the ancestor of this body of hers, he chose the healing system, which was obviously very orthodox, but in comparison, it seemed unexpectedly special. Linka read the skill description again to make sure he was not mistaken. She suddenly felt that there was one word between the lines of this skill: acting. It's not that Lin hasn't seen performance skills before. There are all kinds of strange constellations in this world, and there's always a chance that you'll draw some tricky skills. For example, some skills even allow you to instantly enter a certain state to act out, such as fear, ecstasy, or confidence, but this skill that the goddess gave me is not called getting into the state, it's just pure acting. This can lead people to mistakenly believe that treatment has serious side effects. Linku even suspected that this was the goddess's bad taste. In fact, the top-level treatment technique had no cost, but it could make others mistakenly think that it required a huge price to pay. Perhaps this could be understood as a way for the goddess to protect herself? After all, only when something is precious enough can it be cherished. Linka took out a fruit knife and cut a small wound on his finger. Near perfect wound healing technique is activated. The next second, a light green light suddenly emerged from the wound on the fingertip. It was not as hot as a flame, but instead like a layer of soft gauze, gently wrapping the injured area. The light only flickered for 2 seconds, and when it gradually faded, Linka raised his finger again, and the cut had disappeared without a trace, without even a trace of bleeding. The skin was still a delicate light pink, as if the scratch had never existed. Linka raised his eyebrows. She suddenly realized that the effect of this skill was particularly similar to the skill, life transfer technique, which had a very low threshold, but extremely strong effects and costs. It also emits the same green healing light, and even the healing effects are quite similar, but the cost is the consumption of one's own vitality. This is a good thing, because if this skill is too powerful and different from other healing skills in the world, it would be too eye-catching. In this way, I can completely disguise this skill as life transfer technique, and even the side effects are similar. Using the zero-cost, near-perfect wound healing technique to heal the wounded until they vomit blood, although there is almost no loss to oneself, but it will definitely gain a lot of goodwill. Linka suddenly thought with a sense of evil humor. It's also a great way to escape death, like in a tragic novel where the heroine sacrifices her life to save the protagonist. Then, when everyone else is heartbroken, believing Linka died using the life transfer technique to save them, while actually staying alive, you can secretly observe the protagonist's grief-stricken expression from the sidelines. It's delicious. No, Linku immediately shook his head and cleared the idea of this somewhat deceptive behavior from his mind. I've never had such a bad taste before. Could it be that I was influenced by my ancestors? Yes, absolutely. Linka now feels more and more that his ancestor is definitely not a serious person, but to be honest, if you only look at the effect of this skill, it is indeed too powerful. It can heal wounds that appear in a short period of time, and it is completely healed, which means that it does not leave any scars at all. Even with such a strong healing effect, it consumes almost no physical and mental energy. This input-output ratio even made Linka feel that it was better than the initial skill, Taste 100 Herbs, given by Shinon, the strongest healing constellation in the game. The skill effect granted by the former is a conceptual ability to force the level of any prepared potion to increase by one quality, and does not yet involve specific therapeutic effects, and my initial skill, Near Perfect Wound. Healing, when put into the skill library that can be drawn during the first awakening, can kill people indiscriminately. Incidentally, the initial ability granted by the Swan Knight is Knight's Memory, a knowledge-based initial skill from the angle of bowing when meeting someone, the position of the hand on the hilt when wearing a sword, to the etiquette of holding a cup at a banquet. Every detail was as clear as if Lin Kuo had practiced it thousands of times himself. The basic and advanced sword techniques of slashing and blocking, as well as the coordinated rhythm of waist, abdomen, and arms when exerting force, are all etched in memory. Not to mention riding skills, they also have a detailed understanding of how to calm a frightened horse, how to adjust the force of the stirrups to maintain balance, and even the differences in habits of different horses. There is also knowledge related to marching, how to choose a camping site to avoid moisture, how to arrange sentry rotations, and even simple wound treatment techniques, all included. In a sense, Lin Kuo had gotten a huge advantage. You know, when a character save is exited from a simulation system, most abilities are temporarily sealed, but memories are different. The knowledge of the knights didn't vanish with the save. Instead, it burned into his mind like a red-hot iron, becoming his own. With the knight's memories combined with powerful healing skills, he might now be considered a healing knight, Lin Kuo thought with some excitement, but when she looked at herself in the mirror, she looked too petite and cute. Her pink eyes blinked but then dimmed again. That if you go out with this beautiful face, it won't be a question of whether you are conspicuous or not. Being beautiful is definitely a good thing, but being too beautiful is not a good thing. Lin Kuo fell into deep thought about how to find a new identity for himself. Lin Kuo's identity can be barely maintained through the disguise of the videotape, although he still needs to use a small amount of makeup potion to make his face a little uglier before he can restore it. Right. Lin Kuo suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of the Bone King. Wouldn't it be enough to completely cover your face and body with armor and control your voice with tape? Do what you say. What should I do with the money to buy armor? Lin Kuo looked at the envelope that Lin Moran left for him. That's right, the reason why Lin Kuo is not starved to death after being away from work for so long, and can even maintain his extravagant lifestyle, is that, apart from the insignificant subsidies from the Lin family's descendants, the vast majority of the money comes from Lin Moran. Lin Moran was afraid of hurting Lin Kuo's self-esteem, so every time he came to see him, he would bring an envelope full of money, and leave it here quietly without saying anything. Let me see how much rice the rich lady gave me this time. I'm over 30 gold coins. Lin Moran gives me the total living expenses for a family of 4 once a month. She is such a nice person. Lin Kuo inexplicably felt like he was being kept by a rich woman. No, I'm not being kept by a rich woman. Just think of it as her paying a high price for my old clothes. But soon, she couldn't laugh anymore. Why is it so expensive? Are you kidding me? Chapter 26. A young man comes to the guild. So do you want to buy it or not? The owner of the weapons store showed an impatient expression towards the gray-robed man in front of him. The gray-robed man in front of him was dressed in rags and seemed very thin. His voice was very hoarse, but his body was smaller than that of a normal man, and his face was covered with gauze. Normally, I wouldn't buy weapons for people of unknown origin like this. Lin Cheng has such strict control. I'm afraid of causing trouble, but now is a special period, and the requirements for arms sales have been relaxed so that ordinary urban residents can also obtain certain weapons. It wasn't until Lin Kuo reached the door of the weapons store that he remembered a key thing. In fact, it's not Lin Kuo's fault, because this plot is not very important in the game, and it is even only mentioned briefly in the background of the game. The northwest part of the kingdom was invaded by the elves about a year before the start of the game. The elves destroyed several border towns of the kingdom and occupied them. There is a plot in the game where the protagonist goes to negotiate with the elves and asks them to withdraw from the kingdom's territory. There are 2 solutions. One is to literally wipe out the elven royal family and support a puppet elven regime, and the other is to negotiate peacefully. After solving the problem, the elf character pool will be opened and you can draw characters. However, if you choose the former solution, that is, 2-2, there are basically no good characters in the pool. If you choose the latter, you have a chance to draw the strongest shooter in the game, the elf princess. In the game, most of the plot of the elf chapter takes place in the forest capital of the elves. The invasion of the northwest border of the kingdom is just an introduction to this chapter, and is hardly mentioned in the subsequent plot. And why did Lin Ke suddenly think of this matter? This knight's visored helmet costs this much. Due to the influx of adventurers, the current price of weapons in Lincheng is this high. As for why adventurers were flocking in, the owner of the weapons shop seemed to have heard Lin Ke's doubts and continued to speak of those elves in the north are becoming unruly again. The Forest City Knights posted a notice last week, calling on adventurers, hunters, and border knights in the territory to form a small team to investigate the elves' movements. No, what a coincidence! Could it be that Lincheng is one of the border towns destroyed by the elves in the background of the game? But it's hard to say. After all, in addition to Lincheng, there are more than a dozen border cities of various sizes in the entire kingdom's border. Only a few towns were destroyed in the game. Because the elves did not want to go to war with the kingdom, they only stopped after advancing a certain distance. Lin Kiki knew that she was a non-African, so she didn't dare to gamble. Looks like I have to start another simulation today. Then let's discard this knight's mask armor and the accompanying metal armor. Replace it with the small hunter's leather armor and leather gloves. The only hunter leather armor left that fits your body type is the women's version. The owner of the weapons shop glanced at the guy who was wrapped up tightly. I thought that a woman's style would be more suitable for someone with this body shape. No problem. Lin Ke was not picky either. After buying a set of knight adventurer's attire, Lin Mo Ran had just spent all the living expenses he had left for himself plus his previous savings. In the afternoon, a tin can man with his entire body and head covered in armor came to the Adventurers Guild. Although the combination of the metal helmet and leather armor is a bit strange, neither a ranger nor a knight, it does not seem so special when compared with the other great people in the Adventurers Guild. Have you registered as an adventurer somewhere else before? The blonde receptionist with big boobs at the Adventurers Guild asked Lin Kedao as usual. No. Constellation, skills, awakening number, desired team position? 1-star constellation, a Knight Order battlefield healer, first awakening, skill, life transmission. Life transmission? The blonde receptionist's eyes lit up when she heard this. Although the 1-star constellation is very ordinary, the skills of this healing system are not ordinary. You should know the healing effect and cost of life transmission, right? If you become the guild's specially hired healer, you can receive a monetary subsidy for each mission or treatment. Seeing Lin Ke nodded, the receptionist continued, there's an urgent quest right now. An adventurer scout team is in need of a strong healer. You'll just need to perform a simple life transmission and pass the assessment to get this quest. The reward is generous. It will take a day and a half, or no more than 4 days to go back and forth. You just need to go to the designated location to investigate the elves' movements. The guild will give you a reward of 10 gold coins, and the adventurer team will also get a share of the profits. Lin Ke just happened to want to see what this so-called elven invasion looked like. Money and other things are secondary. At worst, I can find an excuse to ask for some more from rich woman Lin Mo Ran next time. Then fill in the team profession column for you as a healer? The Adventurers Guild is in need of adventurers of this profession right now. Lin Ke hesitated for a moment. Although she wanted to say that she should actually define this identity as a healing knight, the healer could be protected from behind, and the survival rate should be higher than that of the healing knight, a profession that was somewhat out of place. The blonde receptionist quickly recorded Lin Ke's basic information. Name? Subaru. Lin Subaru. To round it off, my own simulation can be considered a disguised form of death replay. Soon, Lin Ke got a small card with his adventurer information. Follow me, your team is over there. She turned and walked deeper into the guild, and Lin Ke followed her through the noisy crowd, the laughter of the surrounding adventurers, the crisp sound of weapons clashing, mixed with the aroma of beer drifted over, until they stopped in front of a group of people wearing leather armor. This is a reconnaissance team improvised by 2 teams of adventurers. This is Lime, the captain of the Hops team and the vice-captain of this operation. This is Creed, the overall team leader of this operation. Is this the therapist you found for us? The person who spoke was Creed. There was a scar across his left cheek. He was unshaven and muscular. He was wearing berserker leather armor and had a double-bladed axe on his back. He looked very fierce. Yes, this is Mr. Lin Mao, a 1-star healing constellation family member who masters the skill, life transmission. You're just that skinny? Creed scoffed, his hand on the axe handle behind him. Won't those pointy-eared creatures scare you to your knees once you get to the elven forest? Lime, who was standing nearby, also came over. He was incredibly stout, his belly bulging out his leather armor. He was panting as he spoke, echoing Creed, "He's a completely new adventurer, so we don't have to worry about him getting in the way. It would be a blessing if he doesn't hold us back." The two of them didn't lower their voices on purpose, and several team members around them also looked over, with a look of watching a show in their eyes. "This knight's helmet looks like it was just bought. Why don't you take it off and show us your face? It's wrapped tightly," Rhyme said. "Mr. Rhyme, adventurers have the right to a certain degree of privacy." When Lime heard the hoarse and unpleasant male voice produced by Linka's videotape, he instantly lost interest. "It doesn't look very good to me. I don't think I can even lift the sword." Creed reached out to grab Link's arm, but she dodged sideways. Creed's expression became even more displeased. "Hey, receptionist, if he didn't use the life transmission technique during this mission, then he won't be included in the distribution of our rewards." The guild receptionist still kept smiling. "No problem. The internal distribution of rewards to adventurers is not within our jurisdiction. Are these two people trying to lower my compensation distribution? But it's understandable, because he is indeed a newcomer who suddenly appeared, increasing the denominator, and is very likely to be a burden. It would be strange if the captains of the two adventurer teams would treat him well." The blonde receptionist paused and changed the subject, "But Captain Creed, I must remind you that a healer registered with the life transmission technique is a valuable asset to all mid and low-level adventurers. If anything happens to Lin Subaru, the Supreme Guild can impose a 200 gold coin penalty for failing to protect him, depending on the circumstances." Everyone present was aware of the weight of 200 gold coins, a sum that a low-level adventurers team would have to go on several dangerous missions to accumulate. Creed's brows furrowed, and he waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing away a fly. I know. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The blonde receptionist said nothing more, bowed slightly to Lin Ko, and her tone returned to its previous gentle tone. "Mr. Lin, I wish you a happy cooperation. Gather here at 6:30 tomorrow morning and we'll set off. The Adventurers Guild is offering a bounty right now. Every elf's head you chop off is worth 30 gold coins. We have to get a few more this time, you hear me?" "Yes," the team members replied. Lin Ka's eyelids jumped when she heard this. Wasn't it agreed to be a reconnaissance team? How could a reconnaissance team start out by shouting "cut off heads for money"? The words almost slipped out of her throat, but she forced herself to swallow her doubts and just responded, "Good. Let's start the simulation later." Her intuition told her that this reconnaissance would probably not end uneventfully. Chapter 27. Something is wrong. Lin Ku invested all her remaining 5 system points into this simulation. This time she did not choose "tomorrow," but chose a newly appeared button, "now," because 5 system points were not enough to support Lin Ku's simulation of what would happen one day later. Lin Ku actually started the simulation when the adventurers had gathered and were ready to set off. The time after the simulation starts is consistent with the time before the simulation starts. Simulation start time 6:30 a.m. August 9, 1007, Royal Calendar. Available time 24 hours. The simulation starts at the exact moment. If it weren't for the pop-up window in his field of vision indicating that the current simulation had already begun, Lin Ku might have thought he was still in reality. After waiting for about 10 more minutes, Lime, with a big belly, finally arrived with the 3 members of their adventurer team. Creed was clearly a little unhappy about Lime's lateness, but he didn't say anything. Although Creed is nominally the captain of this operation, these are 2 independent teams of adventurers after all, so Creed's command essentially has to be carried out through Lime. Moreover, the cooperation between adventurers is not based on orders and obedience, but more on personal relationships. There's no need to ruin a relationship because of something like being 10 minutes late. At dawn, after a brief check of their equipment, the 11-member reconnaissance team set off. The configuration is roughly like this: 2 swordsmen, 3 spearmen, 3 archers, as well as a mage, a potion master, and Lin Ku, the team leader. Creed is nominally the strongest in the team. He has a 2-star swordsman constellation and is also awakened for the second time. As long as his luck is not too bad, this means he has at least 2 powerful combat skills. The remaining team members are mostly 1-star or 1.5-star followers. "Hey, Lin Mao, I see you have the least stuff, so please help me carry it. Lime came over and handed the bag he was carrying to Lin Ku. Lin Ku glanced at the guy through the slit in his helmet. To be honest, she didn't expect that this fat-looking Lime was actually the mage of this team. After all, most of the stereotypical mages are relatively intellectual and have strong self-control. They usually have good body management and will not get fat to this extent like Lime. Lin Ku didn't say anything. He obediently took Lime's backpack and put it on his back, because he added points to his strength attribute. Lin Ku's strength attribute was now over 50 points, so he could still carry 2 backpacks. Confirm the elves' stronghold and the patrols around it. Complete this objective and the entire team will be rewarded 30 gold coins. Record the elves' high-value targets. This quest objective will reward you with 40 gold coins. As the team moved forward, Creed, who was walking in front of the team, explained the specific requirements and rewards of this mission, and reached several key locations marked on the map to investigate whether there are other elves' activities there. The work of a reconnaissance team is generally very dangerous and they may encounter the enemy at any time, especially for Creed's large reconnaissance team of 11 people. As for why we need to form such a reconnaissance team with a definitely not small number of people, there is actually a reason. Due to the birth rate problem, the number of elves has always been very small, and they are distributed in the vast forest. The more adventurers there are, the higher the success rate of the mission will be. In short, we must show the elves the greatness of us human adventurers. Creed got tired of reading and skipped over a lot of important reconnaissance mission details. To be honest, Lin Ku felt that Creed might not have any experience in reconnaissance missions. At least judging from the current arrangements, the operation could be described as a mess. Lin Ku made his judgment based on the knowledge of military reconnaissance in his mind. Of course, all this knowledge was given to him by the Swan Knight. Lin Ku inexplicably had the illusion that he had commanded several military operations. The Knight's memory, given to him by the Swan Knight, is not only theoretical knowledge, but also includes some memories of battles that the Swan Knight personally commanded. She had only one feeling about Creed and the entire team: they were too amateurish. With Lord Creed's strength, this reconnaissance mission should be no problem at all. Lime complimented with a grin. Our captain can easily take on 5 elves alone. Others in the team also echoed. These are just small scenes. Although Creed appeared modest on the surface, his mouth was already grinning. The group did not feel nervous about the mission at all, and walked out of Lincheng while chatting in a very relaxed manner. It was not until they entered the dense forest with complex terrain that Lin Ku suddenly realized how tiring it was to carry 2 bags. Do you need me to help share the weight of the bag? Perhaps hearing Lin Ku's panting, a kind adventurer in the team came over. It was a girl's voice, very clear and energetic. Lin Ku turned his head slightly and saw a girl with freckles on her face and brown hair in a ponytail looking at him with big eyes. The facial features are not particularly good looking, but they are very pleasing to the eye. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Anna, the shooter of the Lime Hops team. I'm a 1.5-star constellation, legendary hunter of the dense forest. I'm awakening for the first time. Anna moved closer and whispered. Our captain is actually a pretty good person, but he's a bit xenophobic and doesn't care much about adventurers outside the team. Please understand. Without waiting for Lin Ku to answer, she reached out and took the bag from Lin Ku's back and put it on her back. Thanks. Lin Ku returned the greeting. Anna blinked her big eyes when she heard it, then laughed softly. That's nothing, but I didn't expect you to say thank you. I thought you were a bit reserved and rough, and from your voice I thought you were a rough guy underneath your armor. Lin Ku found that she looked pretty when she smiled, and Anna's earrings were pretty and delicate, which did not look like the outfit of an ordinary adventurer. The two chatted for a few more minutes, and Lin Ku found that Anna was quite talkative, and it could be said that the two of them got along well. Where are you from, Lin Mao? I see your last name is Lin. Are you related to the Lin family, the Lord's family of Lin City? No, I'm just from a small village nearby. My last name just happens to be Lin. I used to be a hunter, but after awakening my constellation, I wanted to try my luck in the city. Lin Ku took out the speech he had prepared long ago. Hey! I used to be a hunter, but one day I discovered I was incredibly accurate with my bow and arrows. In my dream that night, an old man with a bow and arrow called me out to get up and go hunting. Then, when I checked at the church, I discovered I had awakened a Sagittarius constellation, so I decided to go to the big city to see if there were any opportunities to make a fortune. As we chatted, the dense forest ahead gradually became sparse, and the sound of flowing water drifted over on the wind. When everyone walked out of the last shade of trees, the view suddenly opened up. A stream was lying at their feet, the water was crystal clear, the pebbles glowed light blue in the sunlight, and the water hit the stones, splashing tiny drops of water. The Green Forest River is the dividing river between the kingdom's border and the so-called Elven-controlled area. Crossing this river is equivalent to reaching the area actually controlled by the elves. On this side of the river, there is still a dense forest, with tree trunks intertwined to block the sunlight, and even the ground is covered with thick fallen leaves, but on the other side is a grassland that stretches as far as the eye can see, with grass leaves taller than people, and when the wind blows, it stirs up green waves. The dense grass leaves almost form a wall, looking even more secretive than the dense forest behind. Although there is only a river between them, they seem like two completely different worlds. Even the smell of the air has changed. There is the dampness of leaves on this side, while the astringent smell of grass on the other side is slightly astringent. There is also an indescribable quietness, which is a bit abnormal. Without giving it much thought, Creed led his team of 10 people and plunged into this green hell without looking back. Anna walked a few steps, turned around, and found that Linka was still standing not far away, observing something. "What's wrong, Lin Subaru?" "Look, the wind is coming from behind us now, isn't it?" Linka raised his hand and felt the wind brushing against his cheek. "But look at these long grasses. They're falling in the wrong direction, forming a faint circle around here. Can you see it?" As soon as she finished speaking, she lifted her foot and gently stepped on the roots of the long grass to avoid damaging the soil underneath. With her other hand, she carefully pushed aside the dense grass leaves. On the muddy ground below that was not covered by the long grass, there was some short grass, and those short grasses were obviously pressed out to form a shallow circular mark. On the edge, you could see the traces of the grass stems being crushed, which was out of tune with the naturally growing short grass around it. Relying on the knowledge in his mind, Linka quickly discovered something wrong. "What kind of animal is it?" "No, not really." Linka shook his head. When a cavalryman dismounts, the horse's hooves will first make shallow pits in the ground, and the soles of the boots will then make arc-shaped indentations along the direction of the saddle. The combination of the two creates a double mark like this. It doesn't look like the footprints of an animal, but more like the footprints left by a cavalry unit. "But do the elves have cavalry?" Linku expressed his speculation, but found that Anna was staring at him. What happened?" "Nothing, I just feel like you know a lot." "Ha, they're all hunters." Linka laughed dryly, scratched the back of his head, and glanced quickly in the direction where the team was walking away, trying to change the subject. "I once learned to identify tracks from an old hunter in the village. He often said, 'The grass on the ground speaks louder than your mouth.' But I don't understand all this. Besides, this is a special long grassland area. There should be almost no hunters coming here to hunt, but you can observe so much information." Chapter 28 Attack. "Well, we're a little far away from the team, let's catch up quickly." Linku interrupted Anna, pulled her sleeve, and walked towards Creed. Anna followed Linku and didn't say anything else. However, this kind of grassland is very difficult to cross. If you are not careful, the grass leaves swaying in the wind will block your vision or even hit your face. There are grass insects constantly clinging to my body. Because Linku was completely inside the tin can, the impact on him was almost zero, but the other adventurers who were not well prepared were not so lucky. "Anna, it will be a little better if you follow me." Anna did not refuse Linku's kindness. "The amount of animal droppings has also decreased, what's the problem?" Anna, who was following behind Linku, tilted her head, as if she was not familiar with this type of grassland terrain. Although the dense grass makes this area appear to be just a patch of weeds of little use to humans, it's actually a natural treasure trove for small and medium-sized monsters, as there are a large number of herbivores that carnivores favor here. So normally there would be lots of animal signs, but now there are very few. There are few animals and it is too quiet. Linka felt more and more uncomfortable because of the uneasy feeling in her heart. She had thought that this reconnaissance would lead to a conflict with the elves, or that she would encounter some monsters, but none of these imagined things happened. We have been walking for almost half a day, it's been a bit too smooth. "Hey, newbie, stop talking. Or you might get shot in the head by an elf's arrow." Creed's loud voice came from the front of the team. Although Lin Ku really wanted to complain that the captain's voice was the most likely to attract enemies, he didn't say it out loud. She closed her mouth and concentrated on walking. The visibility in this place is so poor that you can hardly see anything using only your eyesight. Sound. The Swan Knight's battle memory told Lin Ku that in places with extremely poor visibility, he must pay more attention to sounds. Why not switch to the character? Save file of Swan Knight Shadow? Maybe you can get more information through the tape, but Lin Ku also has concerns. First of all, after switching to Swan Knight Shadow, there is no way to switch the saved file back to its original state. Yes, there is a delay in switching saved characters. Secondly, although Swan Knight Shadow is more suitable for combat, its improvement in frontal combat capability is relatively limited. It mainly improves basic attributes. Lin Ku even feels that he may be able to fight better now with the combination of healing magic and basic knight swordsmanship, but at this moment rustle crack rustle the sound is different. Lin Ku quickly noticed this detail and searched through his memory. First of all, the reconnaissance team he was in was very close, and the sound of them passing through the grass was already very familiar to him. But this time the sound was of course clearly different, coming from farther away. Someone was stirring the long grass. Besides us, there are others. Lin Ku quickened his pace, approached Creed, and spoke. What? Creed was clearly unaware of the distant sound. What the hell are you talking about? Even if there was someone there, how did you see it? In the elf's control area, the sound came from the opposite side. It was most likely the elf, or perhaps a small team of elves. However, this area of long grass is also a blind spot for the enemy. As long as Creed can be quickly persuaded to command the team to ambush, the elves will be caught off guard. Sometimes Lin Ku really wished Creed could speak more quietly. Anna also stopped immediately and listened carefully to the movements around her. I think I heard that, too. Anna spoke up to agree with Lin Ku. There are enemies. Lin Ku spoke immediately, but it was too late. Bang, bang, before Creed even realized there was an enemy. The enemy's attack had already arrived. Before anyone could react, they saw a light blue arrow penetrate the left temple of an adventurer standing on Creed's left. His eyes were still wide open, as if he didn't understand what was happening, and his body fell limply to the side, bending a patch of long grass. Lin Ku's eyes quickly scanned the shape of the arrow, elven short arrow. Elves use short bows to shoot this type of arrow when fighting in close combat because it is very suitable for close range use. Get down! She didn't have time to think about it. She stretched out her left hand and grabbed Creed's coarse cloth collar. At the same time, her right hand moved to the back of Anna's collar. She subconsciously retracted the force with her fingertips for fear of hurting her. Then, she lunged forward, using her momentum to push the two men into the grass. Almost the moment they fell to the ground, several more short arrows flew past where Creed had just stood and lodged themselves in the grass stalks in the distance, the arrow tails still buzzing, but the remaining adventurers. Chapter 29 Fight Out. Ugh. Puff. A short scream almost exploded right next to his ears. Before Lin Ku could completely hold Creed steady, a cry of pain with blood foam came from the front. The burly man who had been following Creed just now was about to look up to see the direction when a short arrow pierced his collarbone. The tail of the arrow was still stained with bloody flesh. He staggered twice and fell heavily into the grass, without even the strength to struggle. The situation on the left side was not much better. An adventurer tried to crawl to the side, but just after moving half a meter, he was pierced by two short arrows in the wrist and ankle. He wanted to scream in pain, but the third arrow pierced his mouth, and the sound was instantly stuck in his throat, leaving only a hoarse sound. There are enemies on all sides. There seemed to be countless enemies in every direction, front, right, and left. Lin Ku buried his face even lower, resting his elbows on the damp, cold ground, but he dared not even move. All he could hear were the whirring sounds of arrows piercing the air and the subtle crunching of grass leaves. The elves surrounded them silently like snakes hiding in the grass. Even their breathing was extremely low. She knew she couldn't waste any more time. Standing still would mean waiting for death. She had to find a direction to rush out, the faster the better. Listen to me, we must make a breakthrough in one direction now. You follow me. Hey! Newbie, why should I listen to you? Even at this point, Creed still kept yelling with a stern face. If Creed was a waste, Lin Ku would not have intended to pay any attention to him, but the problem is that Creed is the fighting force of this team. If they want to break through, they must fight for his strength. Captain Creed, Lin Subaru is right. Let's get out first. He just saved us. Anna pressed tightly against Linka's back, clutching the corner of Linka's clothes, and whispered, I can hear the general position of the enemy, can you? First thing, shut up. Although Linka's tone made Creed even more angry and embarrassed, he also knew that this was not the place to argue about such things. Most importantly, he didn't want to be inexplicably shot to death by a short arrow shot from nowhere because of the sound, so he kept his mouth shut. The left, I like the left. Linka raised his body slightly from the ground with almost a gambling mentality and pounced to the side. Anna and Creed followed closely behind. The long grass was disturbed by Linka's actions and spread to both sides, exposing the whereabouts of the three people. Swoosh, swoosh. There was a sudden sound of breaking air, and more than 10 light green arrows shot out from the gaps between the grass leaves like a rainstorm, so dense that they almost formed a net, and flew straight towards the three people. Linka could even see the cold light reflected on the arrowhead, and subconsciously wanted to dodge, but the arrow was too fast, and suddenly there was a sharp pain in her left shoulder, like a red-hot needle piercing into her flesh, with such force and momentum that she staggered back half a step, and cold sweat instantly broke out on her back. Anna and Creed, who were following behind, were in even worse condition. Creed was hit by an arrow in his left thigh. The enemy had cut through the tall grass to make room for movement. In Linka's vision, a group of enemies dressed in coarse clothes and holding short bows, dressed like militia, finally appeared, and their long ears indicated their identity, elves, or the long-eared tribe. There was no time to hesitate. Linka reached for the sword at her waist. The hemp rope wrapped around the hilt pricked her palm, yet it made her feel strangely at ease. With a swish, the sword was unsheathed. She had taken the sword from the waist of a fellow adventurer who had just been shot dead. The Swan Knight's fighting skills awakened like instinct, driving her movements according to her muscle memory. Without any hesitation, she pushed off the ground with her toes and rushed forward like an arrow, actively shortening the distance between her and the elf. The elf opposite her obviously didn't expect her to approach him. His pupils shrank slightly, and he hurriedly tried to pick up the longbow again to aim and shoot, but this was an absolutely wrong decision for the elves. The elves' bows and arrows were very intimidating at medium and long distances, but once they were pulled close to the reach of the sword, they became a burden. Once he was within the sword's reach, Linka, just like the Swan Knight had practiced countless times in his memory, gripped the hilt of the sword tightly with his right hand, stretched his arm into a straight line, and thrust forward with one hand, with the tip of the sword making a sharp sound as it broke through the wind. The long sword in her hand cut through the air, and the sharp blade easily cut the enemy's neck. The enemy whose neck was cut covered his throat and staggered down. Linka's body did not stop. She jumped to the left, because the distance was too close. The elves gave up using bows and arrows and instead picked up spears and stabbed at Linka's chest, but because Linka's body was relatively thin, she easily dodged the attack. The 4 or 5 elves in front of Linka had already drawn the long and short swords from their waists. Some of them had their pupils shrunk, hiding their excitement that they could not suppress, like wolves waiting to pounce on their prey. Some were a little afraid of surviving on the battlefield, but they forced themselves not to retreat, and a few had surprise in their eyes, probably because they did not expect that this thin therapist who was shot by an arrow would dare to draw his sword and stand in front. This is certainly the look of a soldier on the battlefield. She had clearly never been to a battlefield, not even experienced a proper weapon fight, but a familiar thin layer of sweat suddenly appeared on her palms. The strength of her grip on the hilt unconsciously followed a certain rhythm, and the muscles in her back subconsciously tensed, as if an instinctive defensive posture had long been engraved into her. The breath was a little stuffy in the helmet, but when she looked at the approaching swords and the elves' eyes, which were either fierce or panicked, she lost her initial panic. Instead, she felt a sense of security that it should be like this, as if she had stood on the battlefield like this a long time ago, facing the same enemies and gazes. The memory of the Swan Knight was making her excited. Linka's left shoulder was still bleeding, but he didn't hesitate at all and took a steady step towards the elf in front. His right foot stomped into the mud, sending up tiny scraps of grass. He exerted force on the hilt, and with a sharp, wind-breaking sound, he slashed vertically towards the opponent's heart. The sword's thrust was swift and heavy, a standard knight's thrust-turn-slashing attack, without a single scrap of mud or water. The pupils of the elf holding the dagger suddenly shrank, and he subconsciously jumped back nimbly, blocking the attack with the dagger in front of him, but he didn't even touch the edge of the blade. Linka's sword was too fast, and almost as soon as he moved, the sword brushed past his clothes. But before the elf could breathe a sigh of relief, Linka lowered his wrist slightly, and the sword suddenly turned. The original vertical slash spread out and turned into a wider horizontal arc. The sword blade swept towards the elf's waist, and the speed was half a second faster than before. Such orthodox knight swordsmanship. Creed, who had been following behind Link, exclaimed. At the same time, the sword slashed into the enemy's body, and she could feel the heavy feedback in her hand. The elves were wearing simple cloth armor, so even though Linka's strength attribute was not outstanding, they were able to easily cut the wound. The elf, whose abdomen was cut open, groaned and dropped the dagger, but his blood-stained hands held Linka's sword tightly like iron clamps. The palm of his palm was cut into a bloody mess. By the sharp sword, blood flowed down the spine of the sword, and even the gaps between his fingers were seeping red, but he refused to let go, and the force was so great that Linka's wrist trembled, and the sword was stuck in the opponent's flesh, and he couldn't pull it out for a while. Seeing this, the elf next to him roared and rushed forward with his dagger in hand. The tip of the blade flashed with a cold light and pierced Linka's side. What was even more terrible was that on the right side, another elf had already drawn his short bow, with the light blue arrowhead pointing directly at her chest, the arrow feathers trembling slightly in the wind, and it was about to be shot. She released the hilt of the sword and drew the dagger from her waist, with a whoosh. The enemy on the left who was about to shoot was killed by an arrow shot from behind him. It's Anna. Linka turned his attention to the enemy who was rushing towards him recklessly. The enemy looked very young, even though most elves looked young. He looked like a child among the elves. She did not choose to fight head-on, but instead dodged the enemy's attack by turning sideways. She took the opportunity to get close to the enemy's back, and before the enemy turned around, she inserted the dagger horizontally into the enemy's neck, and then pulled it to the side. Oh! The elf stretched out his hand in vain, covering his bleeding neck tightly. The blood between his fingers flowed down along his knuckles. His legs softened and he fell to his knees in the mud with a plop. But before he could catch his breath, the grass leaves around him suddenly made a dense rustling sound. It was not the sporadic ambush sounds from before, but the sound of large tracts of grass stalks being trampled and rubbed, coming from all directions and surrounding them like a tide. Why are there so many people? Aren't elves said to be a race that lives in scattered communities? There's no escape. Chapter 30 Seizing Command, Simulation End, Simulation Commentary. Are you becoming increasingly numb? Linka, you can attack even a childlike enemy without hesitation. Is this a good thing? Is this going to be that simple this time? Unlike last time, you have the right to withdraw. Simulation reward, 30 points. In short, we must show the elves the greatness of us human adventurers. Creed was still standing at the front of the team, shouting something. Just like last time, Linka did not succeed in escaping. Even after she switched to a stealthy character save file, Swan Knight Shadow, she still failed to escape. The large number of elves is only one aspect. Linka even ran into a few elves that were quite powerful. At worst, it is estimated that this is the second or even third awakening of a 1-star constellation, Swan Knight Shadow. Although it is a 3.5-star constellation, strictly speaking, it does not take a frontal combat route. Moreover, Linku has only awakened for the first time. Perhaps he can fight against such an enemy, but if there are too many enemies, he can only start to flee. After getting separated from Creed and Anna in the endless grass, Linku was surrounded by elves again and shot to death with arrows. Can you survive by withdrawing from this operation? Linka snorted coldly at the system's simulated comments, unable to believe it. First of all, it is not my style to retreat when encountering difficulties, and the most important point is that there is definitely something wrong when elves gather in so many places in one place. Linku even had reason to suspect that Linchang was one of the kingdom border cities destroyed by the elves in the background of the game. And no matter what, she definitely wanted to see what those elves were doing hiding in that long grassland, and now I have enough points. Point 1 simulation only costs 5 points. This was my first simulation, and I was awarded 30 points before I even figured out the whole situation. At least you have to spend most of the points. If things still don't progress, then you can talk about giving up, right? System, simulate now. This simulation will cost 5 points to activate. Do you want to activate it? Yes/no, yes. Simulation start, time, 6:31 a.m., August 9th, 1007, Royal Calendar, available time, 24 hours. I opened my eyes again, but nothing in front of me had changed, but Linka knew that he was already in the simulation. The first thing he had to do, of course, was to kick out Captain Creed, who had almost no professional qualities, and let himself command the team. Persuasion is very difficult. In fact, if Lin did not wear the knight helmet to cover his face, he could show himself with pink hair and pink eyes. Combined with the effect of his Charm 1 LV, Lin would be very confident in convincing everyone. As for my identity, I'll just say that I'm the church's prospective saint. This is the disadvantage of being too good looking. If your status is too low, it will make you even less credible, because it is just a simulation. Although it may attract the mysterious man in black robe, this is undoubtedly the most efficient method. Another way to persuade Creed to hand over command is to fight him. As long as he can be defeated, there will be no problem. Then he can say that he is a captain of the Lin family knights, investigate the situation of the elves in plain clothes, and ask the adventurers to cooperate. The problem with this method is that Creed is not that easy to defeat. After all, he is a second awakened follower and an experienced adventurer. In fact, in the last simulation, even though Creed was hit by an arrow in the thigh, he still maintained good combat effectiveness and smashed several elves with an axe. Both methods have their pros and cons, but Lin Ke's intuition tells her that if she wants to find out what the elves are doing in the grass, she can't do it alone. Perhaps it wasn't Lin Ke's intuition, but the Swan Knight's battlefield intuition after countless battles told Lin Ke this. Let's try the latter method in this simulation. As long as we can convince Creed, we can take command. However, Lin Ke also had an idea. The fight to knock Creed down head-on must be quick and overwhelming, showing that he is stronger than Creed, the strongest person present. Only in this way can Creed be convinced in the truest sense of the word and make him obey his orders. This is what Lin Ke thinks is the most difficult part of Method 2. Winning the fight might be easy, but winning beautifully is difficult unless you have overwhelming strength. Hey, Captain Creed, how about letting me take over as captain? It seemed as if no one had expected that this usually taciturn healer would suddenly say such a thing. Including Creed himself, the other adventurers were all stunned for a moment. What did you say? Creed looked over fiercely. Is what I mean clear enough? I feel like you have virtually no experience commanding a reconnaissance team. Let me take over the captain's position. Not only Creed, but the other two members of their team also turned their heads and stared at Lin Ke with unfriendly expressions. Do you want to get fucking beaten up? I think you want to sew your mouth shut, right? I'll take your shitty knight helmet off later and show you your ugly face, but don't cry. Lin Ke has heard this line 3 times. Yes, in order to ensure that they are knocked down, they must be overwhelming. This is Lin Ke's third attempt to defeat Captain Creed. The points given by the system are sufficient. The first 2 repeated simulations gave Lin Ke 10 system points, which completely covered the point expenditure of repeating this short simulation. She suddenly felt that her simulation system had given her unusually generous points during this period of time. According to the system, during the simulation period, the higher the difficulty or the higher the value of the goal, the more rewards you can get. The first simulation showed that Creed had no moral principles and brought 2 of his team members to beat Lin Ke together. Lin Ke wrestled with them, but was pulled apart by everyone halfway through the fight. Then, Lin Ke drew his sword and committed suicide in front of everyone's surprised eyes. The second time was much better. He won the fight, but Creed was obviously not convinced, and he was also slightly injured. Although he could recover instantly with his healing skills, it was still not that good overall. With the idea that points would be wasted, he continued to restart. These 2 seemingly wasted simulations were not without gain. In addition to points, Lin Ke also gained a new skill, Knuckle Fighting Expertise 1LV. You have a better talent for learning unarmed combat, and your unarmed combat skills will become more proficient. Wait a minute, stop fighting. Just like the previous 2 simulations, Anna stood between Lin Ke and Creed. Vice Captain Lime also came over. Lin Mao apologized to Captain Creed. For some reason, Anna kept looking at Lin Ke, but it was obvious that the 2 groups had no intention of stopping, and soon they got closer. Standing on Creed's left, an adventurer who was a former street thug had already taken a stance, with his fist raised, while the adventurer on the right had already put his hand on the dagger at his waist. He would first swing his right fist at me. Creed's pupils shrank. He watched helplessly as the red-eyed adventurer across from him swung his right fist and rushed towards Lin Ke, but Lin Ke seemed to have known that the other party was going to punch. He tensed his ankle and was half a beat faster than the fist, and kicked the other party's shin bone accurately with his toes. There was a slight click sound, and the adventurer groaned. His supporting leg instantly went limp, and his body leaned forward uncontrollably. His fist grazed Lin Ke's shoulder and missed. Before he could regain his balance, Lin Ke moved again, as if she had eyes on her back. Without turning back, she spun around, just in time to catch the wrist of the dagger stabbing from the side and back. It was another adventurer who was trying to sneak up on her. The dagger blade was almost touching Lin Ke's back, but she caught it. Lin Ke didn't dare to use brute force when he clasped the opponent's wrist with his knuckles. He just bent it lightly along with the force of the opponent's forward thrust. With a crisp click, the adventurer screamed in pain, and the dagger fell into the grass with a clang. Before he could finish shouting, Linka placed his palm under the man's chin and pushed forward suddenly. His movements were fast and accurate. The adventurer's head tilted back, his eyes instantly lost focus, and his body fell limply to the muddy ground, and he fainted. Creed was stunned. How could this be a newly awakened rookie? Linka's movements were swift and steady. Whether anticipating his opponent's punches and kicks, or countering a sneak attack from behind, it was as if he had practiced it 1,000 times beforehand. Even the force when breaking his wrist was just right, avoiding a fatal blow. Linku even helped the other person up, allowing him to fall gently to the ground. What the hell are you thinking? A rookie adventurer showing off like that, huh? I don't want to be commanded by someone weaker than me. This is just my simple admiration for the strong. This sentence can be considered as Linka's way of provoking the opponent. Creed's expression hardened. He picked up the axe on his back. If a brat like you can defeat me, I'll let you take command. But if I defeat you, don't even think about returning to Linchang in one piece. Then I won't take up a weapon. Linka's tone was relaxed. Creed became even angrier after hearing this. Don't blame me if I chop you into a pulp. Anna stared at the two people's duel from the side, especially when she stared at Linko. It was as if her gaze could penetrate Linka's tin can helmet. Princess, Anna, I think Captain Creed has a better chance of winning. Vice Captain Line came close to Anna and explained quietly. From the battle just now, it seems that Lin Subaru has considerable combat experience, but he's far inferior to Captain Creed in size and strength. Overall, the two are evenly matched, but Creed has a better chance of winning. But Anna seemed not to have heard Line's explanation. She looked at Lin Ko and said, but I hope Lin Mao can win. Why? A blush flashed across Anna's cheeks. He's a bit like the knights in chivalric novels, very handsome. But no matter what, both of them believe that this showdown will not end soon. However, bang, there was a dull thud, like a heavy object hitting a sandbag. In the stunned eyes of everyone, Lin Ko ended the battle with one move. Chapter 31 Smoked Rat. How is it possible that it can be solved with just one move? The moment Creed rushed over, Lin Ko just stood there, making almost no other movements, and at the moment when Creed used his signature move and was about to smash Lin Ko with an axe, his chest was instantly exposed. As soon as this flaw appeared, Lin Ko took action. She didn't retreat. Instead, she took advantage of Creed's forward momentum, gently pushed her right foot against the ground, and her body nimbly slipped into Creed's arms like a leaf carried by the wind. The moment she slipped into Creed's arms, Lin Ko's body twisted violently, her back almost touching Creed's chest. Simultaneously, her left arm flexed, her elbow tense like a spring. Before Creed could react and retract his axe, she used the force of her twist to deliver a powerful elbow strike, striking Creed's sternum with a precise thud. Evaluation of barehanded combat expertise level 1, difficulty 1521 21st. Great success. At this moment, the god of gladiatorial combat is smiling at you. The force was not brute force, but it hit the most vulnerable part of the sternum. Man, the elbow hit Creed's sternum accurately. Cough cough cough. Because he was hit in the vitals, Creed didn't even recover for a while. Because everything happened so fast, Creed didn't even have time to react. He arched his back in pain and retched painfully. I don't know if it was the pain or the shock, or maybe both. Creed's face was covered in cold sweat. Very strong predictive ability. There's no way he's new. From now on, I am your captain. Lin Ko stood in front of the three people who were curled up like maggots and announced. Creed finally stopped refutation and stared at Link's helmet. Hey, Lin Subaru, who are you? None of the other adventurers present dared to say a word. I said I'm actually a small captain in the Lin family knights. Do you believe me? Then why are you dressed like this? Well, because I heard that there were elves sneaking into the adventurer group, I prepared to disguise myself as a new adventurer in plain clothes to investigate the situation. What if a lie is unreliable? Use a bigger and more impactful lie to make people ignore the loopholes in the previous lie. Of course, this sentence was just something Lin Ko made up casually, but she believed that if the elves really wanted to attack Lincheng, sending spies into the city should be an inevitable choice. Adventurers are a group with complex population mobility and composition, making them a good fit for elves to blend in. At a distance from everyone else, Anna and Deputy Captain Line were talking in low voices. Anna looked at Lin Ko with shining eyes. Don't you think she's super interesting, uncle? She smells so strongly of lies.
Anna, don't call me that. Okay, Lieutenant Rhyme.
Anna stuck out her tongue playfully. Everyone generally accepted Linka's statement. Of course, this is only one side of the story, but the most important thing is that Linka's strength is overwhelming in the eyes of everyone. Moreover, Linka also promised to continue to lead everyone to complete this reconnaissance mission. He just felt that Captain Creed was too amateurish and something unexpected might happen, so he wanted to seize his command, whether people want to admit it or not. This tin Ken named Lin Mao seems to be much more professional than Captain Creed. The essence of adventurers is to make money, and it will definitely be safer to make money by following more reliable people. Lin Ke began to adjust the formation. It is absolutely not possible to form a long snake formation like the previous picnic. To everyone's surprise, the first thing Lin Ke did was to let Creed stand behind him as a forward.
Hey, aren't you afraid that I'll stab you in the back?
Someone who would quietly stab a teammate in the back wouldn't say something like that. Creed turned his face away and snorted coldly. Creed suddenly felt that this guy named Lin Mao was quite good at talking and was stronger than himself.
Creed, what do you want to do next? Shouldn't I say that he is a member of the Knights Templar and is well educated? Why is the topic so off topic? What do I want to do next? Creed thought about this question seriously. You've been an adventurer for almost 5 years. You're planning on using the money you've saved to return home and open a business? A tavern or something. Judging from this, Creed might only be in his 20s.
Lin Ke was a little surprised. He clearly looks weathered, like a man in his 30s. This guy and I are from the same village. We became adventurers together, and he ended up finding a girlfriend in Linchang. Creed patted a dark-skinned adventurer beside him and said. The adventurer just swung a punch at Lin Ke, but was knocked to the ground. As if he heard Creed introducing himself, he touched his nose a little embarrassedly. Don't be fooled by his frustrated look. After completing a few missions, he'll go back and marry his girlfriend.
Captain Creed, stop talking.
Don't call me Captain anymore, call me Captain Lin Mao.
Lin Ke nodded. Then let's work together and complete this task well. You can get a large sum of money, and I can go back and report back.
Lin Ke hopes that everyone can recall what they want to do in the future and their motivation to live. She hopes that everyone will fight hard for her, let the desire for life take root in their hearts like a small sprout, wanting to see the sunrise again, wanting to finish the unfinished things, wanting to live a good life. Plant this thought firmly. She was just an ordinary Constellation member who had just awakened for the first time, and she needed these 11 people to fight together as
one. We all have to get back alive together.
To be honest, Creed and everyone else thought that this was not a very dangerous action, but after hearing what Lin Ke said, they felt a little touched inexplicably.
Then let's go.
Yeah, right, let's treat your wounds first.
They're just minor injuries, they're okay.
No, you need to be in top condition for the next mission.
Ban Chang used his healing skills to heal the 3 people.
You don't need to use life transmission. After that, we are all comrades. Besides, the wound is very minor, so it doesn't cost much.
Lin Ke began to explain. Oh my god, is this the life transmission technique?
Not only did my wound heal instantly, but I even feel my strength returning.
An adventurer was very surprised to feel the changes in his body. Can it restore people's physical strength? It seems this is the additional effect of my healing.
Lin Ke pondered silently. Lin Ke asked everyone to keep quiet. After hiking for about 2 hours, Lin Ke and everyone approached the long grassland that they had reached in the first simulation. This time, Lin Ke did not lead everyone in at once, but began to move along the edge of the grassy grassland. There are a large number of elves, but the long grassland is obviously not suitable for the direct garrison of large-scale troops or personnel. So no matter how hard you try to hide, the elves will leave traces of their activities. Although the grassland seriously blocks the view, it also has its advantages. You can set fire. After walking for about half a minute, Lin Ke suddenly stopped and raised her hand to signal everyone to stay put. She closed her eyes, sensing the direction of the wind. It blew from the right, carrying the astringent smell of grassland grass, causing the grass in front of her to fall to the left. Lin Ke led the team around to the side against the wind, and lit a fire in this direction. The fire would then burn the entire long grassland along the wind.
Take out any inexpensive tinder. We're going to light a fire at this location, One adventurer subconsciously glanced at the surrounding grass. This grass is so dense, will it burn us? If you light a fire against the wind, the fire will just follow the wind and run to the opposite side. We are behind the wind, so as long as we don't run around, we are relatively safe. Linka pointed to a low bush not far away. There are dry branches there, perfect for kindling. And once the fire starts, the elves will either scramble to put it out or flee in panic. We can take advantage of this opportunity to kill the fleeing elves. It's better than fighting them head-on. Are there elves in this grassland? Creed looked surprised. There's movement inside. Considering we've entered the elf's controlled area, the probability of it being an elf is very high. There was movement, why didn't I hear it? Creed and everyone else looked confused. Besides the chirping of crickets and the squeaking of voles running across the grass, there is also the sound of the wind blowing across the grassland. The wind rubs against the tips of the grass leaves along the ground, blowing the long grass against each other, and filling the ears with a rustling sound. The wind can bring sound. Also, from now on, I will give you an order and execute it directly. If you want to ask me later, I will explain it to you. Linko actually didn't hear any strange noises in the grassland, but she was sure that there were countless elves hiding in this grassland. In just half a cup of tea, thick smoke billowed up from between the grass leaves, not light smoke, but a thick black smoke column wrapped in the smell of burnt grass. As it rose, the wind tore into fine smoke fibers, gradually enveloping the entire grassland in red fog, and even the sky was dyed with uneven warmth and darkness. Mice, come out quickly. Linka probably didn't even realize that she was smiling under the mask. Chapter 32, Make Money. Lots of money. Linka led everyone to retreat to a high earthen slope deep in the dense forest. It was full of gnarled old tree roots, and the drooping vines could hide their figures. Standing on the top of the slope and looking down, one could follow the terrain to sweep across the edge of the entire long grassland, from the burnt black grass stubble in the east to the swaying green grass waves in the west, and even the arc of the grass leaves caused by the wind could be seen clearly. They clutched their weapons, holding their breath, and waited for less than half an hour when the grass on the left suddenly began to sway, not with the wind, but with something surging through it, knocking the half-man-high grass all over the place with a clattering sound. Then, 4 figures stumbled out of the grass. Their faces and clothes were covered in black ash, and even the tips of their long, thin ears that were exposed were rubbed black like charcoal dust. Some of the elves even had their hair burnt into curls. He didn't even bother to pick up the weapons that fell on the ground, he just rushed forward. Just 3 steps out of the charred grass, the 4 elves seemed to have lost all their strength. Their legs gave way, and they collapsed to the ground with a thud. Their chests heaved violently, and they opened their mouths to take deep gulps of the fresh air from the edge of the dense forest. It was obvious that the flames on the grassland were almost suffocating them. They had just taken a few steps out of the burning grassland when they fell to the ground, gasping for fresh air, but little did they know that the real danger was yet to come. Linko asked half of the people to stay on the hillside, while he took Creed and others to go down. Who? One of the elves lost his voice and heard some movement in the woods on the left. He frantically tried to reach for the dagger beside him, but before he could stand up, 2 blades of light came slashing towards him. The 2 adventurers in the front moved very quickly. The blades swept across the ground, and with a swish, blood splattered on the necks of the 2 elves who had not stood up. Before they could even groan, their heads tilted to the side, and their hands were still frozen in the middle of touching their weapons. The remaining 2 elves finally got up, but they were dizzy and dazzled by the thick smoke from the grassland. Their vision was full of double images, and even their hands holding the swords were shaking. One of them tried to block Creed with his sword, but his arms were too weak. Just as the sword was raised in the air, Creed's axe came down with the wind. With a clang, the axe blade knocked the sword out of his hand and hit his shoulder armor. The elf screamed, and the crisp sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. The whole person fell backwards and was silent. The last elf saw his companions all fall down, his legs went limp and he tried to escape, but Linka had already circled behind him, with his dagger pressed against his lower back. Move, just like them. The World Tree Goddess will not let you go. The Queen will not let you go. You damned humans, should all be purified. Don't run in this direction. There are human things here. Don't. Although terrified, the elf couldn't help but curse. Linka didn't hesitate. He inserted and pulled out the knife from the elf's neck, and the elf soon became motionless. Lin finally discovered that the fighting spirit of this group of elves was surprisingly exaggerated. The same thing happened in the last simulation. An elf was clearly dying,
but he still held onto his blade tightly and refused to let go. She lowered her eyes to glance at the bloodstains on the ground, then turned to look at Creed and the others, clean up the traces and return to the slope.
Wait for the next batch of prey.
The voice was still calm, as if it was just an ordinary matter that had just been concluded. For elves, that's 120 gold coins. Creed's voice was trembling. He didn't expect the money to come so quickly. I thought that after completing this entire task, I would only be able to get a reconnaissance mission reward of more than 100 gold coins, but now, I have gained so much just by killing elves. The crowd dragged the elf's body to the nearby forest and covered it with trees. Continue back to the slope to ambush. Then, like in Wholesale, several more groups of elves stumbled out of the grassland. There are groups of 3, 5, and even more than 10 people. Coughs and stumbling footsteps mingled in the wind, audible from afar. These elves had lost the agility they had displayed in their previous ambushes. They were like stray dogs, their eyes filled with the panic of escaping the flames, and they had lost even the vigilance to glance towards the dense forest. Lin Ku ate them all, and in dealing with this group of more than 10 elves, casualties finally occurred among the adventurers for the first time. An adventurer was shot through the body by an elf, but fortunately Lin Ku was still there and used healing magic to quickly heal the adventurer's fatal wound. The adventurers around him breathed a sigh of relief. Even Creed couldn't help but look back, with a hint of relief in his eyes. Fortunately, Lin Ku was there, otherwise this adventurer would have died here. Moreover, because everyone knew Lin Suba's life transmission technique, they fought even more fiercely. After all, they could get treatment from Lin Suba if they were injured. After dealing with this batch of elves, the adventurers' hands were shaking, not because of fear, but because, too many elves, too much money. I have never felt that money came so easily. Killing this group of difficult and elusive elves is now as easy as killing a pig. It's even a little hard to believe. Now each person can get at least dozens of gold coins.
Clean this place up right now.
But one adventurer was blinded by money and wanted to cut off the elf's ears. This was the most effective way to record the number of kills.
Wait until the battle is completely over before distributing it.
But the adventurer continued with his actions. Money, lots of money, all money. Lin Ku hadn't moved yet, but Creed beside him had already started moving. Creed strode forward, his shoes covered in mud, and with a loud bang he kicked the adventurer in the lower back. The force was so great that the adventurer was kicked out like a broken sack, and rolled twice before coming to rest. He groaned, and a layer of black mud rubbed against the corner of his mouth. He lay on the ground for a long time without recovering, and when he looked up, his eyes were still blank. It was not until he saw Creed walking towards him with the axe handle in his hand and a fierce look on his face that he shuddered suddenly, and fear instantly filled his eyes.
Even the movement of shrinking back was frozen. Hey, can't you understand what I'm saying? Or can't you hear anything? Captain Lin said it twice and you still don't understand?
If you're cutting it off, how about I cut off your useless ear for you too? Creed realized that by following Lin Ku, he could not only save his life, but also make a lot of money. Creed is determined to rely on Lin Mao as his strong supporter. If you dare to disobey Lin Mao's orders, isn't that just preventing you from making money?
Captain Creed, yes, I'm sorry.
It seems you're really deaf. Apologize to Captain Lin, it's no use apologizing to me.
After saying that, he kicked him again.
Chapter 33 Strange Request. Creed, that's enough. Just before Creed kicked the adventurer, Lin Ku called out to him. Creed immediately stopped. Should I say that he is indeed an adventurer who attaches great importance to practical benefits? Lin Ku didn't have too many expectations for the adventurer's discipline, as long as they obeyed his orders, but she didn't expect that Creed, who had been beaten by her, would make a 180-degree turn in such a short time and start to defend her command.
Now it's important to clean up the battlefield as quickly as possible.
As soon as Lin Ku finished speaking, the sky above his head suddenly darkened. The clouds that had just let the light through the sky suddenly became dense and covered the sky in the blink of an eye, as if they were stained with ink, and even the wind became cold.
What kind of weather is this?
An adventurer looked up and muttered. The first drop of rain hit his cheek with a plop, bringing a slightly cool touch. Before he could raise his hand to wipe them away, more raindrops fell like beads with broken strings.
At first, the raindrops were still visible, but the next second, it turned into a white curtain of rain, pouring clatter on the grassland in dense forest.
The ground was instantly wet, and small puddles soon accumulated in the mud. The downpour came fast and furious, completely extinguishing the sparks on the grassland that had just been extinguished.
Everyone's clothes were quickly soaked through, sticking to their bodies and feeling cold and heavy.
Creed wiped the rain from his face, looked at the impenetrable dark clouds above his head, and couldn't help but curse, this rain is coming in such a strange way. In the center of the long grassland, a flat open space was cleared out among the waist-high grass waves, and rare green tents were lined up along the edge. The canvas was embroidered with silver grass patterns, blending with the grass color, but revealing the neatness of a human army camp. The strange thing is, like the human army, the lazy elves jumped down from the trees and began to form infantry formations on the flat ground for training. The short spear pointed diagonally at the ground, the silver light at the tip dazzling. There was no trace of his usual carefree look. In the center of the tent group, a large white tent is particularly eye-catching. 2 elven guards holding longbows stand at the door, their quivers filled with arrows with green patterns, their eyes as sharp as eagles, staring at the passing figures, with a solemn expression that no one is allowed to approach. It seems the decision to prepare the Rainmaker ahead of time was the right one. Otherwise, this fire that came out of nowhere would have directly threatened the entire Beast-Tide preparation process. Elf, yes, thanks to Her Royal Highness the Princess for your thoughtful consideration. Elf, so have you found the cause of the fire? Elf, Your Highness, we've lost contact with the elven team guarding the western grassy grasslands. The fire is spreading so fiercely. I've ordered a team to investigate, but it will probably take some time. Elven, at this moment, a discordant voice from the side interrupted the conversation. Well, Lord Legolas, how is it? Our human Rainmaker is pretty good, right? As for the reward, he. Legolas wore a heavy armor, a rarity among elves, not the light silk and silk armor common among elves, but rather a cold silver cloud iron scale. It fitted his straight shoulders, not appearing bulky, but rather accentuating the slenderness of his waist. His helmet obscured most of his face, revealing only a sliver of his right eyebrow, just below his brow bone. His brow peak was sharp as a knife, and his pupils were a pale emerald. A hint of displeasure flashed across his face at the fact that the human merchant in front of him interrupted his conversation with Her Royal Highness the Princess, but he quickly subsided. Your Highness. Elf, that's fine. You should first negotiate with these human merchants. Humans have the technology to manufacture ironware on a large scale, so we must obtain weapons through human merchants. You know human language, so communicating with them is the most important thing. Elf, yes. Elf, don't worry, your reward will not be less. Legolas turned and spoke to the human merchants in front of him. Legolas didn't like humans very much. He believed that humans were a stupid and cunning race, lazy and overly active, cowardly and sometimes tyrannical. For example, the group of human merchants in front of him could only speak a few simple elvish words, such as hello, this is a good thing, exchange this for that, and they came to the door to start business following the traces of the elves' activities, even if they were selling weapons to the elves. These human merchants would take the risk of being whipped, even though many of these weapons would eventually be used against their human companions. But Legolas had to admit that humans were very unique in some aspects. For example, the elves do not have the Rainmaker, which is the constellation companion related to praying for water. Rainmakers came into being because some humans need to live in very dry areas. This was also something that confused him. Humans, like elves, needed water to survive, so why did they still live in that kind of place? Before he had time to ponder this question, the curtain was suddenly opened with a crash. An elf staggered in, almost tripped, and had to hold on to the tent pillar to steady himself. His face was covered in soot, mixed with sweat, leaving dark streaks on his cheeks. He panted and said, Lord Legolas, our scouting team discovered a group of human adventurers on the western border of the long grassy meadows. It seems they were the ones who set the fire. Elf, what? How could a human adventurer appear in a place like this? Elf, besides, the little princess is still among them. So even though our shadow squad has surrounded them, they dare not take any action. Elf, hearing this, not only Legolas didn't know what to say for a moment, even the elf princess sitting behind the curtain shook. That damn girl. Elf, didn't you use elven code to communicate with the little princess? Elf, Legolas, who hadn't slept for 3 days, rubbed his aching temples and asked. We did communicate, but the little princess doesn't want to come back, and the elf who delivered the message paused, as if trying to organize his words. She wants us to kill all the adventurers except the short, tin-headed one who leads them, and he must be unharmed. We want to create the scene where the little princess escapes with that adventurer. Elf. Chapter 34 Impact. If it was just a matter of crushing the group of adventurers, it would be easy for Legolas, a member of the constellation who had already awakened for the 4th time, But the problem was that not only was his little princess mixed in with the group of adventurers, but the little princess also made a very strange request. This is very difficult to deal with. Is that a human knight? But I remember that human knights are supposed to be tall and strong. Legolas really couldn't understand why his little princess would protect a human tin can. Isn't this too weird? Moreover, how did a group of adventurers find this place and set fire to it? This is what puzzled Legolas the most. Could it be that the little princess brought them here? As a guard of the elven royal family, Legolas had heard a long time ago that the little princess was a little naughty because she was overindulged. But isn't this too naughty? If it was really the little princess who did these things, she has already caused considerable losses. Not only has the preparation speed of the beast tide been temporarily stagnant, but there are now 4 or 5 elf teams that have lost contact. If an ordinary elf did these things, he would be labeled a traitor, and not only would he be executed, but his soul would also be punished. But is the little princess an ordinary elf? Evelyn Windwhisper was born on a stormy night. Perhaps that is why she was given the name Foam Yu. As the youngest child in the elven royal family, both her sister and her mother, the queen of the elven kingdom, doted on her. Perhaps even the stars were blessing Evelyn. At the Constellation Awakening ceremony at the age of 8, she successfully awakened the extremely powerful 5.5-star constellation, Diana, the goddess of the hunt. As long as she can see, the arrows she shoots will reach there. At the same time, she can see through armor and cover to find the target's most vulnerable point. This conceptual ability allows Evelyn to become the strongest archer in the entire elf race without any practice, and perhaps it was precisely because everything had gone so smoothly that Evelyn had longed for the world outside the world tree since she was a child. The first time I learned about the outside world was because of a book my sister brought back. Books are very rare in the world of elves, because elves do not produce paper, and there was even a time when they were very opposed to books made of paper. This book tells a fairy tale in the human world. In order to open up the elf market, human merchants specially created an elvish version. Evelyn's sister's original intention was to use this book to let Evelyn learn the elven language, but Evelyn's attention was focused on other strange things. Evelyn discovered that every elven letter of the same type in the book was written almost exactly the same, a feature not found in the manuscripts she had seen before. Could it be that humans' hands don't shake at all when copying books? As Evelyn asked her sister this question, she found out the answer: printing, a way of mass-producing books by engraving pre-printed type. Evelyn soon developed a keen interest in printing. She learned that the inventor of printing was a human wine worker who was inspired by observing a machine crushing grapes. A machine for crushing grapes. What is that? Evelyn had never imagined using a machine to press fruit. After all, the fruit wine brewed by the elves is made by the elf girls stepping on it. Taking this as an opportunity, Evelyn developed a great interest in human beings. She began to beg her sister and her mother to bring back more books about humans. Although the elder sister basically only had discussed towards humans, she quickly gave in to the pleading of her lovely younger sister. In this way, Evelyn, who was only in her teens, read a large number of books compiled and printed by humans. Apart from some books about strange knowledge, such as the fact that a copper ball and an iron ball of the same size fall at the same speed, which seemed a bit contrary to common sense to Evelyn, her favorite were human knight novels. The story often goes like this: a princess is in crisis, and then a tall and mighty knight appears and saves the princess. This reading experience made Evelyn more and more curious about human society. At the same time, as time passed, Evelyn turned 18. Something happened that year that made Evelyn a little distressed. At the dance party of her coming-of-age ceremony, the 18-year-old suddenly discovered a problem. She seemed to dislike male elves, in the romantic sense, of course. It didn't mean that she liked female elves. To be more precise, she felt that the elves lacked variety and creativity. Even the elves of her own age had been tamed into being boring by the entire elven society. Perhaps the elves were lively, good at singing and dancing, eloquent, and most of them were handsome, but Evelyn knew that the dances they performed, the songs they sang, and even the styles of the clothes they wore had not changed for hundreds of years. Even the styles of clothing were forced to change slightly because of some goods brought in by human merchants. This boredom even made her feel a little suffocated. Inexplicably, she began to fall madly in love with things that could bring her an impact. It didn't necessarily have to be an innovative impact, she also liked the simple visual impact. Finally, after her repeated requests, her mother gave her a pair of very beautiful earrings. Imitators' earrings. According to legend, this is the work of a disciple of Hephaestus, the god of fire, forging, and craftsmanship, and it can allow the wearer to become whatever he wants. With this earring, she can pretend to be a human and truly explore the human world. In order to ensure Evelyn's safety, the Queen asked Evelyn's uncle Arian, an elven swordsman who had awakened for the fourth time in a 4-star constellation, to go to the human world with Evelyn. Evelyn used the alias of an ordinary human adventurer named Anna, while her uncle Arian disguised himself as a pot-bellied human adventurer wizard, Lime. The Queen's original intention was to let Evelyn take this opportunity to go to the human town and see for herself how dirty human society is. The lowest class of humans cannot afford to eat, their eyes are ignorant, and everywhere is dirty and full of oppression. It is far from being as beautiful and creative as described in books. She hoped that Evelyn would completely become disenchanted with humans, and even turn to hatred like herself. Perhaps Evelyn was frightened at first by the streets of human towns, which were more than 10 times dirtier than where the elves lived. Although she also hated such dirty places, she did not hate the feeling of adventure, and it even made her more excited. Evelyn finally decided to take her uncle with her and become an adventurer herself, to do the mission and experience the labor of human beings. As luck would have it, Evelyn's first mission was to investigate the movements of the elves as an adventurer, and in the Adventurers Guild, she actually saw for the first time someone who made her mind go blank for a moment and she couldn't take her eyes off him. With the help of armor perspective, Evelyn saw Linka's face hidden under the knight's helmet. Hidden beneath the helmet was a head of hair with a soft pink luster, with a few strands of hair stuck to the temples, swaying gently with his breathing. His skin was like fine ivory, and his facial features were so perfect that they seemed to be carved by a god himself. When the eyebrows are slightly raised, there is a touch of mysterious nobility, and when the corners of the eyes are slightly drooped, there is a touch of coldness. But when the lips are pursed into a shallow arc, there is a gentleness that can tolerate everything. What Evelyn couldn't take her eyes off the most was her pair of pink eyes, which were so gentle that they could absorb people's hearts. The noise in the Adventurers Guild gradually faded. Evelyn could only see those eyes, and even her hands clutching the hem of her skirt tightened unconsciously. She had never felt her heart beating so fast, and had never felt so cramped. The shock at this moment was even greater than when she first saw a human town with her own eyes. In an instant, she could not forget this liar who disguised himself as a male adventurer for some unknown reason. Chapter 35, Team Wipeout. There is something wrong with this rain. Linka's first judgment die in the first simulation. Linka remembered that there was no rainfall on the entire grassland at this point. So this rainfall is most likely man-made. However, in her memory, there were no rainmakers among the elves. In the game's professional division, there are many strange little professions, such as rainmakers, fortune tellers, and even planters. Most of these special professions are only possessed by humans, and other races do not have these professions. The reason is very simple. Only humans can create so many strange constellations and establish so many strange gods to worship. Someone raped. No, there is actually a greater possibility. Human merchants are trading with the elves, so the elves obtained the human rainmaker. It seems that the fire method still has limitations. Linka pondered. In addition to setting fire to the grassland, it seems that we have to find a more direct way to make the elves appear. Hey! Lime, why isn't your knife red at all? Did you get lazy when you were chopping the elves just now? An adventurer noticed that the knife Lime was carrying was not being used much and began to cry out. Although Lime is nominally the vice captain and has more seniority, there is actually no strict level division among adventurers, and in most cases, the more you work, the more you get. So actually, all the adventurers in the team are of the same level. In fact, there is no clear level division among the adventurers in this team. Everyone gets along with each other on an equal level. They usually travel together for business and deal with risks, all relying on their tacit understanding. After all, only in a big city like the royal capital would the Adventurers Guild award clear titles like Black Iron, Bronze, and Silver based on the results of strength tests. Only then would there be a real difference in rank. I'm a mage, right? It's too dangerous to fight an elf so close. Sorry. Lime laughed and said, I think you're just being lazy. Our team's archers have already drawn their daggers and engaged the elves in close combat to prevent accidental injuries. How dare you, a grown man, say that? That's right. The adventurers, lacking any sense of unity, soon started quarreling. Moreover, the firepower of several adventurers also began to spread to Anna beside Lime. Also, Anna, you're just slacking off in the back, aren't you? We've all got bows on our backs going to kill the elves, but you're still holding your bow, not knowing what to aim at. And he almost shot me with an arrow. Creed looked at the adventurers who were gradually starting to quarrel. He didn't say anything, but instead stole a glance at Lin Subaru, but because of the helmet, he didn't know Linka's attitude towards this matter, so he didn't dare to speak. The adventurer's idea was actually very simple.
Since Lime and Anna hardly did any work, the money allocated to them would be less, and the money allocated to himself would be more. This was a good thing. Just when the situation was about to get out of control, Linka said, "Oh, everyone, shut up. You're arguing so loudly. Are you trying to attract the elves' army?" Sure enough, everyone fell silent as soon as they heard this. Anyone with common sense can figure out that there is definitely something wrong with so many elves gathering in one place. After hearing what Linka said, the adventurers who were blinded by money immediately sobered up. "Rest for a while first, we will continue to go deeper into this grassland later." Linka's purpose of simulating so many times was actually very simple. She just wanted to see what the elves were doing and whether Lin City would be destroyed. To be honest, because of the influence of the original owner's memory, Linku has feelings for this border town. Linku was an ordinary person, and she wasn't a saint, but no one would let the people of a city be slaughtered alive, right? Besides, she had some abilities, and could try to save some people through simulation, but she soon changed her mind the next second. Linka felt a gust of wind passing by him, and a figure suddenly threw him to the ground. The moment his back hit the grass, his vision was still spinning, and he heard a light puff sound beside his ear, followed by the muffled sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. She struggled to look up, and her pupils suddenly contracted. The adventurers who had just been gathered not far away were now standing upright, but without exception, all of them had nothing above their heads. There were 7 or 8 spheres in the air, and then, regardless of weight or volume, first creeds, then a female adventurers, they fell freely, landing on the ground one after another with the dull sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. Linka paused for almost a second before reacting. Literally, the adventurers' heads flew off. What's going on? But in the blink of an eye, all the adventurers who were still able to speak just now were dead, without even having time to scream, killed instantly. Linka had almost no time to react, she just felt herself being held tightly. "Run away." It was Anna's voice. Chapter 36. The Protected Person. Wait a minute. Even though he quickly regained his composure under the effect of calm thinking 2LV, Linka still fell into a state of confusion. Without any time to react, almost all the adventurers were killed instantly. The constellation family of the Fourth Awakening. No, it is even possible to be above the Fourth Awakening. The feeling of powerlessness facing the man in black robe once again appeared in Linka's mind. I should have thought of it earlier. If this is where the large elf army is located, there must be powerful elves who have awakened for the 4th time or even above. Unlike the black-robed man in the church, this time, a strong man of this level is standing directly against him. So what is the point of simulation? Once a strong man of this level appeared on the battlefield, the fate of Lin Cheng was almost certain, and the city would be destroyed by the elves in revenge. Linka clenched her fists suddenly, her nails digging deep into her palms. The pain instantly cleared her chaotic mind. No, she must not give up. If he, who possessed abilities more powerful than foresight and death replay, gave up, then Lin Cheng would have completely lost hope. This simulation has not yet ended. We must use this simulation to collect as much intelligence as possible. Linka was just about to sit up from the ground, but the next moment, a powerful sword energy swept Linka away and hit him against a tree. Linka instantly felt as if his internal organs were turned upside down. Imperfect trauma treatment. Linka used the last bit of consciousness to perform healing magic, otherwise she would have gone into shock from the pain just now, but when she squinted her eyes slightly, she saw an incredible scene. The pot-bellied Lime unexpectedly pulled out a long sword from somewhere and was resisting the fierce attack of an enemy wearing heavy elven armor. "Arian, what do you mean by this? Disobey, give up resistance, this is the eldest princesses." In addition to the sound of swords colliding rapidly, there was also the sound of 3 people talking, which came intermittently into Linka's ears along with the wind. Anna didn't know why her eyes turned red. She seemed very scared because of the enemy's pressure, and her hands and feet were shaking constantly. But even so, she opened her mouth and said something to the 2 people who were fighting fiercely. "Legolas, I didn't ask you to let go." Why should I? As Linka's consciousness was recovering, she could hear more clearly. "The princess must kill all human adventurers here, including that tin can." "No, you can't touch her." Even Lime beside him said, "Legolas, that's the man our princess has taken a fancy to." "That's true, but I only follow the orders of the eldest princess." "Arian, you can't beat me, so get out of the way." "Unfortunately, I only follow orders from the little princess." And just as these words fell, the air seemed to suddenly tense up. The enemy named Legolas rushed towards Linka at a speed as if teleporting. His figure was so fast that only a blurry gray shadow was left in the field of vision,
and even the wind was torn apart with a sharp whistle. The wounds on Linka's body were still repairing quickly. There's no way I could dodge his attack. She could even clearly see the shimmering short blade in the other man's hand, its tip pointed directly at her chest. The cold afterimage, about to pierce through her body, became increasingly clear before her eyes. In less than a second, the breath of death was already pressing against her nose, and even her breathing became heavy. Less than a second. Lin Mao, run away. The afterimage that attacked him disappeared instantly. The next moment, the fat man Lime suddenly appeared in front of her at a speed that Lin Ke could not imagine. He held the long sword in front of him, and the blade firmly blocked Legolas' attack. The clang sound of metal collision made people's eardrums hurt. The fat on Lime's arms was stretched tight due to the force, and even the blue veins on his forehead burst out. Lin Ke could hardly move. It's not that Lin Ke doesn't want to escape. Survival is human instinct. It's not just that the physical injuries haven't been fully healed yet, but also that all this happened almost too fast, so fast that it's unbelievable. Lime is very strong. He can't be an ordinary human wizard. His swordsmanship is superb, like a veteran swordsman who has lived for hundreds of years, but unfortunately, Legolas is stronger, and overwhelmingly stronger. 10 seconds. No, it should be said that less than 10 seconds. Lime was knocked to the ground. The first blow hit Lime's chest, and the second blow followed immediately, the fist that took Lime's consciousness away and hit his temple. Don't touch her. Legolas, I didn't ask for any gifts for my coming-of-age ceremony when I turned 18, so I want to exchange it for my coming-of-age gift now, the coming-of-age gift of the Elven royal family. Anna seemed to be still roaring something. Lin Ke could hardly understand what Anna was saying. Was it because of the blood loss? What coming-of-age ceremony, elf princess? But Anna's words seemed to work. Legolas stopped what he was doing. My birthday gift is for her to be alive. She? Who is she? Isn't my vest image always a male knight? Legolas paused, a complex light flickering across his emerald eyes, as if he were weighing something. He was silent for 2 seconds before he spoke slowly. His voice carried the unique clarity of the elves, yet carried a weighty heaviness. My dear little princess, if I agree to your request, what will happen to the elves who lost their lives because of these adventurers? They gathered to fight at the Queen's call, and died to protect their own people. Were their lives sacrificed in vain? As soon as he finished speaking, Anna, knowing that the negotiation was hopeless, drew the dagger at her waist and rushed towards Legolas. Facing Anna, Legolas didn't make much movement at all. He just used his palm to gently catch Anna's sword. At least, in Lin Ke's eyes, Legolas is like this. Why did these two adventurers, Anna and Lime, save me like this? Why are Anna and Lime so much stronger than they look? Why do they hide their strength, along with the pain all over his body? Countless thoughts swirled in Lin Ke's mind. Lin Ke couldn't see clearly what Legolas did. She could only see that Legolas seemed to have just lightly pressed the side of Anna's dagger with his hand. Then, the next moment, Anna was like hitting a spring and was directly ejected. It was as if all the kinetic energy was bounced back to Anna's body. Anna's body hit the tree facing her. Anna would definitely not die from this, but she might suffer injuries like broken bones. Why don't you use the eye of the hunting goddess, which ignores armor and even distance, to attack me, little princess? Only by doing so can you have a slight chance of winning. You want to save this human, but you don't want to hurt me. Little princess, you are really just a child. Woo, cough cough. Woo woo, no, don't. Anna groaned and tried to get up. Lin Ke could no longer react to their conversation, but there is one fact that she understands. She now seems to be desperately protected by a girl who should need her protection, because the healing technique worked. Lin Ke's wounds have almost recovered. She managed to stand up by leaning against a tree. She gripped the hilt tightly, and with a soft clang, the long sword was drawn out steadily, the blade still stained with blood from the previous battle, gleaming coldly in the dim light. Lin Ke lowered her eyes to glance at her reflection in the sword. The panic in her pink eyes beneath the helmet was gone, leaving only a hint of calm determination. She knew this simulation was almost over. Since she couldn't escape, there was no point in running anymore. Finally, she would die standing, like a knight. Humph, you still have some backbone. Legolas snorted coldly when he saw that Link was ready, but in fact, the moment his wounds recovered, Lin Ke had already switched the save file and became Swan Nightshadow. She wanted to use her videotape to catch the other party off guard. Legolas really didn't take Lin Ke seriously at all, but out of the most basic respect for a swordsman, he still asked, "You're not willing to take off your mask in the end, human knight?" Lin Ke raised his hand and grabbed the edge of the helmet, then took it off with a little force and threw it on the ground. The helmet hit the mud with a dull bang, and a few strands of pink hair fell to his cheeks with the movement, revealing a face so delicate that it seemed to make the wind in the forest stop. Legolas' eyes shrank slightly, no wonder, and in the moment when Legolas was stunned, his shadow had split into three, one of which rushed directly towards Legolas' eyes, and the other two climbed up Legolas' neck along the ground. At the same time, Linka's wrist holding the hilt of the sword suddenly turned, and the long sword slashed towards Legolas' face with a sharp sound of breaking wind. Before the trembling sound of the sword tip scraping through the air had dissipated, she heard a light swish sound. The sword blade actually rubbed the opponent's cheek. A thin line of blood instantly appeared on Legolas' pale skin, and the blood slid down his jawline, dripping onto the silver armor, spreading a small dark red. It hit. Linka felt a surge of ecstasy in his heart, but the next second, the scene in front of him suddenly changed drastically. Legolas moved. The dizziness and vertigo hit her so hard that she couldn't even see Legolas's movements. She only felt a cold touch on her neck. Then, all her senses were rapidly withdrawing, and her body seemed to be floating in the air, no longer under her control. She could not feel her limbs, nor the rise and fall of her chest. Only an endless sense of weightlessness enveloped her as she sank downwards. "I didn't expect you to actually hurt me. If you had continued to grow, you would probably be a formidable opponent." What a pity. Simulation End. Chapter 37 New Ideas, Simulation Evaluation. Why do you always encounter enemies that are so mismatched with your current strength as you progress? Like, you run into the final boss right after leaving the novice village. Is it because you were such a poor card drawer in your past life, or is it fate? Simulation Reward, 50 points. Skill, Human Knight Swordsmanship Expertise Level 1, Human Knight Swordsmanship Expertise Level 1. As the most diverse combat style, the Swordsman's Constellation followers do not rely entirely on their acquired skills like the Magic Constellation followers do. Instead, they rely more on their own swordsmanship and other passive skills. This skill aims to improve the host's swordsmanship expertise and integrate all schools of human swordsmanship. Character Archive, Swan Knight Shadow, Progress to the Second Awakening, 1%, 15%. Linka suddenly raised his hand, covering his neck tightly with his fingertips, but he could still clearly feel the sharp pain of the broken neck, just like in the simulation just now. The cold touch, the suffocating feeling, and the numbness when his consciousness was withdrawn, all lingered in his neck at this moment. Cold sweat broke out from his forehead almost instantly, slid down his temples, and quickly soaked the pink hair in front of his forehead. She gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently, the last afterimage of the world spinning still lingering in her vision, and even her fingertips were shaking uncontrollably. She knew it was a simulation, but the pain of dying was too real, so real that she felt as if her neck had really been broken once. Mad. Can the system come up with a function to block the pain during simulation? Every time the simulation ends, Linku experiences all sorts of strange feelings of near death. "Lin Mao, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Anna seemed to be able to see Linka's expression under his helmet and quickly came closer. "No, it's okay." Linka stopped and took a rest. Hey, you're a newbie after all. You're just so lame. Are you scared by the elves? Ha ha. Creed also noticed that Linka looked uncomfortable, but unlike Anna's concern, he directly sarcastically responded. "Don't worry about him, Lin Mao. Are you really okay?" Anna also stopped like herself and looked at herself with concern. Linko had almost recovered by now. She half bent over and looked up at Anna. When her eyes swept across the other person's cheek, her gaze suddenly stopped and fell on Anna's earrings again. "The previous few times we met were from a distance, and I only vaguely thought they were beautiful and a bit luxurious. Now that I got closer, I could see the details clearly. The earrings were made of silver, with a light blue sapphire the size of a grain of rice hanging on them. The gem was surrounded by fine, almost invisible twined branch carvings, and when the light shone, the patterns were actually emitting fine silver light. It was so exquisite that it was definitely not something a country girl born into a hunter family would wear. Speaking of which, we've only known each other for less than a day, right? Why are you so concerned about me?" "Because we're teammates, and you're still the new guy, so as a veteran who's participated in several missions, I have to take care of you, hee hee." "What's wrong?" Anna explained naturally. "No, nothing." Linka didn't ask any further questions. Through the last simulation, combined with the final conversation between Anna, Lime, and the very powerful elven swordsman, Linku has basically guessed Anna's identity. No, she should not be called Anna, but Evelyn, the little princess of the elven royal family. She is also the strongest shooter in the game, a follower of the 5.5-star constellation, goddess of hunting, with 100% hit rate and 100% armor penetration effect, and simple and unpretentious numerical beauty. As for that Lem, it is the elven swordsmanary and I in the game. She is a free runner-up when you draw Evelyn. Her constellation level is also 4 stars, which is considered an official benefit. How could I have deserved this? I was reborn just a week ago, and first I met the terrifying black-robed man who could kill the Bishop of Grace District in seconds, and then I met the elven princess who was hiding her elf identity, her guards, and the strongest swordsman of the elves, Legolas, a follower of the 5-star constellation. Siegfried the Dragon Slayer, comes from the Song of the Nibelungs and is the prototype of the Western European dragon-slaying hero on the blue planet. In the game, he appears as the 6th awakened follower, and his strength is extremely strong. Although there are many people stronger than him in the later stages of the game, his strength is at least that of a T0 goalkeeper. Surrender, meow. Surrender. Why is this newbie village of mine filled with all sorts of monsters and demons? Where's the peaceful development I want? The puppeteer Lin Mobing, whose voice and appearance were still vivid in Linka's memory, seemed to have become amiable at this moment. Yes, people like Lin Mobing, who have certain strength but are still in the novice village, are the ones I should deal with. Legolas, I'll hit you with my head. No, it's hard to say. The high-level martial arts attributes of this world have never been empty legends on paper, but a reality engraved in every inch of land. No need to question, no need to verify. Once you have seen a truly powerful person take action, it will be difficult to forget the power that subverts cognition, destroying cities and countries, opening mountains, and filling the sea, and possessing the power of constellations. The people in this world can indeed change nature to a certain extent. Of course, there are only a handful of such people. The vast majority of them are just ordinary people, or those who are slightly stronger than normal people, but have not yet left the realm of human beings. Because these powerful individuals are so precious, a set of unspoken rules has emerged in this world. In normal conflicts, powerful individuals of this level will not be deployed. As a bottom line, if they are deployed, one side will inevitably be completely wiped out, and the victory will only be a Pyrrhic 1.so. Bringing the idea back to the point, Legolas probably only appeared on the battlefield to protect the elven royal family, and in most cases he would not take the initiative to attack. Otherwise, why would this group of elves have to gather quietly on the grassy grassland? Legolas alone is enough to break through the entire northwestern border of the kingdom. He killed the adventurers instantly, probably because of Evelyn. After all, it sounds really weird that Evelyn mixes with human adventurers and fights elves together. If you don't know, you might think that the evil human adventurers have used some method to charm the innocent and lovely little Princess Evelyn and then control her mind. So the thinking needs to be revised. It is absolutely impossible to kill a large number of elves like in the last simulation. Be clear about your goal. To gather intelligence, it is best not to touch any elves on the way. And Evelyn staying with him just happened to have a confusing effect. Legolas didn't know what the little princess was doing, so he would probably just wait and watch. As long as she didn't do anything to slaughter her fellow elves, Legolas might even turn a blind eye and let the little princess do stupid things with the human adventurers. After a brief thought, Linku immediately had an idea. The Rainmaker showed that the elves were still connected to the human merchants, which was a breakthrough point. So, let's simulate it again. Suddenly, a new option appeared in front of Linku. Do you want to extend the simulation time? Extended from 24 hours to 48 hours. Linka thought about it briefly and wondered why not. She had a feeling that this time the simulation would allow her to survive longer. Anyway, it just increases the point consumption from 5 points to 10 points. I'm not short of counting now. Simulation start. The first step is to seize command, but this team of adventurers needs to be slightly disguised to human. Stop. A cold shout suddenly rang out from all directions of the long grassy grassland. Before the voice had even finished speaking, countless figures suddenly emerged from the originally empty grass. The elves were wearing tight clothes that were the same color as the grass. Their longbows were drawn into full moons, and the arrow tips were shining with cold light. They surrounded them densely, like locusts suddenly swarming out of a wheat field, and instantly surrounded this group of merchants who were dressed a little strangely. Relax, elves, relax. We are just ordinary human merchants who want to make a deal. He. Chapter 38. Deep into the camp, this group of businessmen are actually Lin Ku and others who are pretending to be businessmen. The first simulation was to force their way in, and the entire army was wiped out under Creed's leadership. The second one was to set fire hoping to smoke out the rats and force the elves out, but ended up luring out the final boss. Linka briefly considered whether to sneak in quietly, but the risk was too great. The first problem is the adventurers' organization.
Adventurers are not a regular army.
It is already very good that they can obey my command in the last simulation. It is almost impossible to expect them to obey my orders absolutely. Sneak through a long grassland, and find the elves' base camp. Moreover, if they sneak along the way, they might conflict with small groups of elves, which is a plan that is totally not worth the cost. As for pretending to be a businessman, it is actually very easy to do. Linka was not polite and directly asked Lime, who had the best figure in the team, to be the big businessman. After all, the stereotype is that businessmen have big bellies and generally have poor body management. As for the fact that Lime's true identity was actually Evelyn's bodyguard swordsman Arian, Linku actually didn't care at all, and even thought it was better Arian will follow Evelyn's instructions, and Evelyn will follow his own instructions, so it is actually a good thing for Arian to act as the most critical businessman. As for why Evelyn, as the little princess of the elven royal family, would obey his orders and even desperately protect himself in the last simulation, to be honest, Linka really had no idea. Anyway, it's impossible that he was really seduced by some bad human woman, huh?
You want to trade with us? How did you find us?
The leading elven soldier spoke broken human language, but he did not lower his guard. Instead, he asked with even more suspicion.
Well, actually, we originally wanted to take a shortcut directly across the long grass prairie and into the eastern part of the forest, and then, didn't we run into this? The elven soldier thought for a moment. The explanation given by the businessman in front of me is actually quite reasonable. After all, if you cross the long grassland, you will be closer than if you go around the river, and a few days ago they did meet a group of businessmen who had the same idea as them. However, the merchant team found that there was something wrong with the elves and wanted to escape. The elves would not let the situation in the long grassland leak out, so they finally killed them. According to the instructions of their captain, this group of merchants can only return after some ceremony or other miscellaneous preparations are completed. Before that, they only need to enter this grassland without leaving. In order to continue doing business with human merchants in the future, the captain also asked the elven soldiers not to actively attack human merchants unless they wanted to escape or commit any hostile acts. The elf soldiers came closer and briefly checked the goods that everyone was carrying. What are these grasses?
Oh, herbs. Don't be fooled by the fact that it looks a bit like ordinary blue clover. It is actually the raw material for healing medicine. This was explained by the potion master adventurer in the team, and he could barely contain the expression on his face.
Are you here mainly to sell herbs?
The elven herbalism system was almost completely different from that of humans, and he himself did not understand the knowledge of herbalism, so he did not have any doubts. These so-called herbs are actually various weeds collected by people and look more like herbs. That's right, Linko was betting that the elves couldn't see it because of the different herbalism systems. At the same time, the elves themselves lack experience in large-scale organization. When so many elves form a tribe for the first time, there will definitely be various security loopholes.
Indeed. We are here to sell potions and their ingredients.
The elf soldier's eyes lit up slightly. He heard from his captain that they were about to attack the human town, and a large amount of herbs would be needed at that time. It seems that this group of merchants brought us goods that are currently in short supply.
What are those adventurers behind doing?
The elf soldier glanced at the several armed adventurers standing at the back of the team and asked Lime in a ragged voice.
Oh, those are the adventurers we hired to serve as caravan guards. Put down your weapons. You don't have to take them away, but you have to put them all where we can see them. Do you understand?
Okay. Then you guys, come in, don't look around, and follow me.
Yes.
Rhyme's face was filled with an ingratiating smile. Although Linka felt that the acting was a bit too much, it was a bit too stereotypical of the image of a human businessman, but it's okay this way. Led by the elven soldiers, the group began to move deeper into the grassland. The grass under their feet rustled, and no one could tell how long they had been walking. They only felt the wind on the grassland change from cool to warm, until a row of silver-white tents appeared in front of them, and the elf soldiers stopped. Everyone looked up, and their vision was instantly filled with the group of tents, and even their breathing paused for a beat.
Oh my God!
The young man at the end of the team exclaimed subconsciously, forgetting to hold the cargo box on his back steadily. I've never seen so many elves gathered together in my life. Looking around, on the path between the tents, elves in silver and green clothes were coming and going. Some were patrolling with longbows on their backs, and some were walking around with pottery jars in their hands. Even the air was filled with the faint fragrance of grass and trees.
That's more than that. Creed's tone was filled with disbelief. Look at those tents, they're all set up like a human army. There's a main camp tent, a supply tent, and even separate tents for weapons.
I've seen elves 3 times on missions before, and I've never seen them use these. Everyone went from being excited at first, to being shocked, and now they are starting to feel a little scared.
Wait a minute, adventurer, it seems you haven't taken away all the weapons on you? An elf stopped Anna, who was walking next to Link. Chapter 39, The Temptation from My Sister. You don't have any other weapons on you, do you?
The elf soldier did not stop the other adventurers, but instead stopped Anna alone.
Come with me, we need to examine you alone.
Anna blinked her eyes, obeyed and did not resist.
Wait a moment.
Link raised his hand to stop them. Anna is an adventurer in our team.
Can you give a reasonable explanation as to where you are taking her?
Lin finally realized that the elves were quite polite to human merchants. Perhaps it was because human merchants did provide many necessities that the elves could not produce themselves. So she became a little bolder.
TSK, who are you?
The elf soldier glanced at the tin can, who was slightly shorter than himself. He felt that this person's voice was strange, hoarse, and unpleasant, but it always felt like it was deliberately selected.
I am the captain of the human adventurer guards hired by the caravan.
Oh, I didn't realize someone so frail, could be a captain. We need to take this adventurer to the next room for a checkup with a female elf.
It should only take about half an hour.
Well, Captain Lin Mao, it's okay.
Anna also said with her head down. Okay.
Linka didn't say anything, watching Anna follow the elf soldier into a tent. Well, the elf must have something to tell Anna. It seems that the elves should have discovered a long time ago that their little princess was mixed in with the adventurer team. When was it discovered? Was it when we were surrounded on the steps? Or was it even earlier? Could it be that the elves have some method to quickly identify their own kind? Linka searched his mind for various information about elves, but couldn't think of anything worth noting. The plot of the game is not very much related to the elves. In fact, the biggest event recorded in the game is the invasion of the northwest border of the kingdom, turning the farmland there back into forests and clearing out almost all traces of human activities. The relationship between elves and humans is not good. There are often frictions between the two sides on the border, but it is far from the level of a feud. The reason why the elves launched the invasion was only briefly mentioned in the game. It was only mentioned that it was related to the current elf queen's hatred for humans. Although the elves patrolling along the way were still vigilant, they no longer stared at them as closely as before. Linka raised his eyes and scanned the surroundings. The tents in front were getting denser and denser, their silver curtains swaying gently in the wind, and even the spacing between them was much more regular than that of the outer tents. In the open space between the tents, there were many sturdy wooden racks, and all kinds of weapons were hung on the racks. Longbows leaned against wooden pillars, and the arrows in the quiver showed half of their sharp arrowheads. Broad-bladed knives and short daggers were lined up in order, the blades reflecting cold light, and even the air was filled with an lingering metallic chill. But Linka's gaze did not linger on these scenes for too long. She knew in her heart that the most critical step now was to follow the caravan deep into the elf camp. Didn't Mother tell you to go explore the human town and come back? How did you end up hanging out with these human adventurers? As soon as Anna walked into the tent, she heard the familiar voice of her sister. Her long ice blue hair fell like a waterfall, and the ends of her hair were decorated with fine silver threads, swaying gently with her movements. The silver skirt armor on her body was not made of cold, hard metal, but was sewn with soft mithril, which fit her body shape without being restrictive. When she walked, the armor plates collided, making a fine and crisp sound. If her appearance is as bright and eye-catching as a blooming rose, then the most unforgettable thing is her pair of equally ice-blue eyes. She lacks the agility of a young girl, nor the coldness of a strong man. Instead, she exudes an extremely peculiar stability, like a rock that has been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations. No matter how noisy the surroundings are, her eyes are always calm, and even if she just stands there quietly, she makes people feel at ease. This is Anna's sister, the second princess of the elves, Cerelia. But at this moment, her beautiful eyes were no longer calm, but instead revealed a sense of disgust, not towards her own sister, but also, I don't want to hear you talking to me in this human form. Have you forgotten your mother's teachings? Anna's fingertips gently touched her earrings, and the silver ornament adorned with pale sapphires suddenly gleamed. The next second, her once plain brown hair, as if stained by morning mist, slowly faded to a pale blue, a different shade from her sister's. Her hair fell softly over her shoulders, adding a touch of spirit. Even her eyes changed, their previous depth faded to a softer sky blue than her sister's icy blue, like the sky on a sunny day, radiating a clear warmth. What was even more astonishing was that her body size had shrunk visibly. Her originally tall figure gradually became that of a young girl. The lines of her shoulders softened, replaced by a full air of innocence. When the transformation stopped, the Anna standing there was no longer the ordinary human adventurer. At first glance, her soft appearance was adorable, and no one would associate her with her previous appearance, but her current expression was not very cute, as she stared at her sister with some unhappiness.
"Oh, what? Are you still unhappy? Did I disturb your heroic adventure game? And I don't think you've been adventuring much. Aren't you just guarding the adventurers of a caravan?"
This was not the first time Evelyn and her sister had argued over the human matter, although she wanted to retort, perhaps because she saw the faint dark circles under her sister's eyes. She didn't say anything. "Wait until you buy the weeds that Lin Mao and I collected together as potions at a high price, and then see if you still smiled. I really want to go back and find Lin Subaru. She is so beautiful." As Evelyn's older sister, Cerelia was keenly aware of her sister's absent-mindedness.
"I think you wouldn't be willing to just be a guard for a human merchant's caravan, right? Don't you really like adventure?"
Cyrelia's tone softened considerably as she asked her sister. At first glance, it seems like they are just chatting about family matters, but in fact, there is a layer of subtle testing in their words. Since Evelyn was disguised as an adventurer, she must know more about the details of these human merchants than I do. After all, it is common for spies to disguise themselves as businessmen. So Cerelia actually wanted to ask for information about this group of human merchants. Evelyn hated the way her sister spoke in a roundabout way. She rolled her eyes rudely and retorted to her sister, "This is called accumulating experience as an adventurer. If you want to take on more difficult quests, you must have more experience in elementary quests to qualify." Evelyn had already made a plan. She would never tell her sister that Lin Mao and others were actually here to investigate the elves, but Cerelia was obviously not satisfied with her answer and began to torture her.
"We're about to attack the human kingdom. Why don't you stop being an adventurer and just go back to the Elf King city and be a beautiful princess?
Also, you've been disguised as a human adventurer for so long.
Have you gathered any useful information?"
No, I didn't become an adventurer to be an elf spy.
"Are you going to attack Linshan?"
"Yes, once the beast tide is prepared, we will be able to easily destroy these human towns on the border of the kingdom." There was a hint of understatement in Cerelia's voice, but when she said the word destruction, she deliberately emphasized the ending tone, as if she was savoring some interesting word. The corners of her mouth curled up into a very faint smile, and her expression was so relaxed that it seemed as if she was saying, "The weather is good today," instead of talking about a massacre. For her, destroying human towns seemed to be the most pleasurable thing, as simple as finding bedbugs crawling on the sheets, shaking them out, and then gently squeezing them to death, without even the slightest hesitation or reluctance.
"Could you please not do this?"
After Evelyn said this, she suddenly felt that it was inappropriate and quickly changed her words. "What I mean is, shouldn't we just drive the humans out?
There's no need to exterminate them all." Hearing this, Cerelia stared at Evelyn for a long while. "Have you forgotten what humans have done to our people?"
She took a half step forward, her words hammering down on the ground.
"Ever since that incident, humans haven't stopped for the past few hundred years.
They've repeatedly raided the elven settlements along the border, plundering our wealth and then shackled our captives, dragging them off as slaves to human auctions." When she mentioned the word auction, her voice took on a fiercer tone.
"In their eyes, our people aren't even living beings. They're just commodities that can be priced and bought and sold."
Cerelia rubbed her slightly swollen forehead. "You can say there's no blood feud between humans and elves, but these hundreds of years of continuous bloodletting, even if it's just one cut a day, is now equivalent to being cut into pieces. Even our mother." Cerelia paused when she said this. After all, this was just a tent. Although there were no outsiders here, it was not a place to discuss any too private topics. "Start preaching again, oh." Evelyn didn't react on her face, but she sighed in her heart. Chirelia seemed to realize that her sister was a little annoyed by being nagged, so she didn't continue the topic.
I've been under a lot of pressure these days, but it's not directed at you. In fact, many elven elders in the tribe also have doubts about going to war with the human kingdom. Fine.
Well, in that case, you should stop hanging out with those human adventurers. Besides, this place is about to become the front line. I will arrange a team to escort you back to the elf capital.
No, I have to go back. At least I have to complete this escort mission.
Evelyn shook her head vigorously, causing the light blue hair at the end of her hair to sway, like a child who refused to compromise, her tone full of persistence.
Those adventurers and human merchants?
Chirelia raised an eyebrow and said in a relaxed tone, "Kill them all, and your mission will be over." Before the words fell, Evelyn, who was sitting opposite him, stood up suddenly, her hands clenched into fists, her ice blue eyes full of anxiety, and even her voice rose a few notes. "Absolutely not. Chapter 40. Don't look back. I am the Queen of Elves. It's over." As soon as the words came out, Evelyn regretted it again. "This guy, test yourself again." A smile of success appeared on Chirelia's face. "I see, among those adventurers, what you're most concerned about isn't just this simple escort mission, right? Let me guess, you have friends?" Chirelia frowned, looking at her stubborn sister in front of her, and a strange illusion arose in her heart for some reason. At this moment, criticizing Evelyn with a stern face was like an elder preaching to a child who was in love too early. She was angry and helpless, and even her tone softened unconsciously. She stared at Evelyn, hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but ask, "Impossible? You can't possibly be obsessed with some human being?" Evelyn slowly turned her head away, not meeting Chirelia's gaze. "Chirelia? No? Can you explain clearly?" As Evelyn's elder sister, she knew that Evelyn didn't like handsome elf guys, but it's impossible for me to fall in love with humans because of this reason, right? Seeing Evelyn remain silent, Chirelia's sense of crisis grew stronger and stronger.
"Evelyn, it's okay if you don't want to tell me. I can always ask Arian later." "Arian won't tell you. I've put a gag order on him." "That's hard to say." Arian's orders were to follow the little princess's orders while completely protecting her. But what if the little princess gets bewitched? Would that be considered a threat to your safety? Evelyn turned her head and glared at her sister. "Don't worry. If it's just a human friend, then at most I'll send someone to investigate his background and see if he has any secrets. You wouldn't want your good friend to hide any secrets from you, right?" This sentence moved Evelyn. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Yes, there is one, but she and I are not friends yet. I really want to be good friends with her." "Oh? Who is it?" "Lin Mao, that's the thin-looking tin can." "Lin Mao? Doesn't it sound like a female name?" "Actually, I don't know her name, but I only know that she is a girl and her identity is disguised." Then, Evelyn continued to add, "My constellation ability can see through armor, and then I found that there was a girl under her armor." "Then why is she pretending to be a man?" Chirelia asked. "Actually, I don't know the specific reason, but maybe it's because humans have some discrimination against female knights? Something like that." Chirelia did not pursue the question further. Evelyn waited for a long time with her shoulders stiff. When she didn't hear her sister's voice again, she secretly glanced up at Chirelia's pensive face before cautiously speaking, then, "I'll go back first?" Finally ending her sister's interrogation, Evelyn showed a relieved expression. "Let's go find Lin Mao." Chirelia was not as happy as her sister. She always feels that there is something wrong with Lin Mao. Although his sister has a lively personality, she has no shortage of friends. At the same time, as an elf princess, she is of course very beautiful most of the time. The reason why people pay special attention to the appearance of others and even become face-obsessed in the eyes of others is not simply because they like good-looking things. Many people are insecure about their own appearance and always feel that they are not eye-catching enough, so they are subconsciously attracted to people with outstanding appearances. They want to find the eye-catching that they lack in the other person, so as to quietly make up for the gap in their hearts. But does my sister lack beauty? It should be said that none of her friends, relatives, and even herself, are so-called ugly-looking. Good looks are not a scarce commodity among the elves. What's more, Evelyn's appearance is considered to be the best in the entire elf race. Just seeing the face under the armor made your sister want to make friends with him so much. Why does
It sounds so strange. The more Chirelia thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. No, as an older sister, I must go and see in person the friends my younger sister wants to make. You can't leave the camp without permission until we allow you to leave this camp, understand? The elf soldier said as he stood in front of everyone. Wait a minute, Master Elf, we still have to go to other towns to sell goods. This, we can buy all your goods, and the price will definitely not be lower than the market price. At the same time, you can't wander around anywhere. You can only move between these tents. Do you understand? If you are found to be going out without permission, the consequences will be serious. Perhaps because they were frightened by the gathered elves, the adventurers under Lin Ku were more obedient than himself and kept nodding in agreement. Tomorrow, our potion appraiser will come and give you a rough estimate of the value of your goods. We can adjust it later. So, please rest in this tent today. It was indeed getting late, and the sky outside the tent was gradually getting darker. As the nominal captain of the adventurers, Lin Ku even got a separate tent, due to simulation time and 29 hours. To be honest, Lin Ku was really a little sleepy. Although only one day had passed, she had simulated at least 6 or 5 times during that day, which was a huge drain on her spirit. It just so happens that we can also verify whether sleeping in a simulation can restore real-life experiences. Although Lin Ku had thought about going out at night to find out what the elves were up to, he thought about it carefully and decided not to do so. It was a bit dangerous. Besides, the simulation still had more than a day to go, so wouldn't it be okay to explore the next night? To be on the safe side, Lin Ku took off his helmet quickly, drank some water, and ate some dry food while there was no one else in the tent, then put his helmet back on. Immediately Lin Ku yawned and prepared to go to sleep, but at this moment, hula, the tent seemed to have been opened. Anyone there? Lin Ku immediately straightened up and looked towards the entrance of the tent, but she didn't see anyone. Is it because I was too tired during the day and was too nervous? Lin Ku waited quietly in the darkness for a few minutes. Outside the tent, there was only the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the tent. Even the footsteps of the patrolling elves gradually faded away, but he still didn't find anything unusual. She breathed a sigh of relief, her tense back slowly relaxed, and her fingertips moved away from the hilt of the sword. She thought about taking advantage of the time to get some sleep and get enough energy to deal with tomorrow's changes. Alas! She was hugged by someone. This was the first time that Lin Ku had been touched so closely by someone after she became a girl, and the person was even a stranger she didn't know. Lin Ku's body trembled slightly, and she subconsciously let out a cry. She suddenly tried to reach out for the long sword beside the pillow. Just as her fingertips touched the cold hilt, a warm hand suddenly covered her hand and pressed it tightly on the back of her hand, so hard that she could not move. Don't look back. A girl's voice was suppressed. I am the Queen of the Elves. But this voice. Why does it sound so familiar? It was very similar to Anna's usual tone of voice, but it had a bit more calmness and stability than Anna's voice, and a bit less of the girlish lightness. Take off your helmet, now. Chapter 41. How did I upgrade? No, is it possible for the Elf Queen to attack an ordinary human adventurer at night? It's impossible. Moreover, this voice is obviously that of a girl, not like the familiar voice of the Elf Queen. The female voice behind him that sounded very similar to Anna wasn't hugging him very tightly, but her whole body was pressed against him, and her soft curves were pressing lightly against Lin Ku's back, especially every time the other person spoke. His warm breath brushed against Lin Ku's neck, like a feather gently brushing past, making her so itchy that she couldn't help but tense her shoulders. Lin Ku hesitated for a moment and said, Lady Elf Queen, my hand. One of Lin Ku's hands, which was about to take the sword, was held down tightly by the opponent, and the other hand was also pressed under his body and could not move. I'll help you get it, don't move. Lin Ku thought that he was being held in arms and there was no space for him to move. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt the other person free one hand and gently unbutton the button on the side of the helmet with his fingertips. His fingers were slender and beautiful. As the last button was unfastened, the helmet lost its fixation and tilted forward slightly. Lin Ku subconsciously lowered her head, and her little head emerged from the heavy helmet. The slightly cool air brushed across her cheeks, finally relaxing her tense nerves a little. Lin Ku had his back to the mysterious woman at this time, but he felt that her breathing inexplicably became a little faster. The air was strangely quiet for a while, and the girl behind Lin Ku said again, Actually, I'm not the Elf Queen. Did you hear that? Lin Ku already had a preliminary guess about this person's identity. It could be Anna's sister, or some other elf who was very close to Anna. Lin Ku had no idea why he was attacked at night, but maybe it was related to Anna, for example. Wanting to find out about my background or something. Lin could judge that the other party probably had no intention of killing him, so he did not resist.
But Lin Ko hesitated for a moment and replied, "I may not have heard it."
Then the two fell silent again. Suddenly, the mysterious woman spoke again. "Are you wearing perfume?"
"Ah, no."
Lin Ko was stunned for a moment, then answered.
"You washed your hair with some hair potion?"
Although Lin Ko didn't know why the other party suddenly asked these questions, she still answered truthfully, "I just wiped my hair with clean water before leaving this morning."
"Close your eyes, turn your head away, and don't open them, ah? Don't you understand? Turn around."
Lin Ko closed his eyes and barely turned over under the restraints. The two of them should be facing each other now. The air was inexplicably silent for a while, and suddenly Lin Ko heard the other party say, "Are you human?" "Yes." Lin Ko inexplicably felt that the other person's breathing had become more rapid than before. "It's so itchy." Lin Ko resisted the urge to move his body.
"Why do you want to hide your identity as a girl?" "Because of my appearance. I'm afraid others will look down on me for being a swordsman." Lin Ko came up with the excuse he had already prepared. "Turn back." Don't turn your face towards me, oh."
Lin Ko turned back obediently. After a while. Lin Ko suddenly felt that the breathing sound behind him disappeared, and the feeling of tightness behind him also disappeared. She turned over slightly and opened her eyes. Now I was the only one left in the bed. Lady Cerelia. The elven guard who was in charge of guarding the entrance to the commander-in-chief's tent felt a little strange when he saw Cerelia appear from the night, but he still greeted her subconsciously. "This is strange. What is Lady Cerelia doing out so late?" Cerelia nodded to the guards and then walked into the tent where she was resting. As soon as she returned to the tent, Cerelia lay down on the bed and prepared to sleep. But what was rare was that Cerelia hadn't fallen asleep for more than half an hour. Since she couldn't sleep, Cerelia didn't plan to waste this little time and began to review what this Lin Mao had just done. There was a fragrance on her body, an inexplicable fragrance. Moreover, Cerelia's subconscious told her that the body fragrance on Lin Mao was not normal. After smelling this fragrance, Cerelia's originally calm and stable mind would inexplicably start to think of all sorts of random things. He even subconsciously wanted to reach out and hug the human adventurers. Waist, and there was something wrong with Lin Ko's face. So beautiful. Cerelia thought that her appearance was among the best among beauties, but compared to her, she was still a long way behind. There were still some flaws on her own face, but the face of the human adventurer even made Cerelia suspect that he was a figurine sculpted by the goddess of beauty herself. Looking into that face wasn't good for Cerelia's heart. She suddenly understood a little bit why her sister wanted to make friends with that Lin Mao so much. At this moment, Cerelia suddenly remembered that she seemed to have forgotten to ask many key questions. For example, what is the real name of that human adventurer? What is her zodiac sign? And what does she think of her sister Anna? After seeing her face, Cerelia's meticulous thinking seemed to be blacked out, and she forgot all the most crucial issues. Why is this?
Cerelia immediately entered a stage of reflection.
Is there really something special about that Lin Mao? I must think carefully about this. This is a matter concerning my sister's safety. She closed her eyes, trying to recall every moment with Lin Mao. First, the look of Lin Mao when he took off his helmet, the curve of his eyebrows, the look in his eyes, then, the strange fragrance that lingered at the tip of her nose, light yet penetrating, and the feeling of touching his small hand, the fingertips slightly cool, the palm lightly sweaty, the slender knuckles revealing a sense of fragility. As I was thinking about this, the sky suddenly brightened. Cerelia thought about it all night, but couldn't think of anything wrong. No, it seems I need to go find her tomorrow night. Early in the morning, Lin Ko, who had just woken up, was a little confused when he saw the system prompt that popped up in front of him. Passive skill, Charm 1 LV-Charm 2 LV.
Lin Ko? Why did my charm skill upgrade inexplicably?
Chapter 42 Sisters Who Want to Go Together. Charm Level 2 increases the charm limit by 1, making your words inexplicably more persuasive and slightly charming the user. The current skill level does not display the charm success rate or whether the user is currently in a charmed state. The passive effect is linked to charm value, being charmed, subconsciously believing what the charmer says and being more willing to follow their orders or instructions, and greatly increasing the rate of gain in favorability. For some individuals, being charmed can greatly increase their possessiveness and protectiveness towards the charmer, for unknown reasons. It turns out that skills can be upgraded in the simulation. Lin Ko suddenly understood something. In other words, simulation can not only predict and change the future, but in a sense, it can also be used as a copy to level yourself up. But then again, why this skill? charm. Isn't it necessary to charm others to upgrade this skill? The stronger the person being charmed is, the more skill experience you can gain. Because he was wearing a knight's helmet and his face was always covered, Linka never had the chance to use this skill. After all, skills require seeing a face, or sound, smell, and other factors to be activated. Linka really couldn't remember when he had made this passive skill work. Wasn't it last night? But it was only half an hour in total. And does the charm skill also work on people of the same sex? In various film and television works in my previous life, it was not a strange thing for girls to hug each other intimately, right? In addition to this, there is also the skill description of charm limit increased by 1, which surprised Linko a little. She opened her system panel. Frowny face strength, 40 plus 0, constellation bonus, plus 20, attribute point allocation, agility, 39 plus 0, constellation bonus, plus 20, attribute point allocation, charm, 85 plus 100, constellation bonus, exceeds the upper limit, equivalent to 101, comprehension, spell adaptability 20 plus 100, constellation bonus, current free points, 0, the upper limit of charm value is actually increased by 1 point. Linka was a little surprised. In her previous life, when Linka played games, she would usually choose the magic or warrior route. In addition, she was just an ordinary player, so she had never experienced such unconventional methods as charm value. Naturally, I don't know what effect will occur if the charm value exceeds the upper limit. Linka was puzzled, but decided not to think too much about it and just get the job done. Moreover, if the charm is really successful, then can we try a new way to break the deadlock? Of course, as a former boy, Linka always felt that doing so was somewhat despicable. This was in a simulation, so Linka thought about it and decided to try this method, that is to see if it is possible to make Anna, the little Princess Evelyn of the Elven royal family, fall into a state of being enchanted. In this way, he wouldn't have to conduct any secret reconnaissance in the middle of the night. He could just ask Anna for the relevant information directly. But how can I charm Evelyn? First of all, Evelyn should be able to see her face, and the longer the better. In the game, mental skills that impose negative or positive states generally take about 10 minutes to take effect. The longer the time, the higher the success rate and the better the effect of the imposed state. In other words, it would be best to take off the helmet and talk to Evelyn face to face, or do something else for 10 minutes. Linka suddenly recalled a detail, that is, during Anna's actions that day, she would often stare at her helmet inexplicably, and in the previous simulations, Evelyn did seem to care too much about herself. In the game, Evelyn's skills were described as absolute accuracy within her sight, as well as the ability to strike vital points and penetrate armor. So Linka didn't think about it in terms of perspective. Another reason is that Evelyn's perspective is not actually the kind of perspective skill that feels a bit awkward. She cannot see through ordinary clothes, but only armor. Linka suddenly had a bold idea. The reason why Evelyn protected herself so much in the previous simulations was not because she had unknowingly fallen into the charmed effect. No, you can't be so arbitrary. Linka didn't take it for granted with what he was going to do in this simulation. Linka's idea was very clear. He would find a chance to be alone with Anna, confess to her that he was a girl, then take the opportunity to try to seduce her, and then ask her indirectly about what the elves were going to do. But ideals are full, but reality is very skinny. Linka spent the whole day busy with the so-called selling of herbs, weeds, and the thing is very strange. I thought it would take a lot of effort to convince the elven potion master who doesn't know human herbal medicine that this is a herb that can heal wounds and treat various diseases, but I didn't expect the elves to come to me like money blowing in the wind. Well, don't look at it anymore. We'll buy all of these herbs at 3 times the market price. You can consider part of it as financial compensation for letting you stay here. Even the task of estimating prices was left to the adventurers themselves. Hearing these words, the expressions on the adventurers' faces were extremely wonderful. Why does it feel like these elves, who usually strongly distrust humans, have become so easy to do business with? As the final estimator of the price, the potion master in the team's hands were shaking as he wrote down the price. Or maybe we should not write it too high. What if the elves find out it's all weeds? We'll be doomed, right? 35 gold coins, triple it, 105 gold coins. Normally, a large bag of precious herbs, plus the potions one brings, would cost 50 gold coins. The potion master set the price a little lower to be on the safe side, but the elf potion master took one look, raised his eyebrows, and said directly, "Is this 100 gold coins the market price? Then multiply it by 3, making a total of 315 gold coins. Is that okay?" The potion master's eyes were a little dull. When did it become so easy to make money selling herbal medicine? The elf potion master didn't hear a reply and thought the price was too low, so he continued, "If you think it's too low, add another 30 gold coins." No, it's okay.
The transaction went almost exceptionally smoothly.
After the herbs, weeds, were bought in the morning, more than 300 gold coins arrived in the afternoon. I've never seen so many gold coins. I didn't expect to make so much money on this mission. After this mission is over, I can go back to my hometown and buy a house. The adventurers fell into a somewhat excited state. Moreover, the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Ke changed from a bit of dissatisfaction to admiration, and even a bit of gratitude. Master Lin Mao is indeed a member of the Knights, to have come up with such a plan to weaken the elves' funds. Wealth and honor are achieved through risk.
Now I finally understand this truth.
Thank you, Master Lin Mao, for your guidance. Of course, being in the elf tent, the adventurers certainly didn't dare to discuss these things, and could only think about them in their hearts. Even Creed, the former captain who was deprived of his command after being killed instantly by Lin Ke, became arrogant for some unknown reason. Fortunately, he was defeated by Lin Mao. It is right to follow Lord Lin Mao. You can make a lot of money by following him. Lin Ke guessed some of what these adventurers were thinking. This made her feel a little helpless. These were not her original purpose. Her original purpose was just to quickly disguise herself as a businessman. Moreover, she always had a bad feeling, the so-called equal exchange. She always felt that the price was about to fall. The day passed quickly and night came again. Simulation remaining time, 10 hours. Lin Ke planned to secretly go to the tent next door to find Anna at this time. Once you have found out what information you want to know, the simulation can be over. Well, learn from the elf queen who attacked me last night, just in time to take off the helmet and quietly hug Anna. Although her pre-male consciousness told Lin Ke that this was not a good idea, her reason told her that this was just a simulation and that doing something slightly out of the ordinary should not be a problem. Just as Lin Ke was lying on the bed, thinking about leaving soon, she suddenly felt herself being hugged again.
Don't look back, I'm Anna.
The same sound as last night. Lin Ke lived in Bungbu, and she couldn't help but retort, "No, you're not Anna." Then the two of them fell into a strange silence again. After waiting for a long time, the guy who was holding her from behind asked,
"Can't you just not hear it?"
In the tent on the other side, Evelyn, Anna, was also tossing and turning. I spent 2 days with Lin Ke, but didn't find any time to be alone. That perfect face was right in front of me, but I couldn't understand her more deeply. This torment almost drove Evelyn crazy. Suddenly, in a flash, an idea popped into her mind. How about I secretly go find Lin Mao while he's asleep at night?
Chapter 43. What about me? Are you Anna's sister, Cyrilia?
Unable to bear the sudden silence in the air, Lin Ke asked tentatively, but Cyrilla behind him didn't react at all. Instead, she hugged him even tighter. "Don't worry about it, take off your helmet first." Cyrilia, the second princess of the elves, is also the most loyal follower of the elf queen. His strength is not directly revealed in the game, but judging from the indirect description, he has at least awakened for the third time. With the blood of the elf queen, the constellation won't be too bad. Can't afford to offend. After quickly assessing the strength comparison between the enemy and us, Lin Ke obediently took off his helmet. Why did this guy attack me at night again? Lin Ke's heart was filled with bitterness, but wait, could it be that it was caused by being enchanted? But Lin Ke felt that Cyrilia's actions were very contradictory. Yet if he really came to find me in the middle of the night because he was bewitched, how do I explain what happened last night? Before Lin Ke had time to think about it, he heard Cyrilia behind him continue to say, "Your name isn't Lin Subaru, is it?"
Let me guess, is your real name Lin Yu Subaru? Lin Ke didn't say anything. Lin Mauer?
Lin Ke still didn't say anything. She always felt that Cyrilia behind her spoke in a muffled voice, as if she was breathing through her mouth. Cyrilia felt that Lin Ke did not want to answer her properly, and the hand on Lin Ke's lower abdomen suddenly slid down. "Why, what are you doing?"
Lin Ke tried to break free, but was pushed back. "From now on, I'll ask you a question, and you'll answer it.
Every time you don't answer a question, or answer it incorrectly, I'll lower my hand a little."
Is this some new method of torture?
By the way, can you guess why the cartload of weeds you and your fellow adventurers brought was sold at such a high price? As long as you answer the questions well, I can let you take this huge sum of money back safely.
Do you understand?
Lin Ke suddenly felt a little scared. It was not because he was afraid of Cyrilia herself, but because he didn't know what Cyrilia would do next. The fear of facing the unknown. Lin Ke nodded. Cyrilia found that her IQ seemed to have returned. Just breathe through your mouth and don't smell the inexplicable body fragrance on Lin Ke. At the same time, close your eyes and don't look at Lin Ke's back. Lin Ke lay on his side on the bed. The lines of his back were particularly clear in the dim light inside the tent. The curve from the shoulders to the waist was smooth and soft, without excessive edges and corners. but not at all bloated, like a carefully carved jade disc. Every undulation was just right. The loose material falls gently along the curve of the spine and is slightly gathered at the waist, making the waistline look slender but not thinned out. It's just a simple side-lying position, but it makes the back curve look particularly beautiful. Even the slight swaying of the clothes caused by the rise and fall of the chest when breathing seems to add a bit of vivid texture to the perfect lines. Yesterday, Sorelia was so engrossed in watching that she forgot about the important things she was doing. Of course, hugging Lin Ku was not Cerelia's original intention. It was her body's automatic action and she couldn't help but do it. You ask. But as soon as he said this, Lin Ku suddenly felt Cerelia's hand move down a little. Lin Ku? You didn't answer the question just now, and I couldn't see the nod. I said no problem, I will definitely answer truthfully, you can ask whatever you want. Okay, first question, how many elves are there in this camp? What is the problem? How could I possibly know? I have no idea. Lin Ku answered truthfully. Wrong answer. Then, Cerelia lowered her hand a little further. No, how could I possibly know the answer to such a question? Wouldn't that make me a human spy? Lin Ku shouted in his heart. She felt that Cerelia was being unreasonable, but at this moment, I am like a fish on a chopping board, and I can only be forced to obey. Next question, how many leaves are there in the forest? As many as the stars in the sky. Humph, smooth talk doesn't count. I don't want to answer your questions that I don't know the answers to. Lin Ku tried to communicate, but Cerelia's answer made Lin Ku even more confused. Then go to sleep. Oh, Then, could you please stop moving your hand down? Lin Ku noticed that Cerelia still didn't let go. You go to sleep. You're not going to act anymore, right? Lin Ku couldn't stand it anymore, and just when he was about to pull Cerelia's hand back, he suddenly heard Anna's voice with obvious trembling, and her tone was full of confusion and helplessness. Sister, and Lin Subaru, what are you doing? Evelyn, Anna, felt like her head was about to burn out as she watched the scene. Just now, when she was about to sneak into Lin Ku's tent, she saw two people lying on the narrow bed in the moonlight. His sister almost held Lin Mao in her arms gently, and whispered something in his ear. It's almost like whispering. Why would his sister Cerelia sleep with Lin Mao? When did their relationship become so good? What is the relationship between them? What about me? Because the scene before her was so shocking, Evelyn actually stayed where she was for a while, watching the two people continue to play. Because the distance was a bit far and the two people were talking in a low voice, Evelyn couldn't hear clearly, and only heard some keywords intermittently. Lin Subaru, so this is Lin Ku's real name, then I always call him Lin Mao, so who am I? Evelyn suddenly felt her eyes sore. I'll put my hand down a little. Put a little? Where Evelyn couldn't even imagine what these two people were going to do. Sleep with you. Hearing this, Evelyn suddenly shuddered all over. Is it possible that not only my good friend's heart but also his body will be taken away by my sister? I don't want this ending. Sister, and Lin Subaru, what are you doing? She looked at Cerelia's arms around Lin Mao, and at Lin Mao's slightly tilted face. Her eyes became red uncontrollably, and the inescapable feeling of confusion almost overwhelmed her. Her heart felt like it was being gripped by a scorching hand, and a strange and sharp emotion surged up. It was the panic of having the thing she cherished most taken away from her, but what made her more suffocated than having it taken away was that the thing seemed to be about to be defiled before her eyes. Anger surged up like wildfire, burning her fingertips and making them tremble. She wanted to rush over and pull the two people apart, but fear held her back, afraid that if she took another step forward, the scene before her would become something she couldn't bear. What made her even more confused was that these two emotions were wrapped in an inexplicable, strange feeling caused by the huge impact, like a vine wrapped around her heart, sour and astringent, but inexplicably excited, making her breathing tremble. She clearly wanted to question, but her throat seemed to be blocked and she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. She swallowed. Wait, why should I swallow my saliva? Chapter 44 Big Investigation. No other meaning. Seeing Evelyn at the door of the tent, Lin Ku and Cerelia were stunned. Wait a minute, Evelyn, I'm interrogating Lin Mao. Regardless of whether Lin Ku was right next to her or not, Cerelia blurted out. Torture? Is there anyone who tortures people like you? Lin Ku froze in place, his body as if nailed to the ground. His gaze darted back and forth between Anna, whose eyes were red at the door, and Cerelia, who was hugging him from behind. His mind was blank. What should I do?
How did things suddenly turn out like this?
I was just confronting Cerelia, and now I'm being run into by Anna. She subconsciously clenched the corner of her clothes, and her anxious emotions surged up like a tide. She didn't even notice that due to physical reasons, her eyes uncontrollably turned a thin layer of red, and even her eyelashes were stained with a little wet moisture. She opened her mouth and wanted to explain, but the words were stuck on the tip of her tongue. She could only watch Anna's aggrieved look. Feeling panicked and anxious, the dim light in the tent fell on her face, making her look paler than usual. Her eyes, which had originally been full of tenacity, were now filled with helplessness. She looked like a small animal wet by the rain, and looked particularly pitiful, as if someone took another step forward or spoke in a harsher tone, she would cry for a long time with red eyes in the next second, and even her shoulders were slightly trembling with nervousness. Looking at Linko, who was forced to take off his helmet, for some reason, Evelyn immediately felt a strong desire to protect her, and even had an impulse in an instant that she needed to protect her and prevent her from seeing anyone who might hurt her. Could it be that his sister was really torturing Lin Mao? Why would my sister do such a thing? Since her sister is like this, she will no longer pretend to be herself. Evelyn gently pinched the earring with her fingertips, and the moment her fingertips pressed down, the broken diamonds embedded in the surface suddenly emitted a fine blue light. The light did not last long, and it slowly spread along the ends of her hair. The hair that she had originally disguised as light brown was like being receded by the tide, gradually revealing the clear sky blue underneath. The blue was not an abysmal dark blue, but rather like a stream in the woods at dawn reflecting the sunlight, clear and bright. Her hair was fluffy and soft, with a little natural curl at the end, swaying gently when it fell to her shoulders, making her already small face even rounder, like a baby face. Lin Mao, I am actually the elf Princess Evelyn.
Anna is just my disguise.
Also, sister, I don't want to see you torturing Lin Mao again. After saying that, Evelyn approached Lin Ko, grabbed her wrist and tried to pull her to her side, but Cerelia, who was sitting on the bed, also grabbed Lin Ko's sleeve. No, my torture is not over yet. Hearing her sister say this to her, Evelyn was so angry that she wanted to laugh.
What do you mean by torture?
You call this torture? Lin Ko is so beautiful, like an ancient treasure. Anyone who sees her will want to get involved. Evelyn finally saw it. Cerelia's interrogation was fake, just an excuse. In fact, she still wanted to stay with Lin Subaru. The elder sister and the younger sister suddenly understood what the other wanted, and the air suddenly became quiet. Almost at the same time, the two people spoke at the same time. Lin Mao, there are still many questions about you.
I need to continue interrogating you.
Lin Mao, our journey has just begun.
Let's embark on an adventure together.
Until now, the two sisters still don't know what Lin Mao's real name is. Legolas had just finished a day of meditation. Apart from helping his young master, Cerelia, with some government affairs, his day was usually very regular: meditation, consolidating his swordsmanship, and then meditation again until it was time to rest. However, because of the little princess's affairs and various miscellaneous trivial matters, his daily routine has been completely messed up. Challenging those who are stronger has always been the condition for Legolas' constellation, Siegfried the Dragon Slayer, to continue awakening, but since his fifth awakening, he hasn't seen anyone stronger for a long time. The powerful here does not necessarily refer to those with strong military strength, but also refers to those with strong strength in various senses, such as those who are good at disguise and sneak attacks, and even those with strong command capabilities fall into this category. He walked out of his tent. Living in this man-made thing made him feel uncomfortable all over. The night in the elf camp was as thick as velvet soaked in ink, wrapping the entire camp tightly. The silver-white tent lost its bright light during the day, revealing only a vague outline in the dim light. The curtains drooped, and even the lines at the corners were melted into the black. The surrounding vegetation also sank into the night. The vines wrapped around the wooden frame became dark lines, and the veins of the leaves on the treetops could not be seen, leaving only clusters of dark silhouettes. When the wind blew, the tips of the leaves swayed as lightly as a sigh, and were swallowed up by the night in the blink of an eye. Looking at the thick night in the elven camp, Legolas felt an inexplicable sense of unease in his heart. As a swordsman, and a swordsman who had awakened for the fifth time, Legolas believed that his intuition was quite accurate. From the very beginning, he relied on this intuition to overcome crises time and time again and improve his strength. After all, combat intuition is also a kind of intuition. That he had a feeling that something bad might be happening. To ensure that everything was safe, Legolas first went to the tent of his master, Cerelia. The moment Legolas discovered that Cerelia was not in the tent, his head buzzed, but he soon calmed down. Dragon Perception. Legolas' second skill can be simply understood as a super plus version of the ability to identify enemies by sound on the battlefield. Humanoid radar. In just a few seconds, Legolas found his target, Cerelia. With a light push of his foot, Legolas shot out like an arrow, each kick carrying the lightness and swiftness unique to an elf. The scene before him quickly flew backwards, the silver-white tents that passed by became blurred blocks of color, and even the weapon racks standing by the roadside could not be clearly seen. Only a cold and hard reflection of metal flashed by, but in just a few breaths, Legolas was almost approaching the tent where his master was. Just as I was about to take another step forward, a faint fragrance suddenly drifted into my nose on the night breeze. The fragrance was as light as morning dew on flower petals, with a hint of soft warmth, inexplicably like the scent hidden on a young girl's body, so pleasant that people subconsciously wanted to take a few more breaths, and even Legolas couldn't help but breathe a little lighter. But then, Legolas immediately realized that something was wrong. In order to hone his swordsmanship, he had long ago given up his subjective judgment of smell. No matter whether it is delicious food or some delicacies from land and sea, you should not let yourself have the thought of wanting to eat more. It is not like the herbal fragrance familiar to the elves, nor is it the spices of the human caravans. What is even more strange is that it can easily arouse people's greed and shake the mind that should be calm. Legolas took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress his instinctive desire, and carefully identified the source of the fragrance with the tip of his nose. It was clearly coming from the tent where his master was. There is a big problem. Chapter 45, Eliminating Abnormalities at All Costs. Lin Mao, come back to my tent with me tonight. I have some questions for you. No, Lin Mao, you can't go with her. I will sleep with you tonight. Then I won't leave either. I can't leave your safety, sister. Evelyn watched her sister tell such a shameless lie with an expressionless face, and she felt dizzy with anger. You. Cerelia was not polite and quietly pulled Lin Ku a little closer to her. Lin Ku wanted to hold on to the edge of the bed, but with only 60 strength, it was definitely not enough in front of Cerelia. Evelyn also joined the battle. She also lay down beside Lin Ku and began to hold Lin Ku's wrist. Wait a minute. Lin Ku, who was at the center of the storm, finally couldn't stand it anymore. The two sisters suddenly became quiet. Lin Ku paused, and said with tears in his eyes, "Why don't you two go away? I want to sleep." Before he finished speaking, Evelyn and Cerelia expressed their firm opposition. Lin Mao, don't say anything. This is between me and my sister. Shut up, this is between me and my sister. Lin Ku didn't dare to speak. At this moment, there was suddenly movement outside the tent. Your Highness, Cyreria, I'm sorry to bother you. It was Legolas's voice. The urge to rush in and investigate the danger burned like fire in his heart. After all, the strange aroma still made him uneasy. However, the voice he had just heard was still clear in his ears, the soft words of the little Princess Evelyn and the calm response of her master, without any panic or struggle, showed that the tent was safe at the moment and the master was not in danger. He lowered his eyes and suppressed the anxiety in his heart. As a guard serving the second princess, he knew the line better than anyone. A servant's duty was to protect, not to overstep his bounds. Especially since his master was of the opposite sex, the tent was an extremely private space. Even though he was filled with concern, he couldn't just barge in without permission. That would be an affront to his master's dignity and a dereliction of duty. Cerelia temporarily stopped the secretly competing action in her hands and frowned in some confusion. Evelyn beside her also quieted down and clicked her tongue. Why are you disturbing us at this time? Legolas, is there something wrong with you? Or is there something urgent? Although Cerelia still wanted to continue to torture Lin Mao, she also knew that Legolas usually came to her at this time for some urgent matters, and she could not let her guard down. Cerelia straightened her slightly messy clothes and asked Legolas outside the tent. Your Highness, there is a very urgent matter. I hope you can come out of the tent so I can tell you in person. Just as Cerelia was about to get up and leave, she saw her sister Evelyn smiling triumphantly behind her. At the same time, she pulled Lin Mao back to her side. For some unknown reason, she suddenly didn't want to leave here. Leaving Lin Subaru and his sister alone in a place where she couldn't see them inexplicably made Cerelia feel a sense of crisis, but Cerelia also knew that after all, there was an outsider like Lin Mao staying here, and even a human adventurer whose identity was not yet known. If there was any confidential information, Lin Mao must not be allowed to know it. What the hell, Legolas? Why did he suddenly come here so late at night? Lin Ku felt a chill on his neck. The feeling of being cut off from the last simulation still lingers. When being killed in the simulation, Lin Ku's choice is usually to fight back.
How dare you kill me?
No, my people haven't been born yet, so in the first simulation of the adventure, he was beaten to death by a group of elves. In the next simulation, Linka fought back by setting fire to the elves, but when it comes to beings like Legolas and the mysterious man in black robe, Linka forced himself to be rational. He couldn't confront these beings head-on right now, so he had to endure hardships and endure hardships. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but the information from Legolas caught Linka's attention. Any information? No, I have to listen. In a flash, Linka's thoughts raced. Wait a minute, this is a great opportunity. If I could make Cerelia, who was under enchantment, feel resentful towards Legolas. Cerelia also calmed down at this time. She suddenly felt that her thoughts had become very strange in the past few days. Although Lin Mao's matter is important, its priority is definitely not as important as the crisis concerning the entire elf army. Besides, Linka was only someone he had known for a few days. From yesterday until just now, his thoughts were so strange that he almost put matters related to Lin Mao at the top priority. She was about to stand up when she suddenly felt her sleeve being pulled. Linka's fingertips gently grasped the corner of Cerelia's sleeve, and his knuckles turned a faint pink from the force, as if he was afraid that the person would suddenly leave. She lifted her upper body slightly, the fabric on her back tightening slightly due to the movement, revealing a slender waistline. Even her voice had a slight tremor that could not be suppressed, and the ending tone was lightly hooked, as if it was blown by the wind. Are you leaving? Did something happen? I'm a little scared. Linka's pink eyes were as bright as if dipped in starlight. When she slightly raised her head to look at Cirilla, there was a natural soft curve at the end of her eyes, and even the sadness in her eyes was wrapped in a softness that made people unable to refuse. She was obviously worried, but she was surprisingly charming, almost sucking people's hearts in. But when he saw Linka's appearance and heard her dependent voice, those chaotic thoughts were like silk threads that were suddenly cut and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The only thing in his mind was Linka looking up at him, the little hand clutching his sleeve, the trembling voice, and those murderous pink eyes. I can't leave Lin Mao, I can't go away, she spoke subconsciously. Legolas, just put it this way, it's just me and my sister here. Legolas wanted his master to come out of the tent first before discussing other issues, but his master was unwilling to come out of the tent at all. This is very wrong. Your Highness, Cerelia, this is inappropriate, isn't it? Legolas felt the alluring aroma grow stronger. Because of this fragrance, the uncomfortable feeling all over my body became even stronger. The tips of Cerelia's ears were burning uncontrollably. The elf's pointed ears were bright red, and even the backs of her ears were light pink. Even his originally cold eyes softened, and he felt his heartbeat was several beats faster than usual. With only a blank in his empty mind, she was still thinking about Linka's appearance just now. Evelyn, who was standing by, naturally saw her sister's reaction. She was so anxious that she almost cried. Why does Lin Mao only show that expression to his sister? It was clearly me who met Lin Subaru first. Lin Mao, you have to repeat what you just said to me. There is definitely something wrong with the situation in the tent. Your Highness, I'm sorry. He raised his arm, suddenly opened the tent cloth and was about to walk in. Chapter 46, Is it spicy? Linko actually always felt that what she was doing now was a bit like that of a witch, just like what Dodgy did in the movie King Joe and Dodgy, but there's nothing we can do about it. If she could deal with these enemies by her own force, she wouldn't have to think of so many strange methods. And here is the simulation. Linka kept repeating this to himself in his mind. Because it is a simulation, you need to be bold and try solutions that you have never thought of. After all, the situation he was facing could not be solved by ordinary methods. Although he had a 6-star constellation, it was only a healing constellation, and his other combat constellation, Swan Nightshadow, had only awakened for the first time. In the eyes of a monster like Legolas, who had a 5-star constellation and had awakened for at least the 5th time, it was no different from a bug.so. There is nothing wrong with being a witch. It is a necessary act to survive and save Lin Cheng. Lin Ku imagined the most tickling expression he had seen in a TV drama in his previous life, forced his tear glands to squeeze, raised his head slightly, and grabbed the sleeve of Cerelia, who was about to leave. Are you leaving? Did something happen? I'm a little scared. Her voice was soft and light, and there was a slight tremor in the ending of Lin Ku's tone that was deliberately suppressed. There was a hint of pale pink at the corners of her eyes, and a thin layer of tears covered her pink eyes. She was obviously not really panicking, but she pretended to be particularly pitiful. In fact, if you watch and listen carefully, you can hear that Lin Ku's current performance is a bit too deliberate, but in front of his good looks and almost perfect charming voice, all of this is not a problem. Lin Ku didn't know what to be afraid of. She only knew that by saying this, she could best arouse others' desire to protect her. Cyrilla just froze in place, her ice blue eyes staring straight at Linko. Linko felt a little scared when he saw it. What is going on? My acting was too fake and people saw through it. Linko was sweating profusely from anxiety. Just as he was about to say something to make amends, he saw Cyrilla suddenly turn her head and speak to Legolas outside the tent. Legolas, just put it this way, it's just me and my sister here.
Your Highness, Cyrilla, this is inappropriate, isn't it?
Did you succeed? Linka felt a little happy. She suddenly felt that her face was really useful. Legolas had something important to tell his master, but his master was doing something very critical late at night, such as torturing himself, and could not spare the time. But Legolas wanted his master to come out and tell her face to face. This was a little contradiction in Linka's imagination. Legolas would have two reactions. First, if what he said was indeed controllable, then he would leave here and come to her when his master was fine. Secondly, if the matter is particularly urgent, Legolas may be forced to report this confidential information in person, then I can just eavesdrop openly and honestly. This information may be the key to breaking the deadlock. It's a win anyway, but Linka's happiness didn't last long. As the third unexpected situation occurred, Legolas actually rushed directly into the tent.
Your Highness, I'm sorry.
Seeing Legolas come in, Cyrilla's face showed a little displeasure.
Legolas, if you have anything to say, you can just say it outside the tent. Why did you come in?
Evelyn and I are both in our pajamas. I'm extremely sorry, Your Highness, Cyrilla, but I must tell you this in person. Legolas bowed his head again and apologized. When Cyrilla heard Legolas say this, she didn't know what to say. She pulled the quilt up a little, especially to cover Linko, who was sandwiched between her and her sister, almost covering half of his head. Linka's mouth and nose were covered. He was about to protest, but he found that Evelyn on his right also tacitly pulled the quilt up to cover his head. Cyrilla even wanted to use the helmet to cover Linka's face again. Now only my sister and I know what Lin Mao looks like. I can't let anyone else know about this. She is so beautiful. If so many people knew. Cyrilla was still thinking about what Linko had done just now. A sentence she had heard somewhere inexplicably popped up in her mind. When she smiles, spring comes. As Legolas entered the room, he spotted the wisp of pink fur sandwiched between two blue furs, but only the forehead was visible. The fragrance wafts from her body, which, I found you. Legolas quietly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Although he found the target, he did not act rashly. After all, we still don't know what other hidden abilities this pink-haired guy has. Never threaten the safety of your master. At least we have to keep the master and the little princess away from that GUI. It only takes one breath. No, at this distance, it doesn't take one breath, just a blink of an eye, and he can split this pink-haired thing into two pieces. Your Highness, Cyrilla, last time we discussed that if the little princess returns, shouldn't we send her back to the Elven capital? The preparations might be completed tomorrow, and I'm afraid it will be dangerous to walk tomorrow. How about we set off tonight and let Reiner stay here? Cyrilla frowned. She thought Legolas was looking for her for something important, but she didn't expect it to be just this kind of thing. Evelyn's face immediately fell when she heard this. Sister, I told you I want to finish the mission with these adventurers before going back, right? There was no change on Cyrilla's face, but a thought suddenly popped up in her mind. This is a great opportunity to invite my sister back. Besides, my mother has said that she hopes to meet Evelyn before the Beast-Tide preparations are completed in various places. It's just a matter of one day earlier or later, there is no difference at all. Evelyn, this is what Mother meant, although I also spoke on your behalf. I told you to go back early because it's dangerous to stay here. Evelyn was speechless when she heard her mother. She could resist her sister for a while, but she absolutely could not resist her mother. Moreover, if she knew that she wanted to be friends with a human, or a human adventurer at that, she would definitely punish herself to death. What my mother hates most is human adventurers. At least let me stay here a little longer tomorrow morning. Can. Cyrilla didn't refuse, although she was still wondering why Legolas came to her in the middle of the night for such a small matter, but at least the result is good. As long as he could get his sister to leave, he could focus on interrogating Lin Mao. Then Your Highness, why don't we go pack up the little princess's things first? Seeing that Evelyn and Cyrilla were finally leaving their tent, Linko, who had most of his face hidden in the quilt, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She already knows very crucial information. At least it's worth trying for yourself. Lin Subaru, wait until I finish packing my things and come back to see you later. Lin Mao, I'll be here soon, so you can take a break. Evelyn turned and said to Lincoln. Legolas on the side closed his eyes and said nothing. It seemed as if he didn't care at all about the very strange thing that his little princess and her master came to see another woman in the middle of the night. Cyrilla and Evelyn left the tent. As soon as Cyrilla and Evelyn walked out of the tent, Lincoln collapsed back on the bed, his eyelids already starting to feel heavy. She was thinking of catching up on some sleep during this break, to avoid a restless sleep when the two of them returned. But before she could completely close her eyes, her vision suddenly went dark, as if a dark shadow had fallen from nowhere, instantly blocking out the faint moonlight filtering through from outside the tent. Lincoln's body suddenly stiffened, his nerves that had just relaxed instantly tensed up, and even his breathing paused for a beat. She opened her eyes. A tall black shadow was standing at the head of the bed. Legolas was staring at him from the head of his bed. Chapter 47 Fear You. Lincoln had barely uttered half a word. Legolas began to move, his movements so fast that they were almost invisible, and the knife in his hand had already chopped down, and the cold blade instantly brushed against Lincoln's cheek, bringing with it a chilling chill. She could even feel the sharp touch of the blade's edge as it swept across her skin, and her heart thumped against her throat. The next second, there was a muffled thump sound, and the blade pierced into the thin bedboard. The blade was still trembling slightly, and it was only an inch away from her cheek. "Did I ask you to speak?" Legolas looked expressionlessly at the girl who was half lying on the bed and looked trembling. Although he looked expressionless at this moment, his heart was far from calm. This pink-haired witch really has the capital to deceive the trust of her master and the little princess. She is very beautiful, however, this makes it even more suspicious. Legolas didn't believe that an ordinary adventurer could have such good looks. The more he saw this face, the stronger Legolas' urge to chop her off became. Because she was very likely to threaten his master's safety. Moreover, Legolas inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen this face somewhere many, many years ago. "I ask a question, you answer one, understand? Also, stop pretending to be so aggrieved. I can see that you're just acting, right?" After hearing this, Lincoln was too lazy to pretend anymore. She already knew the most important information, and the simulation could be ended. Judging from Legolas's reaction, he would most likely not let her go, let alone allow her to have contact with the second princess and the youngest princess. It seems that if you want to rely solely on luck to pass the level, you are overthinking this crisis. The moisture in his eyes just now faded away in an instant. Lincoln's fingertips quietly loosened the wrinkled corners of his clothes, and even flattened the soft curve at the corners of his lips. She showed no more fear, only slightly raised her eyes, her gaze piercing a cold, clear gaze, and looked directly at Legolas. Even the trembling blade of the sword resting against her cheek didn't make her eyes flutter, and her whole demeanor changed in an instant. The aggrieved and soft look was gone, leaving only a kind of almost indifferent calmness, as if the person who had just grabbed the other person's sleeve to show weakness was not her at all. Legolas looked into Link's eyes, slightly surprised that he could see a kind of indifference in Lincoln's eyes, an indifference towards death, as if she had experienced countless life and death situations and was no longer afraid of death. Interesting. Legolas sheathed the knife. "It seems that threatening you might not be of much use. I guess torturing you won't be of any use either." But Legolas suddenly drew his knife and cut Link's wrist. Blood was flowing. Lincoln groaned, but his expression remained unchanged. "Both the little princess and her highness Cerelia love me very much. If you were to hurt me here, what would the consequences be? It's hard to guess. Compared to those two people who were approached by you with ill intentions, what's the big deal about the little punishment I received for killing you? A human spy, is that so?" Hearing Link's threat, Legolas said nonchalantly, "Let me guess. Was it the kingdom army that trained you? Or was it your three goddesses' church?" Lincoln just snorted coldly and didn't answer. "Forget it, time doesn't seem to be enough. How about this, I'll give you 10 minutes to escape. If you can cross the river before I find you, I won't kill you. How about that? I don't want to play this boring game of cat and mouse." There was no way Lincoln could outrun Legolas. He probably just wanted to find another place to get rid of himself, and if you can't pry open your mouth in a short period of time, then you have no choice but to let yourself run away and see what abilities you can use during the escape. Legolas suddenly noticed a rose-like fragrance in the tent. At the smell of her blood. Interesting, I didn't expect there are humans with this kind of physique. The little princess and the others will be back in a little while. Why don't you take advantage of this little time to kill me? Legolas suddenly felt a little curious. Unlike the humans he knew who were afraid of death, Where did the courage and fearlessness of this human in front of him come from? Even this fearlessness in the face of death. He inexplicably began to admire her, but beyond that, Legolas felt an inexplicable anger. It was as if I was a villain at this moment, and the weak girl in front of me was sacrificing her life to save her own race. You're setting up camp here because you intend to attack our human town. Once you conquer it, you'll just destroy it.
And you'll completely exterminate every human being. If you really do this, then you are actually no different from those ugly human adventurers who plundered your border elf tribe.
Linka stared into Legolas' eyes and spoke with a smile. I came here disguised as an adventurer to save Linchang. If I die, I will have no regrets.
Save Linchang?
Legolas sneered. Before Linka finished speaking, Legolas stabbed him again, and this time the knife went straight into Linka's stomach. This human must die of fear. For some reason, Legolas became quite angry when he saw the girl calmly facing death. The girl almost screamed out in pain, but at the last moment she gritted her teeth and held it back, but she just trembled slightly. The smile on the corner of her lips faded a little, but her eyes did not wander, and she still looked at him calmly.
Oh, now I remember. With your pink hair and pink eyes, could you be the descendant of the goddess of wisdom? Have you resorted to such despicable tactics as seduction?
Legolas wanted to provoke Link. In his opinion, when humans see him, they should die in fear and shock, rather than die like a hero like this. He would not allow any human being to die like this in front of him, but Linka didn't move, as if he couldn't hear what he said. Your zodiac sign is disappointed with your behavior. Snort. Legolas smiled. He was not laughing at Linka, but at himself. As a powerful man on the continent who had awakened for the 5th time, he was actually angered by an ordinary human being, and even received a warning from the Lord of Constellations. Forget it, it's time to end it. Evelyn and Cerilia's voices could already be heard outside the tent. The moment the blade fell, the girl's breath was completely cut off, and her body collapsed like a broken porcelain vase. Blood instantly spread, soaking the linen of the bed, flowing down through the cracks, and soon dyed the ground in the corner of the tent red, a dazzling red. Legolas's eyes were fixed on her bloody cheek. Those eyes were not completely closed yet, and there was no trace of the pain or unwillingness of death in the pink pupils, only a calmness like dead water. He felt a sense of fear that had not been felt for a long time, a feeling he had not felt in decades. It was like facing the fear of the
unknown.
The girl in front of me was dead, but if countless humans had the girl's spirit, then, simulation end, simulation evaluation.
Chapter 48 Midfield, Simulation Evaluation. Instead of trying to use your strength to overcome this crisis, are you using your body? Linko, have you noticed a subtle shift in your thinking?
Simulation reward, performance level 1, 100 points, constellation, goddess of wisdom, distance to second awakening, 20%, performance level 1, a passive skill that allows the user to become more skilled in their performance.
For example, if they are about to perform an action that goes against their current mood, this skill will correct any unnatural behavior. Cough, cough, cough.
Linka suddenly bent down, covered his neck tightly with one hand, and pressed his fingertips on the skin that still felt tingling. Even breathing felt like a burning itch. When her neck was cut in the simulation just now, the feeling of suffocation caused by the blood choking into her throat due to her lying position was too real. Even though her consciousness had been pulled out of the simulation scene at this moment, the fishy and astringent choking feeling in her throat had not dissipated. She coughed so hard that her eyes turned red and even tears were forced out of the corners of her eyes. Mad, Linka suddenly realized that in the simulation, at least 3 or 4 of his deaths were caused by fatal injuries to his neck. Why do these people always like to attack their necks? We must make those elves feel the greatness of us humans. Before Creed could finish his words, he was interrupted by Linka's sudden cough. His brows knitted together instantly, his face showing no displeasure at all, and he made an impatient sound in his throat. Hey, 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 newbie.
Can't you hear me?
As he spoke, he walked up to Linka with heavy steps, deliberately raising his voice, spit flying with every word. Even if you have to cough, hold it back.
You're so unruly.
He looked as if he wanted to carve the words "establish authority" for the newcomer on his face, and even his eyes had a condescending and oppressive feeling.
Captain Creed, isn't that a bad thing to say? Anna, who had been secretly observing Linko, couldn't bear it anymore and said to Creed, "Humph, we adventurers are all about the survival of the fittest, don't you understand?"
Lin Mao, this newcomer, is already so scared before he even leaves on a mission.
Isn't he just a complete loser?
Anna was about to say something when she heard Lin Subaru, who seemed to have recovered, say to Creed, "Cred, I don't think you're fit to be the captain of the adventurers.
I just coughed because I laughed at your words. Can you understand?
Creed didn't expect that this newcomer was not only a waste, but also a troublemaker.
He couldn't help but sneer. You should know that people are responsible for their words, right? If you're better than me, I might let you be the captain for a bit. Creed took 2 steps back and pulled out a weapon from behind. The metal blade gleamed coldly in the light.
He stood with his feet apart, ready to attack. I'll give you half a minute to find a weapon that suits you. There was a hint of contempt in his voice, and it was obvious that he didn't take Linka seriously.
No need.
Linka raised his eyes, his tone calm and without any ripples. I don't need weapons to fight you.
Oomph, you asked for it.
Creed's eyes darkened, and as soon as he finished speaking, he took a step towards Linka, swung his arm, and the weapon made a sharp sound of breaking wind, slashing towards her shoulder. His movements were fast and fierce, leaving no room for her to maneuver. This time Linka did not turn on the simulation, she already knew which way to go. In the same move, Creed once again lost his responsibility of keeping the captain's position, although he didn't trigger the great success brought by unarmed combat technique level 1. This time, Creed still lost his combat capability instantly after being hit in the vitals by the elbow.
Let me be the captain, is that okay?
Just one move to deal with Creed, who had awakened for the second time. Everyone couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Anna, who was standing not far away, stared with her eyes wide open, driving away the cruel and inhumane, not really, captain, and saving everyone from suffering. This is what a knight should do. When you return to report on the mission, Creed can continue to report in the name of captain, but when carrying out this mission, you must follow my instructions.
These are my requirements.
Most adventurers obediently agreed to Linka's arrangement. After all, Linka's strength, at least for now, seems real. As an adventurer, his chances of survival will only be higher if he stays under a powerful commander. Linka's eyes swept across everyone, finally landing on Anna, who had been secretly observing him, and said, "The rest of you stay here and rest for a while." After a pause, she looked at Anna and added, "Anna, come with me, I have something to tell you alone."
Oh, huh?
Anna suddenly came back to her senses, her eyes still a little confused, but the next second, her little face turned red inexplicably as if it was on fire. Her fingers nervously twisted the corners of her clothes, and she was even half a beat slow to nod. She followed Linko, her steps a little unsteady, until they reached a secluded corner blocked by dense woods, and then Linka stopped. Before Anna could speak, Linka raised his voice towards the tree's shadow behind him. "Lem, stop hiding.
I know you've been following us secretly. Come out." Chapter 49, Gaining Trust. Lem, or should I call you Arian?
As soon as Linka finished speaking, Anna's pupils suddenly contracted, the shyness on her face was instantly replaced by astonishment, her lips slightly parted, and her whole body seemed to be nailed to the spot. She could only stare at Linku in a daze.
Lin Mao, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand?
Anna, should I call you Your Highness the Little Princess? The bushes behind Linka suddenly shook with a rustling sound, branches and leaves being pushed aside with a crackling sound. A moment later, the human mage, Lime, who usually had a round belly and seemed to be in a state of disarray, appeared before him, but he lost his usual laziness and walked quickly and hurriedly.
He rushed to Anna almost instantly and protected her firmly behind him.
"Why do you know my true identity? Take it easy." In order to reach this step, Linka conducted several simulations. The first step is to try to see if your ideas are correct and correct the mistakes you may make in the simulation. Now the exposure of the vest is not in the simulation, but in reality. First of all, it is because Linku has obtained enough information, and she already has an idea that can almost pass the level. Another point is the change of the system. The simulation time at this point has reached the recommended value. To avoid the impact of the simulation point cost will be doubled each time according to the previous cost. That's right, the system seemed to have some bug and suddenly began to drastically increase Linka's simulation cost. The previous simulation only required 5 points, the next time it was 10 points, and the next time it was 20 points, a geometric increase. Lin could judge that if he simulated 5 times at this point in time, even if he could get more than 100 points each time, the system points would not be enough to spend. If the system hadn't gone crazy, Lin wouldn't mind simulating it 7 or 8 more times until he had a clear understanding of the entire elf camp.
How could I not be nervous? You're a human who's always wearing armor. Answer me, how did you know that?
Irian, wait a minute, don't talk to Lin Mao like that. Let's listen to her explanation first. Lin Ke keenly caught the female reference of this term. Unlike Chinese, the language of this world is alphabetic, and there are differences in the pronunciation and writing of male and female he and she. Well, Lin Ke's guess was correct. Evelyn should have seen through her true appearance long ago. The intelligence information in the game is weakness penetration, but I didn't expect that when it is reflected in the real world, it really becomes a skill that is a bit like perspective. I should have thought of this earlier. This also explains why the little princess often protected herself in previous simulations.
Lin Mao, what on earth is going on? The little princess looked at Lin Ke nervously.
I'm sorry to startle you too, but I'm actually a messenger hired by Her Majesty the Elf Queen.
A messenger? Hired by Mother? Can Lin Mao be hired? How much will it cost to buy you?
The moment Evelyn caught the key words, the words came out subconsciously, but as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly realized that Reiner was staring at Lin Subaru, his eyes full of suspicion. The atmosphere was already as tense as a fully drawn bowstring, and her interruption seemed particularly abrupt. She immediately pursed her lips, her face flushed red, even the tips of her ears were pink, her eyes glanced to the side in panic, and even her voice became weaker, obviously afraid of disrupting the situation. But thanks to Evelyn's thoughtless words, the atmosphere at the scene became a little more relaxed.
A messenger? Humph, do we elves need messengers?
We can communicate over long distances simply by carrying branches from our great world tree. Indeed, the game also mentioned the branches of the world tree of the elves. As long as you wear it with you, it can serve the function of short-range communication, and it is very powerful in conveying what is in your heart.
Yes, I don't deny the divine blessing bestowed upon the elves by the world tree, but is there a distance limit?
In the first few simulations, the elves seem to have known where Lin Ke and others were for a long time, and it was because of this reason Evelyn and Lime both carried branches of the world tree with them, allowing them to contact the elves hiding in the grass from a certain distance. Just as Lime was about to continue asking, Lin Ke interrupted him. Time is very tight now.
I'm going to tell you some information that should be quite confidential.
I hope you can trust me quickly.
First, the elves are preparing to attack the borders of the human kingdom in some way.
Second, your main forces are stationed on the long grassland. Most importantly, Her Royal Highness the Second Princess and her entourage have also arrived to take charge.
Wait a minute, you said you were just a messenger, but how do you know so much information? This doesn't make sense.
Excuse me, please allow me to introduce myself at this moment. When Lin Ke's voice fell, the tone that had been changed by the tape completely faded away, revealing the original clear and pleasant voice, like broken jade falling into a clear spring, especially clear in the quiet forest. I'm an ordinary member of the Tarot Club. My role is a messenger, delivering the most secret messages, and also a gatherer of intelligence. It doesn't matter what Tarot Club is, it's just something Lin Ke made up. If you have to say it, it's not a made-up story. After all, she has been secretly planning to establish a mysterious organization since her previous life. To put it bluntly, it's just sexual fantasy. Of course, Lin Ke's main purpose in telling the little princess such a fabricated identity was not to fantasize, but as a smokescreen. I know so much secret information. If I say that I am just an ordinary adventurer, no one will believe me. Using an organization that does not exist at all as a smokescreen can effectively confuse the public. As for why it is called Tarot Club, of course it is because it sounds very cool, and it seems that there is no such thing as tarot cards in this world. As expected, what Lin Ke said frightened both of them. While Lin Ke explained his identity, he grabbed the edge of the helmet with his fingers and gently pulled it up. The soft pink long hair instantly fell on her shoulders, making her beautiful face even more dazzling. Evelyn had seen this before and didn't react much, but Reiner next to her was like being nailed to the spot. His eyes suddenly widened and the words in his mouth were stuck in his throat. The skinny, hoarse-voiced guy actually looks like this under his armor? What surprised him even more was that, looking at Lin Ke's appearance at this moment and listening to her clear voice, his previous doubts inexplicably faded away. Instead, an inexplicable sense of trust arose in his heart, and he couldn't help but think about every word she said. Charm 2LV activated. So what message do you want to convey? Even Rhyme didn't realize that his tone of voice had softened a lot. Of course, Lin Ke had considered the decision to show his face and expose his vest. The most important reason, of course, was that Evelyn had been staring at his face from top to bottom for 2 days. In fact, it didn't make much difference whether he showed his face or not. Besides, Showing his face during the conversation would definitely make it easier to gain the other person's trust.
It's simple.
Her Majesty the Elf Queen hopes that you can return to the capital.
Chapter 50, Eternal Farewell. So, you disguised yourself as an adventurer and infiltrated the team just to finally deliver this news to us? So what about the adventurer's mission now?
Of course, my commissions also include tasks like misleading human adventurers.
Are you going back with me?
Seeing that Lime had finished asking questions, Evelyn immediately couldn't wait to ask.
No, I have other missions to perform later. Hearing Linka's answer, Anna's expectant face immediately became dull, but then she asked again, whatever you're asking prices for the next mission, I can pay double and have you escort me back. Hearing this, Linka couldn't help but twitch his expression.
Wait a minute, Your Highness, we don't know the details of this tarot club yet.
It's not nice to ask that, snort.
Anna snorted. In her opinion, Lin Mao is a good person.
He is so handsome and speaks nicely. Then how can I join your tarot club? I want to carry out missions with you. Hearing this, Linku almost choked on his saliva.
It's not up to me to decide whether to join or not, and your mother certainly won't agree. Lime on the side breathed a sigh of relief.
Your Highness, let's get down to business first. Linka's gaze fell on Anna, and his tone slowed down.
Her Majesty the Queen hopes that you will set off for the Elven capital today. But before you go back, you can go to the camp on the long grassland to find your sister.
She will be waiting for you there.
As soon as the words fell, Anna, who was originally full of anticipation and excitement, suddenly became quiet. The light in her eyes dimmed little by little, and even her shoulders slumped slightly. She looked obviously depressed, as if all her strength had been drained away. After a long silence, she raised her head and asked softly, will I be able to meet you again later? Linka suddenly felt a little reluctant to deceive this girl who was about the same age as him but acted like a child, but compared to keeping myself alive, this is nothing. Linka suddenly found it ridiculous. What's funny is that I've died so many times in this round of simulation, but I still think about so many random things. Perhaps there is a better way to resolve this crisis than through deception. Or there will definitely be one, but there are not enough points and not enough time before this. Linku even had the expectation that even if he didn't deal with this elf camp, could he still survive? As soon as she finished the charm simulation, she quickly simulated it again, not an immediate simulation, but a simulation of what happens 5 days later, during the period before the simulation began, by issuing commands on the notebook. I could lead the adventurer team to bypass the long grassland and return safely. However, shortly after the simulation began 5 days later, an unprecedented beast tide began. The beasts destroyed everything, and Linka was torn to pieces by the beasts at the end of the simulation. The constant deaths in the simulation may have made Linka a little numb, but that doesn't mean she really doesn't care about this feeling. It started from the moment the elves wanted to destroy human towns without bloodshed by attracting a tide of beasts. On the other side of the river, there is already the enemy. It's just that the appearance of Anna, Evelyn, has blurred this line a little, but this is only temporary. In the conflict between humans and elves, individuals are insignificant. Evelyn and even the second princess's friendliness towards him is ultimately just a flash in the pan. Besides, this friendship is based on one's appearance. If they weren't so beautiful, if they didn't have the skill, charm LV2, they would treat themselves no differently than they treat other humans. They are just insignificant individuals among the many humans who have been eliminated. Linka no longer wanted to think about the right and wrongs. She only knew one thing: the other party wanted to kill her, so her choice was to kill them all. As long as your mother gives me a commission, I will appear. Wait a minute. Evelyn suddenly stepped forward, her tone full of anxiety, her worried eyes fixed on Lin Ku. You should know that in a few days, Lin Chang will become a ruin, right? She clutched the corner of her clothes, and her voice rose a few degrees, with unquestionable urgency. It's too dangerous for you to stay here. I know you're very strong, Lin Mao, but the situation at that time will definitely be beyond your imagination. It's not something that can be handled by one person alone. Yes, I know, that's why I need to put an end to this disaster. Yes, I know, so I have left myself a way out. Linka said with a smile. Evelyn breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Well, that's good. Anyway, I'll accept if you let me go back today, but I have a request. Can you let me touch your hand? Evelyn mustered up the courage to speak, her little face flushed red, afraid that Lin Ke would refuse. She hurriedly added, her words stuttering a bit, of course.
Just let me touch you for a bit. I'll leave the team right away, find my sister, and go home. Your mission will be completed.
As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Lin Ke's hand, her eyes full of anticipation and nervousness. Evelyn was actually very worried that if she didn't go back properly, her mother would blame the messenger. She absolutely doesn't want to see such a thing, sure.
Lin Ke thought for a moment and replied. Lin Ke walked up to Evelyn obediently.
Okay, so shy, uncle, turn your head away.
That's not good. What if, it's only been a short while, you're so long-winded. Rhyme sighed softly and turned reluctantly to face the tree.
Lin Subaru, I haven't asked for your real name yet, but you don't have to tell me if you don't want to.
After all, you are on a mission now.
After a pause, Evelyn continued.
Could you move forward a little bit?
Just a little bit, and then, close your eyes.
Although Lin Ke was a little confused, it was just a touch of hand. Why did he have to close his eyes?
But he still obeyed. She slowly closed her eyes and leaned forward slightly, close enough to clearly hear Evelyn's slightly rapid breathing, and even the air was filled with the sweet scent of a young girl. The next second, I suddenly felt a moist and soft touch on my forehead, as light as a feather brushing past, and disappeared in an instant. When she opened her eyes again, Evelyn's face only became redder. One hand covered her mouth for some reason, but she couldn't hide the smile that overflowed from her eyes. The smile was soft and had a little cunningness of success. Chapter 51, Respective Preparations. Looking at Lime and Anna gradually walking away, Lin Ke breathed a sigh of relief. The most critical step in the plan has been completed. In fact, Lin Ke's plan was very simple, even too simple, relying on the advantage of intelligence. Anna and Lime returned to the elf camp and left. The most important thing is that it's not just Lime who will leave with the little princess. The second princess and her guards will also leave together. In fact, the second princess appeared in this camp mainly to bring the little princess back. It is actually just a coincidence that the elf camp in Lincheng can gather so many big guys, otherwise, Lin Ke would not need so many simulations. After just 1 or 2 simulations, Lin Ke would be able to lead the adventurers to wipe out this camp. In the game, the beast tide caused by the elves is not limited to Lincheng, and there are certainly more than one camp used to trigger the beast tide. Even in the entire deurbanization campaign of the elves, Lincheng was only a minor target, not the main target of attack. But the only thing that surprised Lin Ke was that Anna had just secretly kissed him. It feels quite subtle, but if nothing unexpected happens, the two of them probably won't meet again. Well, the next step is to organize the adventurers. The adventurers outside rested for a while before they saw the tin can coming out of the forest.
Where are Anna and Lime?
Creed noticed that not only Anna, who had just entered with Lin Mao, was missing, but Lime was also missing.
Where are the two of them? The two of them temporarily withdrew from the operation.
Lin Ke didn't explain too much. Creed didn't ask any further questions. After all, Lime's team was not under his command. But that would leave us with only 9 people for the entire operation, which wouldn't meet the Adventurers Guild's mission assignment requirements. So we're going back to the Adventurers Guild for now and looking for someone else.
Isn't this bad? What about the losses caused by this delay? Will you compensate me?
Creed has now recovered and is staring at Lin Ke fiercely. At the same time, several people around them and their team also stood up.
It's fine to let you take command, but you can't mess around, right? This mission is estimated to take 2 or 3 days. If you turn back now, wouldn't that be equivalent to delaying the mission for half a day? I want to quit too. How can this be?
Of course, dissatisfaction is a normal thing, and Lin Ke had anticipated this situation a long time ago. The adventurers are not his soldiers, so it is impossible for them to obey his orders so obediently.
Elf camp.
I know an elf camp with a large number of elves.
Don't you want more money? 1 elf is worth 30 gold coins. Hearing the word elf camp, several adventurers humph. Who can guarantee that what you say is true? This kind of information is just empty talk. Why should I believe you? It costs almost nothing.
You just need to continue following me for another half a day, and I will lead you to the elf camp. If I'm wrong by then, it won't be too late to settle the score.
Evelyn, you finally realized you came back? I thought you were addicted to being a human.
When they met, Cerelia continued to mock her sister, but Evelyn simply turned a deaf ear to her sister's words and didn't care at all. All I could think about was the touch I had not long ago. This should be the closest he has ever been to Linka, even at such a close distance. There was no trace of flaw on Linka's face. On the way back, Evelyn's mind was full of Linka's appearance. Especially the little expression of surprise when he closes his eyes and then opens them again to find that he was secretly kissed. It is so cute, she couldn't help but recall over and over again how Linka looked when he opened his eyes. Of the gradient pink eyes, which originally had a sense of alienation, were stained with a bit of confusion because of the sudden kiss. That confusion formed a wonderful contrast with the previous indifference, which was particularly cute. A few strands of pink hair hung beside the cheeks, making the already delicate eyebrows and eyes more childish, but in this cuteness, there was a reassuring gentleness hidden quietly. The more she thought about it, the hotter Evelyn's cheeks became, and even her steps became light and fluttery. Her mind was full of Linka's slightly surprised and soft little expression, which she couldn't get rid of. "Hey, I really don't understand why you want to visit Human Town so much, and even want to pretend to be a human." Cerelia wanted to say something else, but immediately noticed the expression on her sister's face. "It's like a girl who is deeply in love." "Evelyn, did you meet someone?" No, right? What's wrong, sister?" Evelyn's eyes dodged, lying again. Cerelia rubbed her aching temple. "Never mind, it shouldn't be a big deal." And what surprised Cerelia the most was that she thought it would take a lot of effort to persuade Evelyn to go back to the capital with her, but she actually agreed as soon as she got back. "Your filter is broken, isn't it? Human towns are only dirty and crowded. I knew you wouldn't be able to get used to it." Evelyn didn't respond to her sister's words. In fact, she did not have too many unrealistic fantasies about human towns. After all, many of the books she read, written by anthropologists, criticized the poor sanitation level of human towns and even the hygiene habits of the entire human race. Evelyn has also seen many outrageous articles, weird articles like, "The elves have to wash their dining plates 7 times," or "In order not to dirty his clothes, an elf actually gave up his life." The elves' love of cleanliness is worth learning from for us humans. Elves don't use plates when eating, but then again, Evelyn actually already had a basic understanding of what human society was like. Even when she first saw the dirty and messy streets, she was only a little shocked. In fact, Evelyn had a very good experience on this human trip, and the most important point is that she met Lin Mao. She probably will never forget the shock she felt when she first saw her. Although she didn't know her name yet, she had a feeling that she would meet her again. "Don't be in a daze, Evelyn. Let's pack up and set off today. Mother is very worried about you." Although Cerelia was curious about what her playful sister was thinking, she also knew that business was more important. "It is really uncomfortable to sleep in this kind of marching tent designed and built by humans. We set off today and will arrive in just 4 days. Are we going back by flying bird now?" "No, not something that makes you dizzy. I brought my mobile tree house, the Phyllis." A mobile treehouse is actually a tree spirit that has been tamed and solidified with magic, and then an elf's house is built on it. After simply packing up their belongings, Evelyn and Cerelia, escorted by the elves, climbed onto the Phyllis, a gorgeously decorated mobile treehouse. The main structure of the Ferris was an ancient tree so large it took 3 people to hug it. Its dark brown trunk shone with a warm, magical sheen, and its bark was entwined with silver blue, star-patterned vines, shimmering in the wind. The middle section of the trunk had been meticulously hollowed out to create an elven-style, pointed-roofed wooden house. Crystal wind chimes are hung on the wooden beams, and sunlight shines in through the stained glass windows, casting tiny spots of light on the wool-carpeted floor. Broad wooden platforms extended from both sides of the treehouse, surrounded by vine-woven railings. In the corners stood curved armchairs, unique to the elves, with cushions made of soft animal hair. This is where the elven royal family should live compared to the coffin houses built with stone bricks that humans live in. This place is simply heaven. She glanced sideways, trying to find relief or a sense of finally over on Evelyn's face, but she was stunned when she glanced over. Her sister's expression didn't change at all, but instead revealed a hint of loss, and even her eyes seemed a little empty. Cerelia wondered to herself, "No way. Is the human world so good that she can't even get excited about the royal treehouse? No, is the human world so beautiful?" Arion and Legolas also came here following their 2 masters, but before setting off, Legolas suddenly said to Evelyn and Cerelia, "Your Highnesses, how about letting Arion stay in this camp for a while? It won't be too late to let him return once the Beast Tide officially begins." "What's the reason?" "I think the Beast Tide summoning camp in Lincheng is too lax. I even think that if a few dozen human adventurers attacked in the middle of the night, the entire camp would be at risk. Arian is a swordsman who has awakened for the third time in a 4-star constellation.
If he stays here, the entire camp's defense will be greatly improved. But didn't we analyze this before?
Although Lin Chang has a certain amount of armed forces, it should be more than enough to deal with a few scattered adventurer teams wandering here, right?
Yes, but I'm worried. I support this plan.
Evelyn on the side suddenly interrupted, hee, this is just a good opportunity for Arian to pay more attention to Lin Subaru. If anything happens to her, you have to go and help her.
Now that the little princess has said so, what about this matter? Okay, Arian, you can stay in the camp, yes. Arian replied. Chapter 52 Prelude. Why are you back again?
Lin Ke looked at the receptionist with big blonde hair and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Although in the real world, only one night had passed, in the simulation, Lin Kiki had already spent more than 10 days and nights. 2 team members dropped out midway, so we need to come back to replenish the adventurers.
It would be best to bring a few more people.
We especially need mages, preferably water or wind types. Kree began to explain. He actually just repeated what Lin Ke told him. As long as the information about the elf camp that Lin Ke mentioned is true, then the number of people he brought now is indeed too small. At least double it.
Quitted?
The blonde receptionist thought for a moment. To be honest, the organization in a rural place like Lincheng is still a bit too loose. In some big cities, the systems related to adventurers are very strict. If an adventurer wants to quit a mission midway, the person concerned must go to the Adventurers Guild in person to verify the information, but this was just a small town on the border of the kingdom, a poor countryside. Even if she wanted to verify the authenticity, there was naturally nothing she could do since the person involved was not there. Of course, you can, but Captain Creed, you should know that the more people there are, the less the guild's reward will be for this reconnaissance mission, even though the total reward remains the same.
I understand.
Creed gritted his teeth and decided to answer as Lin Subaru instructed. The reason is simple, Lin Mao is stronger than himself. Another part of the reason was that Lin Mao treated his wounds after beating him up. At the same time, he said a lot of inexplicable words, trying to motivate himself. Although Creed didn't admit that what Lin Ke said was useful, he still felt a little warm in his heart for some reason.
Okay, please give me a moment and I'll gather a team of adventurers who are interested in this.
Oh, by the way,
besides us carrying out reconnaissance missions, there should be other adventurer teams in the entire Lincheng carrying out similar missions? Can I contact their captains?
After a brief negotiation, Lin Ke's team almost doubled from 9 people to 20 people, although many of the new adventurers are just newcomers, but the 2 most important mages, Wind and Fire, have already been obtained. Lin Ke couldn't ask for so much to use the same old trick again. Just after Evelyn, Cirilla, and the others left the elf camp last night, the next day Lin Ke and his group, disguised as businessmen, rashly entered the long grassland just like the first time.
Human, stop.
The sound I heard was exactly the same as that simulation. A cold shout suddenly rang out from the long grassy grassland. Before the voice faded away, countless figures suddenly jumped out from the originally empty grass. The elves were dressed in tight clothes that almost blended in with the color of the grass. They pulled their longbows into full moons, and the arrow tips shone with a frightening cold light. They swarmed around them densely, like locusts suddenly emerging from a wheat field, and in an instant they trapped this group of strangely dressed merchants in the center. This group of elves surrounding him even appeared in the same way, but the difference is that compared to the last time, the speed at which the elves appeared this time was much slower. This group of elves appeared almost as soon as the adventurers disguised as merchants were approaching the center of the long grassland. This also indirectly shows that Evelyn and Arion began to communicate with the elves after entering the long grassland. Someone in the team hurriedly forced a smile, thrust his hands forward, and shouted to elves, "Relax, relax. We are just ordinary human merchants who want to do business." However, unlike last time, there was more than one team of human adventurers arriving here.
Chapter 53 Helper
At first glance, Arion saw Lin Mao mixed in with the adventurer team. Lin Mao, how did she get here? And he was pretending to be a businessman. It seems I have to find a time to meet her. What does she want to do?
Sir? Is there something wrong with that human caravan? The captain of the elven soldiers beside Arion asked. No, nothing.
Arion did not mention anything about Lin Mao. She must have her own reasons for doing this, right? Find some time to ask her alone in the evening. No way.
I've never seen so many elves in one place.
Elves usually live to be around 400 to 500 years old, and those in high constellations can even live to be 1,000 years old. However, it is precisely because of their long lifespan that the elves' birth rate has always been very low. Normally, it was rare to see a few elven rangers scattered around, or to find an elven settlement of dozens of people, but now, the elves gathered together like a human army. Linka followed a group of adventurers through the camp, and the elven soldiers on both sides cast their eyes over to him. There was no friendliness in their eyes, only undisguised hostility. Some people even quietly tightened their grip on the weapons at their waists, their gazes like thorns, firmly locked on this group of outsiders. Even the air seemed to be filled with a tense chill. Creed looked at the densely packed tents around him, then at the patrolling elven soldiers. His Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and he swallowed quietly. An inexplicable sense of dread crept up his spine, causing his fingertips to tense. What are so many elves doing here? What shocked him even more was that Lin Mao actually wanted to attack an elf camp of this size? What's the difference between this and seeking death? Although at least for now there don't seem to be any very powerful elves, there are still too many of them. There are at least hundreds of elves. He originally thought that Lin Mao would take him to an ordinary elf stronghold with only dozens of elves inside, kill all the elves there and then plunder it, but now looking at it this way, what's the difference between this and directly poking the elves' nest? Lin Subaru, why don't we just be merchants and trade with the elves? Creed walked up to Link and whispered quietly. Is it still useful to say this now that we're here? Have you forgotten what kind of goods we brought? Creed suddenly remembered that the caravan was just a pretense, and the goods were certainly not purchased carefully, but were all garbage. Creed was about to say something, but the words couldn't come out. For some reason, he felt that his resentment towards Lin Mao had subsided by half without him realizing it. The main thing is that it's useless to hold grudges anymore. We've all arrived here. The only person he could rely on was Lin Subaru. Moreover, at this moment, Creed felt not only fear but also a hint of excitement that he had not felt for a long time. The reason why adventurers are called adventurers is that they must take risks. If you can kill your way through this elf camp and survive, you will get 100 gold coins, no, more than 100, combined with my previous savings, not to mention building a pub in my hometown. The money is enough to build a house and marry a wife. He himself didn't dare to dream of such a thing, but if he could follow Lin Subaru who could knock him down with one move, then there would definitely be a chance. The other adventurers also followed Linka with either nervousness or excitement. I was skeptical about Lin Mao before, but now because this surprise was too great, I felt like I was on a pirate ship and couldn't get off, so I had no choice but to follow Lin Mao. Just like the last time they went deep into the elf camp in the simulation, everyone was led to an area isolated from other elf tents. It's getting late today. You should rest here for a while. Our herbalist will come to buy your herbs tomorrow. You don't have to take your weapons, but you can't carry them with you. I'll assign a few elves to keep them safe. Remember, the most important thing is, don't run around everywhere, understand? The elves collected the adventurers' weapons, but did not take them out of their sight. Instead, they placed them on a weapon rack in an open space, with 2 elves guarding it. This is a compromise. The elves absolutely do not want humans entering the camp with weapons, but human adventurers also know that if they lose their weapons, they will become fish on the chopping board and be slaughtered. So the compromise is that the weapon remains within the adventurer's sight, but must be guarded by an elf. But after most of the escorting elves left, Linka did not wait quietly. For the night to come, she was still sorting out the information. The second and youngest princesses of the elves have already left the camp. Then their guards, Arion, and the guy who likes to chop my neck should have followed their master and left here to die. In this case, the strongest fighting force in the camp should only be the elves who have awakened for the 3rd time, and the star rating is probably lower. Linka simply set a goal table for himself. Tugwang kills all the elves here, the hardest. Goal: destroy the elves' preparations for the beast tide. Medium difficulty: evacuate this place and bring back the evidence. Medium difficulty: force the elves to abandon the camp and retreat. Difficult: after all, this is only my first awakening. Even if your constellation is 6 stars, it is a serious problem if you awaken too few times. You must catch the other party off guard. However, before taking any formal action, Linka decided to meet his neighbor first. As a businessman who has worked his way up from the bottom, Zachary has always believed that fortune and honor come from taking risks. He made a fortune by reselling weapons during the June War. He was a kingdom businessman, but he even secretly resold weapons to the empire. But due to the lack of foundation, his income dropped sharply again after the war ended. In order to make huge profits again,
he turned his attention to the mysterious elves. He heard that the elves lacked the technology to manufacture iron tools and also lacked many constellation occupations in life. So he went to the border of the kingdom and organized a caravan. The cargo this time was worth several thousand gold coins, and there were more than a dozen hired adventurers as guards. I thought I could make a lot of money with this caravan, but I didn't expect that just after I arrived yesterday, my colleagues came to steal my business today. Even this group of weird elves wouldn't let him leave. Hey, why is my luck so bad? Zachary peeked out of the tent again. My colleagues seemed to be taking the goods off the racks. I estimated there were about 20 people, but they brought very few goods. After cursing these businessmen who came to steal his business in his heart, Zachary was about to think about how to reduce his losses this time when he suddenly saw someone from the other side walking towards him. Hello, I'm Zachary, the leader of this caravan. Even though I cursed in my heart, I still had to put in some effort to appear positive as Zachary forced a smile on his face and extended his right hand toward Creed. Creed was a little embarrassed. Ahem, I'm not the head. This guy wearing a helmet is. Oh, sorry. He quickly extended his hand towards Lin Ku again. Hello, you can call me Lin Mao. Even through the gloves, Zachary could still feel how small the other person's hand was. After a brief handshake, the two of them didn't exchange pleasantries and quickly got down to business. So, Mr. Lin Mao came to see me for something? At this time, there were only 4 or 5 bored and dazed Chamber of Commerce members and hired adventurer guards in the tent. No one noticed that the 7 or 8 adventurers following Lin Mao had unknowingly walked into the tent, invisibly surrounding the few people in the tent. Lin Ku always felt that this caravan looked strangely familiar. Only now did I finally remember it. In his previous life, Lin Ku founded a large chamber of commerce. Due to pressure from the kingdom, he needed to punish some merchants who smuggled contraband. Zachary was on the list of merchants who needed to be punished, and the crime was smuggling a large amount of ironware to the elves. Mr. Zachary, smuggling ironware, especially smuggling ironware to elves, is a serious crime in the kingdom. You don't want to lose your merchant license, do you? Friend Lin, I never said I sold weapons to elves. Besides, do you have any evidence? Although he still had a smiling expression on his face, Zachary suddenly felt panicked inside. How did they know I was secretly smuggling weapons? It's not just smuggling to the elves, right? During the June War, you also smuggled weapons to the Imperial Army, am I correct, Mr. Zachary? Hearing this, Zachary felt a buzzing in his head. It's over. How did he know? Was it sent by my mortal enemy? If Zachary could remain calm after hearing the first sentence, the second sentence made him completely panicked. At least for now, the elves and the human kingdom are still at peace. Smuggling weapons will at most result in some fines, but smuggling them to an empire that was once hostile to the kingdom is like eating purple egg cauliflower soup. No, wait a minute, my caravan has more people than theirs, and their leader, this tin can, doesn't look very good in fighting. As long as we can control him. Zachary still had some evil intentions. While dealing with Lin Mao, he secretly reached behind him. While he was perfunctorily talking to Lin Mao, his hand was secretly reaching behind him. There was a small dagger hidden in his belt, covered by his clothes. The elf had not searched him carefully before, so he brought it in. The moment Lin Mao turned his head, Zachary's heart tightened. Now is the time. He suddenly pulled out his dagger and stretched out his hand to pounce on Lin Mao. But before he could take a step forward, his feet suddenly felt empty, as if something had hit his knee hard, and he instantly lost his balance. His vision was spinning, and the next second, he fell heavily to the ground. It seems that you are not honest enough. Control everyone. Chapter 54 Friendly Persuasion, Unarmed Combat 1 LV Unarmed Combat 2 LV, Unarmed Combat Level 2, Passive Skill. Slightly enhances the power and accuracy of punches and kicks in unarmed combat, while also increasing dynamic reaction speed in close combat, allowing for faster evasion or blocking of enemy melee attacks. It actually triggered a skill upgrade. A hint of surprise flashed through Lin Ku's mind. While silently feeling the new fighting skills in his mind, he raised his eyes and raised his chin to the adventurer behind him. Control the remaining people and don't let them move around. After knocking Zachary down, Lin Ku commanded the other adventurers to control the rest of the people. The whole process took less than a minute, and not even much sound came out of the tent. Zachary, I'm not a demon. I wanted to come here and have a good conversation with you, but I didn't expect you to attack me directly. Lin Ku picked up the dagger that Zachary dropped when he fell. To be honest, in Lin Ku's opinion, Zachary is not qualified as a businessman.
He is too gambling and not calm enough to it is normal for businessmen to have a gambling nature, but crossing the red line of smuggling ironware will most likely not end well. Being too impulsive is also a big problem. Before I could even say a few words, he was ready to operate on me. Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize the real man, please let me go.
Zachary's face changed faster than his own.
He wanted to sneak attack him just a moment ago, but now he was pinned to the ground and only wanted to beg for mercy. Seeing Linka pick up his dagger, he struggled and twisted his body, his voice full of panicked begging for mercy. Don't do it. I was confused. I shouldn't have had such bad thoughts.
Forgive me this time, I won't dare to do it again. Don't be nervous, I just want you to cooperate with us to do something.
You say.
I see you have a lot of drinks and desserts in your merchandise. Let's use them to entertain the elves tonight.
In order to prevent the outside world from knowing that he was smuggling ironware, Zachary took many measures, such as preparing a lot of fruit wines and desserts that elves like to drink to confuse the outside world.
Ha! Those drinks and desserts cost me a lot of money. Ow.
Before Zachary could finish his complaint, the dagger in Linka's hand had already accurately pierced the back of his hand. A cold light flashed, and blood oozed out instantly. He inhaled sharply in pain and was about to open his mouth to scream, but Creed, who was standing beside him, was quick-witted and immediately grabbed a piece of rag and stuffed it into his mouth, making him only utter muffled whimpers. To be honest, Linka felt that he was not a bad person. In fact, when I first heard Zachary's name, I remembered that I had seen his name in my previous life, and I felt a little familiar with him. I was prepared to half-coerce and half-bribe him to join my cause of destroying the elf camp, but since he actually pulled out a knife over a disagreement, Linka had no mercy on him. Even in this situation, he still wants to bargain with me.
He deserves a poke. Woo. Unexpectedly, after his mouth was blocked, Zachary screamed even louder. Linka frowned, with a hint of impatience in his tone. Still screaming?
Linka pierced Zachary's other hand. At this moment, a mercenary adventurer who was being restrained nearby could no longer hold back and whispered, Master Lin, that piece of rag is actually my crotchcloth. Oh, so that's how it is. After pulling the rag out of Zachary's mouth, he immediately turned his head, lay on the ground and spat several times. His chest was heaving violently, he was still gasping for breath, and blood was dripping from the back of his hand. Linka looked down at him, his tone cold and without any warmth. I'm not negotiating with you, do you understand? Just cooperate with my plan, and I won't bother to expose your smuggling. Zachary's eyes, which had originally been filled with pain, instantly brightened when he heard this. He nodded hurriedly, his voice trembling with pain and fear. Understood. I will fully cooperate and do whatever you ask me to do. Chapter 55. Before the killing begins, the elves mainly make a living by gathering. Although they have large-scale settlements such as the elf capital, the formation of such a large settlement is also due to the world tree growing fruits and food regardless of the seasons. In essence, it is still gathering, and they have not formed an agricultural system. For this reason, human desserts made from grains like wheat, rice, and oats became a rare temptation for the elves. While the fruit of the world tree might be sweet, it retained the pure flavor bestowed by nature. Humans ground the grains into flour, mixed them with honey and cream, and baked them into fluffy cakes, crispy cookies, or simmered them into smooth porridge. The soft, smoky aroma and rich, layered sweetness were unlike anything the elves had ever experienced in the forest. Occasionally, an elf would be lucky enough to get a small piece of wheat cake or sugar cake brought by a human merchant through border trade, and would share it as a precious toy. The sweetness, different from that of berries and with the rich taste of cereals, had long made many elves secretly develop an unspeakable desire for this kind of human food. So, after hearing Zachary's invitation to the party, the elf captain was moved. Sir, could you please do us the honor of having dinner with us tonight? We not only have excellent wines and drinks, but also a variety of desserts. But the problem is that these days are the critical period of the plan, which is what worries him most. But then he thought, there are so many elf soldiers in the camp anyway, if it's just him and a few squad leaders getting together for a drink, it shouldn't be a big problem. Besides, there are so many elves in the long grassland. If a small-scale human army really comes, they will be discovered as soon as they enter the grassland, right? The elves had hardly received any training in commanding troops, let alone any experience in commanding elven forces. The only reason he could become the captain of this camp was because he was not only a descendant of the three-star constellation, but also the third awakening. On paper, his strength was the strongest among the elves summoned. After a brief thought, the elf captain realized that it was okay to enjoy a night, so he smiled and said to Zachary, "Okay, prepare the wine and human desserts tonight."
"Thank you for your honor, sir."
He suddenly discovered that humans spoke quite nicely. Although both sides were communicating through an elf translator, he could still see the servile attitude displayed by this human merchant named Zaraki. Elves rarely communicate like this. This human gesture is strangely joyful. Then, he turned around and asked Arion, who was standing beside him, "Lord Arion, will you come tonight?"
Arion originally wanted to refuse. After all, these few days were very critical.
In a sense, it was a gamble on part of the fate of the elf kingdom. Drinking, especially fruit wine brewed by humans, was particularly easy to make people drunk, but he could take this opportunity to find Lin Mao and ask her why she appeared here.
"Okay, let's go together tonight."
And on the other side, Lin Ku and the adventurers are also preparing for this dinner party. My constellation is Plague Doctor who saves lives during the Great Plague, 1.5 stars. I can make some simple potions, as well as paralysis and hallucination potions. For example, low-level paralysis potion and low-level hallucination potion. The potion master in the team briefly introduced his skills.
"Will there be a noticeable odor if it's mixed into alcohol?"
As for the paralysis potion, if the dosage is relatively low, it definitely won't have any effect. Instead, it will enhance the taste of the drink.
It will give you a very unique numbing feeling on your tongue.
Lin Ku got it. As for drinking happy water, the other world also has its own happy water.
What about the potency of the medicine? Will it be reduced by being diluted with alcohol?
If you drink enough, it actually has a pretty good numbing effect, making your whole body stiff. The potion master explained. Okay, then you will start preparing the low-level paralysis potion now and add it to the drinks at tonight's banquet. As for the desserts, Lin Ku had no intention of tampering with them. The main problem is that it's too obvious what has been done to the food. If the alcoholic beverages make your tongue numb, it can be explained that they have been processed a little to enhance the flavor. But does that mean that snacks also make your tongue numb? After making some simple arrangements, Lin Ku quietly began to wait for the reward of the night. It was probably just around dinner time when the elf captain, along with several of his guards and 5 or 6 squad leaders, arrived at the place where the human caravan was camping. "Your tent is quite big, bigger than the one I live in." As soon as the elf captain came in, he looked around rudely. "If the captain likes it, I will buy a bigger tent next time I purchase goods," Zachary said with a big smile on his face.
"That's not necessary.
You guys are just uncomfortable living in this tent."
Everyone sat down, and the fairly spacious tent was soon packed with people. "Are there so many people?"
"Oh, I not only invited the captain, but also the human caravan that arrived today."
"I invited them too."
The elf couldn't help but frown as he looked at the adventurers in the tent. There are too many people and it's uncomfortable. But as drinks and desserts were served, his mood gradually improved. The cocktail party began and everyone started drinking. As the reception began, everyone toasted and drank. The elf captain picked up the ceramic cup, hesitated for a moment, and then tilted his head back to take a sip. The next second, his eyes, which had been slightly drooping, suddenly widened, and even the fingers holding the cup tightened. Delicious. Unlike the fruit wine brewed by elves, the wine brewed by humans is more mellow, and this time the wine also has a numbing feeling on the tongue. The elf captain was already very thirsty, and this tingling sensation in the tongue and throat was simply addictive and quite thirst-quenching. The smell of alcohol in the tent had long since turned into a warm mist. The elf captain's hand holding the ceramic cup was a little shaky, and he didn't care that there were several wine stains on his silver-patterned suit. His tongue was already curled up, and just when he was about to talk to the squad leader next to him, he said, "This wine, fill it up again," but unexpectedly said, "This wine, fill it up again," which made the human adventurer next to him laugh out loud. Several squad leaders were not in a much better condition. Some of them had cheeks as red as ripe berries, and they leaned on the table and nodded their heads. Some spilled fruit wine on their lapels, but just wiped it off with their hands, their eyes shining as they stared at the honey tarts on the table, not feeling embarrassed at all. In the middle of the tent, 2 adventurers in rough shorts were playing tricks together. The one on the left, with his face painted all over, deliberately tilted his hat to the back of his head, and pinched his voice to imitate the stingy accountant in the caravan, screaming, "Take a sip.
This wine costs money." The right-hand man rolled his eyes in agreement, shoved him hard, and said in a gruff voice, "You secretly ate half a wheat cake yesterday, why didn't you charge for it?" As he said this, he imitated the accountant's panic in hiding the cakes, and he was so flustered that he almost fell to the ground. This caused the surrounding adventurers to burst into laughter. After listening to the translator's explanation, the elves also laughed. "It's delicious. Although you humans are disgusting and don't like to be clean, you can actually make some delicious and tasty food. Not bad, As long as Master Elf likes it." Zachary smiled. The elf captain asked several guards to sit down and start drinking. At this moment, the human adventurers and the elves seemed like close friends. The desserts were paired with fruit wine, and the elves in the tent soon became a little dizzy after drinking. There is only one exception. Arian sat cross-legged on the ground, without touching the wine and dessert in front of him, nor did he communicate with the adventurers around him, but just looked around silently. He suddenly realized that the elves, including himself, were sitting separately by this group of humans, with an average of 3 or 4 adventurers around each elf. Although the scene seemed normal at the moment, he still felt uncomfortable. As if it were impossible for humans and elves to gather together in such a joyful way. Suddenly, he felt someone touch his shoulder. He turned his head away. "Still the same ill-fitting leather armor and knight's helmet, Lin Mao? I have something to say to you." Lin Subaru said this with a hoarse voice. Arian thought to himself, "I've finally waited for you." The two walked out of the tent one after the other. As soon as they opened the curtain, most of the noise inside was blown away by the evening breeze. The warm light from the tent shrank to a small circle behind them. The air outside was wrapped in the coolness of the grassland, mixed with the faint fragrance of green grass and night dew, and it felt refreshing when it entered my lungs. The starlight above me cast down, stretching their shadows very long, falling on the dew-soaked grass, without any trace of the lively atmosphere of the tent. "Why did you come to the elf camp?" What? Lin Mao's response was a little slow, his voice was intermittent, his tongue was sticky as if coated with a layer of honey wine, and even the movement of looking up at him was a little shaky. "There is no one else around." As if he had completely relaxed, Lin Mao's fingertips brushed the edge of the helmet, and with a bit of drunkenness, he unfastened the strap with a click. The helmet slipped from her hand, dangling on her fingertips, and finally was thrown carelessly on the grass at her feet. The moonlight suddenly came up and fell on Lin Mao's face. The moonlight falling on Lin Mao's face just illuminated the drunken blush clearly. It wasn't a widespread flush, but a warm pink that spread from his cheeks to the tips of his ears, as if someone had dipped their fingertips in rouge and gently smudged it onto his cold, pale skin. He just stood quietly in the moonlight, without any special movements, but his flushed face, blurred eyes, and occasionally swaying figure seemed to have absorbed the gentleness of the night. Although he looked drunk, he just made people feel soft. I can go wherever I want, right?" This time, his voice was no longer the hoarse voice of an old man as before. His voice was soft but with a hint of charm, and now it sounded a bit like he was acting coquettishly. Arian was slightly taller than Lin Subaru, who was now looking up at his eyes. It only took a second for Arian to subconsciously turn his head away. He suddenly understood his little princess. The moment he saw Lin Subaru like this, he couldn't control himself anymore. "Are you drunk? I want you to take care of it." Just after he finished saying this, Lin Mao's feet became a little unstable, like a drunk man, as if he was about to fall to the ground. "Your Highness Evelyn, I'm sorry." Although he was full of apologies in his heart, Arian's body was very honest and he immediately supported Lin Subaru, who was about to fall to the ground. This time, Lin Mao almost snuggled into Arian's arms. The faint scent of her body lingered on his nose, but Arian's heart beat fast and heavy for no reason, and even his breathing was irregular. But before the panic subsided, he suddenly stopped. There's no smell of alcohol on Lin Ku. He clearly looked drunk just now. How could? The chill that he felt belatedly crept up his spine, and before he could push the person in his arms away, the next moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Chapter 56. Smile. No way, Arian didn't leave. When the elf captain brought his people to the banquet, she noticed Arian, who was following at the end of the team. My heart skipped a beat. Although Arian has only awakened for the 3rd time, his constellation is a 4-star swordsman type constellation. In a head-on battle, he can kill himself and the entire adventurer team at least 3 times by himself. Shouldn't he have gone back with Evelyn? Why was he here? But Lin Ku also anticipated the worst-case scenario, and it wasn't even the worst-case scenario if Arian was still here. She calmed down immediately. There is a chance. There is still a chance, and the chances are great. As long as you are good at making use of your identity in this pretty face. So, when the elves were drunk, she called out to Arian, Performance 1 LV activation, Charm 2 LV activated, Skill Double Judgment successful. With ease, Arian let down his guard to Lin Ku. pretended to be drunk and approached him. To be honest, when she was helped by Arion, she felt a little evil in her heart. She didn't have much of this feeling when she was being intimate with Evelyn and Cerelia, but being touched by a boy really made her feel uncomfortable for a moment. After all, she thought her soul was still that of a boy, and being touched like this by another boy, she always felt a little embarrassed. Of course, Linka quickly calmed down again. At this moment, her body was still pressed against Arion's arm, and her hand moved silently to her waist the moment her fingertips hooked around the hilt of the dagger. Before Arion could notice anything was wrong, she pushed forward along with the force of the snuggle. The cold tip of the blade pierced into his chest without any hindrance. The movement was so smooth as if it had been practiced 1,000 times. Didn't hit the real vital point. Linka was about to draw out his dagger and stab again, but was pushed away by Arion. The third awakened follower's power is far beyond Lin's reach. Linka took advantage of the situation and retreated. The two people instantly distanced themselves from each other again. Arion covered his chest in pain and looked at Linka, who was standing not far away, in disbelief. You deceived the little princess. Arion's wounds bleed. He also coated his dagger with a layer of paralyzing poison. What he had to do now was not to fight him head on, but to delay time and let the paralyzing poison take effect. Linka did not answer, but continued to slowly retreat. Arion also noticed something wrong with the wound. Not only was it bleeding constantly, but there was also a feeling of numbness. I must make a quick decision. Arion's eyes suddenly turned red, and his gaze fixed on Linka was like ice that had been tempered by fire, hot and piercing. The severe pain in my chest was still spreading to my limbs, but it was far less than the anger and hatred surging in my heart. He remembered the little princess smile when she thought of Lin Mao, and her shy face, but now, these had become knives stabbing him. You. A broken breath rolled through his throat, and every word was wrapped in the taste of blood. How dare you take advantage of her trust? His fists were clenched tightly at his sides, his knuckles turning white, and he was unaware of the blood seeping through his clothes from the wounds. Linka adjusted his breathing, not affected by Arion's words at all, and held the hilt of the dagger tightly. Today is the day to put an end to all this. Even though he knew that the gap in strength between the two sides was astonishing, he did not retreat at all. These difficulties were like steps under her feet. By relying on repeated simulations, trial and error, and accumulation, one day you will be able to climb up these thorns and gaps. The shadow of death is never far away, powerful enemies are all around, desperate predicaments are always there, and the protagonist, who was blessed by the world, is waiting for her to deal with and dismantle. But she insisted on holding on, to defeat these obstacles, to surpass one today after another, and to do her best to survive. Thinking of this, an inexplicable pleasure suddenly surged from the bottom of my heart. It is not a cruel pleasure, but the excitement of grasping hope and desperation in finding the trajectory of growth in the gap. Let all of this serve as nourishment for my progress, everyone. Are you laughing? Arion's facial features suddenly twisted into a ball, and his originally red eyeballs seemed to be about to burst into blood. Blood flowed down his collar, soaking a large area of the fabric red, but all his attention was fixed on Linka's face. Madman! No, you are a demon! He roared, his voice filled with blood foam, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. We trust you, and the little princess even considers you a friend. And you can still laugh? It was hard for Arion to imagine that someone could betray others calmly and still smile on the edge of a fight. I will tear you and all the adventurers you brought with you into pieces. Chapter 57. Fierce battle. That atmosphere at the banquet was very lively, and the adventurers in the middle of the tent were still performing crude jokes. Everything looks very lively. In the midst of this jubilation, an elf squad leader stood up, holding onto a low table. His steps were so unsteady that he felt like he was walking on cotton, and the smell of alcohol came out with his breath. I'm going outside to get some fresh air. As he spoke, he supported the shoulder of the adventurer next to him and almost made him straight out. No one cares, but the next second, Creed, who was holding the wine jug to add wine to someone, suddenly stopped. The wine jug is tilted. Then, he suddenly threw the wine jug in his hand to the ground. Bang! The wine splashed onto the straw mat, soaking it instantly. The noise suddenly stopped like a broken string. Everyone's laughter froze on their faces and they turned to look at Creed. Get started! Since Lin Mao asked us to wait until he goes out for a while before taking action, now is definitely the best time to take action. The adventurers took action, drew out the daggers hidden at their waists, and stabbed the elf sitting closest to them. The smiles on the elves' faces were still stiff. Some elves wanted to raise their hands to block, but their arms were too weak to lift them. The paralyzing poison had long since mixed with the wine and seeped into their blood, making even their fingertips powerless. Some just opened their mouths to shout, but the dagger had already pierced their throats,
and they could only make a vague sound of blood foam. The elf captain reacted the fastest, and the glimmer of an awakener instantly ignited in his eyes. But just as he was about to activate the power of the third awakening, he felt a piercing pain in his chest. 2 daggers stabbed into his vitals at the same time. One adventurer held down his shoulder tightly, and the other grabbed the dagger and stabbed it deeper. The alcohol made his vision blurry, and the poison made his limbs numb. Even though the awakened power was surging in his body, it seemed to be trapped by an invisible net and could not be released even a little bit. Well, a painful groan rolled out of his throat and he tried to push the person away, but the third adventurer stabbed him in the abdomen with a dagger. 3 daggers were piercing his vital points, and blood was flowing out from the gaps between the blades. His body shook, and the last bit of strength was lost with the blood. He fell heavily on the straw mat, and the glimmer in his eyes was completely extinguished. The surrounding elf squad leaders were not in a much better situation. Each of them was surrounded by 3 or 4 adventurers, with daggers stabbed accurately at their throats and chests. They didn't even have the chance to draw their swords, and could only fall in severe pain on the ground covered with wine stains and cookie crumbs. The noise in the tent instantly turned into the gasps of the dying and the dull sound of daggers entering flesh. "Prepare the torches and set fire to this place." Creed repeated the instructions given to him by Lin Subaru. After killing all the high-end combat forces in the elf camp, they set a fire to create smoke. On the outskirts of the long grassland, there is a team of adventurers. As long as they see the fire rising from the elf camp, it is a signal and they will immediately take action. There is a wind mage and a fire mage in the outer team of adventurers. Their goal is to create chaos and block the elves' escape route. In addition to this group of adventurers, there are several other independent adventurers around. This was the result of Linka's negotiations during the day. There are not only Linka's team of adventurers who are tasked with investigating the movements of the elves. In fact, there are 4 or 5 more. Linka persuaded them to scout near the long grassland tonight. If a fire appeared, it would mean that the plan was successful. These 4 or 5 teams of adventurers will also join the battle immediately. So, light the fire and make the signal. With just one strike, he could kill the girl in front of him. The girl in front of him was covered in wounds and looked extremely fragile. However, just as he was about to launch an attack, the screams of the elves came from the tent behind him. Damn it, and it was during this moment of distraction that Linka move to the shadow tape obscures the other person's vision, and the body moves along with it, delaying the battle? Perhaps it was a good strategy, but Linka knew that he was not good at defense, especially when facing an elven swordsman who had awakened for the 3rd time. Linka's muscles were tense like a fully drawn bow, his arms pressed against his sides to gather strength. His movements were so familiar as if engraved into his bones, just like the knight had practiced them thousands of times in his memory, without any redundancy. The next second, she suddenly straightened her waist and shrugged her shoulders, and stabbed out with the clenched dagger with a sharp sound of breaking wind. Bang! When the tip of the blade tore through the air, even the night wind around her seemed to be split apart. Human universal swordsmanship level 1 effective. The moment the skill was triggered, she clearly felt the difference. The trajectory of her arm was smoother, and the speed was nearly half as fast as last time. Her fingertips could even accurately sense the center of gravity of the blade, and every inch of force was just right. This was the most perfect stab. Even if it had been repeated countless times in simulation, it was not as smooth as it was at this moment, as if the body had instinctively done it. When her attention was fixed on the landing point on Arian's chest, the world suddenly slowed down. The arc of the grass leaves blown by the night wind became clear. The details of Arian's pupil contraction were also close at hand, and even the trajectory of the dagger cutting through the air seemed to be slowed down several times. But just as the tip of the blade was about to touch him, in slow motion, Arian's hand hanging by his side moved very slightly. The next second, the movement suddenly accelerated. It was so fast that it broke through the perception of the slow world. The long sword at his waist was suddenly unsheathed, and with a cold light, it slashed from bottom to top. The speed is incredible. Bang! Linka subconsciously took a step back. Then, she felt a sharp, burning pain in her abdomen. She looked down and saw that the cloth had been cut and blood was oozing out of the wound. It was too fast. Even when he had used the tape to block a certain part of the opponent's vision and the opponent was injured and poisoned, he was still able to react so quickly. My stab was the most perfect one at this stage. However, the opponent avoided the vital point, and at the moment before stabbing him, his body slightly shifted, allowing the dagger to pierce his arm. This just created an opportunity for him to output. Without even using any skills granted by the constellation, he simply drew his sword. Reflexively and accurately slashed across Linka's abdomen. Although the wound was not very deep, it was far from fatal. In Lin Ke's eyes, Arian's movement speed was frighteningly high. Lin Ke swung his knife to block in front of him, but the knife in his hand was easily knocked away.
That's a completely inappropriate way to hold a weapon.
Your hand should be numb, not have the weapon fly out of your hand. Arian's expression grew darker. He originally thought that Lin Ke was an expert swordsman. After all, he could defeat a seasoned human adventurer with just one strike. But now, he began to seriously suspect that both sides had colluded to deceive him. Hulala, the entire tent was engulfed in flames. Dozens of adventurers rushed out of the tent. There was a crackling sound and flames splashed everywhere.
Pour out all the oil quickly and light the fire.
On the other side, a group of adventurers rushed straight to the tent where weapons were stored. The guarding elf reacted extremely quickly and drew his sword, but just as he took a defensive stance, 3 or 4 adventurers rushed over. Someone grabbed his wrist, someone stabbed him from the side, and someone else stabbed his thigh directly with a dagger. The elf groaned, his long sword clanged to the ground, and his body fell limply, and in the blink of an eye, he was motionless. Taking advantage of this time, she put on the helmet that had fallen on the ground and covered her face. Creed clutched his blood-stained dagger and scanned the chaotic camp, catching a glimpse of Lin Ke standing in the distance. He immediately grabbed an adventurer nearby and, stumbling but unflinching, rushed towards Lin Ke.
Lin Mao, we're here to help you.
But Arian didn't even glance at him. He twisted his body slightly, just avoiding the spear's sharp edge. The tip of the spear grazed his waist and pierced the air. The charging adventurer couldn't stop the inertia, and his body stumbled forward and missed the target, almost falling to the ground. At this moment, Arian turned his wrist and swung the long sword behind him back with a swish. As the sharp sound of the blade cutting through the air was heard, a muffled puff sound was heard the next second.
The sharp blade directly split the adventurer's shoulder and neck.
The crisp sound of broken bones mixed with the sound of flesh being torn was particularly harsh. The adventurer didn't even have time to cry out in pain. His body fell backwards like a puppet with its strings cut. Blood gushed out of his wound, spreading a small dark red patch on the grass. Arian retracted his sword, not even looking down at the fallen man, his eyes still fixed on Lin Ke in front of him, but Lin Ke did not give up the opportunity that other adventurers had fought so hard for him.
Lin Mao, go on.
Creed pulled his arm back suddenly, then threw it forward fiercely. The long sword drew a silver arc in the night and flew accurately towards Lin Ke. Lin Ke raised his arm almost instinctively, his palm facing the hilt of the sword. The next second, the cold wooden hilt fell steadily into her hand, and her fingertips just touched the hilt. The moment I grasped the sword, a familiar feeling instantly spread throughout my body.
Chapter 58 One-sided. Hey, I didn't ask you to start the second round.
At this time, Arian had long lost his composure and swung the sword in his hand to slash at Lin Ke. The speed is still very fast, but Lin Ke's pupil shrank slightly, but he keenly caught the trace of the sword blade, which was a little slower than before. It was the aftereffect of the alcohol mixed with the paralyzing poison. She gritted her teeth and raised her sword to meet the blow. The moment the swords collided, there was a crisp clang sound, which made her arm numb and the wound on her abdomen hurt. Cold sweat slid down her forehead, but she did not resist. She quickly lowered her wrist, following the force of Arian's chop, and cleverly released the brutal force to the side and below. The long sword brushed past her waist and slashed into the air. Go to hell, snort. A cold sneer escaped from Arian's nose. Without turning around, he suddenly turned his wrist and thrust his long sword diagonally upwards.
Dang! The loud sound of metal collision shook the air.
He took advantage of the momentum of the axe and slid back 2 steps, just avoiding Creed's subsequent chop. Seeing him retreat in a cowardly manner, the 2 adventurers nearby immediately surrounded him with raised shields. One of them held a shield in front of him, with the blade against the edge of the shield ready to attack, while the other went around to the side, taking light steps to look for a flaw, shouting "Trap him!" Thinking this was a good opportunity to surround and kill him, but the next second, Arian suddenly gripped the hilt of the sword, the muscles of his raised arm tensed, and his blood-stained sleeve swept through the air. Back cut, he suddenly spun around, his longsword sweeping out with all-consuming force. The adventurer's iron shield, like paper caught in a gust of wind, cracked with a creaking sound. The sharp blade, unhindered, sliced through his body, from shoulder and neck to waist and abdomen, splitting him in 2. Blood mixed with broken shield fragments splattered onto the grass illuminated by the fire, a dazzling sight. The adventurer didn't even have time to scream before his body was smashed to the ground in 2 halves. The remaining adventurers who were about to move forward immediately decided to retreat when they saw the evil-looking Arian.
Don't crowd around. Leave this to Creed and me. Go ahead and set fire to other parts of the camp. Linka knew that allowing ordinary adventurers to approach Arian would only increase the number of casualties. Creator, use your strongest move. You don't have to tell me. Heavy cut, the axe in Creed's hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds at this moment, and it chopped towards Arian with the wind on the other side. Linka also launched an attack at the same time. Although she did not have any powerful sword skills, her orthodox knight swordsmanship allowed her to move forward bravely, and the sword in her hand danced in a shining trajectory like Creed, who didn't dare to attack from behind. Arian swung his sword and slashed at Link's right side. The attack was not fast, and Linka blocked it with his sword in advance. But it was just a feint by Creed. It's over. Linka originally thought that Arian's movements slowed down because of the effect of the poison, but it was actually just a fake move by Arian. He predicted that Linka would think that his movements were slowed down because of the poison. Arian's sword didn't have any real power. The blade brushed past her sword and slid into the air, but his wrist suddenly turned, and the cold and hard end of the hilt, with a force that could break the wind, hit her forehead. The real attack is the impact of the hilt. Linka's head buzzed as if hit by a heavy hammer. A white light instantly exploded in front of his eyes, and the sounds of fighting in his ears became blurred. He fell to the ground and opened his eyes, but the scene in front of him was that Arian had stabbed Creed, who was rushing towards him with his sword. Before Linka could recover from her shock, a blood-stained hand suddenly grabbed her collar. Arian bent down, easily lifted her from the ground as if lifting a heavy object, and then threw her over his shoulder. His shoulder armor was hard, making the wound on Linka's abdomen even more painful. She wanted to struggle, but his other hand pressed her behind her back, preventing her from moving. Linka's throat tightened, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. It was the base of Arian's palm, hitting the back of her head with a hard force. A buzzing sound suddenly exploded in his ears, and the flames, the fallen Creed, and Arian's blood-stained suit in front of him all began to distort and blur. Her consciousness seemed to be swept away by the tide. In the last bit of clarity, she only felt herself being carried forward. Then her vision sank completely into darkness, and she no longer had the strength to struggle. In fact, Linka's judgment was not wrong. Arian was indeed unable to hold on any longer. His movements became slow not only from the faint, but also from the toxins and blood lost. He didn't have time to kill all the adventurers here. The skyline to the left of the camp was brightened. It was not the warmth of the morning light, but orange-red tongues of fire curling with black smoke that shot up, quickly spreading into a scarlet red, burning half of the night sky, and even the wind was filled with a burnt smell. The fully armed adventurers rushed into the tent and killed the sleeping elves. Outside the wooden fence of the camp, a new group of adventurers was rushing in. Some held long swords with bent blades, their blades stained with grass and blood. Some held short bows with fully strung strings, their arrows aimed at the fleeing elves at the tent entrance. The shouts and screams mixed with the crackling sound of flames poured into the camp like a tide, completely drowning out the elves' screams. The elves who had just escaped from the fire were surrounded by adventurers rushing in from the outside before they could find their way. Amid the crisp sounds of hand-to-hand combat, several more elves' bodies fell in the area illuminated by the fire. A one-sided massacre. This was a premeditated and carefully planned plan. The longer he continued to fight, the faster the paralyzing poison spread. He had to retreat. He didn't know how many humans were left. If he continued to fight, he would surely die when the poison spread. Under his arm was Linko, who had been knocked unconscious by him. But he glanced at this guide. I felt a chill in my heart. The whole plan was so thorough. Destroy the command structure of the entire elf camp, then seize weapons, set fire to disrupt the camp, and contact the companions outside to set fire to block the escape route. One thing leads to another, and it seems that the person who made this plan had already figured out the structure of the entire camp, and even knew the elves' military deployment, and knew that they would set an ambush in the long grassland. Lin Mao, Tarot Club. Arian did not kill Linka directly. He wanted to capture her and let the little princess see the true face of this guy, and then ask her what the organization behind her wanted to do and who she was. This camp is beyond saving. It seems that lynching cannot be conquered. Arian had no desire to fight. He put his fingertips to his lips and a sharp whistle cut through the chaotic shots and sounds of fire. As soon as the whistle sounded, a nimble black shadow broke through the flames from the depths of the sea of fire on the east side of the camp, its four hooves sending sparks flying as it rushed straight towards him. It was his beloved horse. Its mane was stained with fine cigarette ash, but it was not afraid of fire at all. It snorted as it ran close to him and stopped steadily at his feet. Arian picked up the unconscious Linka with one hand, her body hanging limply. He suddenly grabbed the reins with his other hand, tapped the ground with his toes, and used the force to flip over and jump onto the horse's back. At the same time,
He pulled Linku in front of him and held her tightly in his arms to prevent her from slipping off the horse's back drive. He let out a low roar, raised and lowered the front hooves of his horse, turned and galloped towards the east, which had not yet been affected by the flames. The sound of horse hooves stepping on the grass was soon left behind by the sea of fire and the sound of fighting, leaving only a trail of dust as they galloped into the depths of the night. But Linku had actually imagined this extreme situation. She has a backup plan.